Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Black Dragon Tavern. Here we are on episode 29. I'm your host, Dante.
I'm your host, Deacon.
And it seems like, God, since we've done this in forever, it seems like.
Like without a guest or.
Yeah, or a game.
Yeah.
I mean, we're doing Fireside Chat tonight. And we're doing
Yep.
from the workbench, but, and no show notes, Deacon. So
No show notes,
so
no.
you can do the happy dance, like, if you want, on camera or off. Either way, I don't really care.
The song's probably
But thanks for tuning in, and thank you for anybody who showed up last week and tuned in. We had a
Yeah.
couple of lurkers out there. Again, hop in the chat, say hi. We're more than happy to chat with you. We get bored here doing this on our own sometimes, so drop in and we'll see what's going on. Eldritch Nerdo, that's our GM. So what's up, Jason? Maybe he's just got us playing in the background, which is totally cool.
Yeah.
But so here's the thing. So we're gonna totally just wing this episode because again, I didn't prepare any show notes.
I'll be honest. I woke up this morning and I was like, "It's Friday. Yes, the week's over. I don't have to go to work tomorrow." And then, like, when I got out of work, I was like, "We stream on Fridays." I forgot about that.
Yeah, it shouldn't be the type of thing that feels like a chore to you.
No,
case,
it's not feeling like a chore. It's like the whole week just slipped by, and then I realized, shit, I don't have anything for Friday.
I'm the one who's like usually always doing finding the pop culture stories, the gaming news stories, the movie trailers, and all that.
You got news? I bring the talking to fill up space sometimes, and I bring the comedy. Are you gonna call?
You bring the comedy.
Yeah, you
okay.
gonna call that bullshit too?
Yeah, no, I think we both bring the comedy. So let's
made
just
the
give.
Amaranth joke?
Who made the?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, Jason.
Hey, there he is.
How's it going?
Greetings, adventurers. But so anyway, the point is like this. With all the stuff we had, we had a family dinner tonight. So
Yeah.
your Gramps came over, and his friend Kathy, and we had cleaning to do. We had all this crap we had to prepare, and it just seems like the whole week shot by.
It was horrible. We had brownies to eat. I mean, it was such a shit.
No, it's just the week. It's
Yeah.
just the grind, the daily grind of the week. And my new job now, I'm busier, much busier than I was, which is a good thing. I'd rather do that than sit around twirling my thumbs, with nothing to do. But what suffered was me doing research for the show.
Yeah.
Like last week was a pretty big weekend. Plus we played 40K game this week.
Well, that was on Sunday.
We played that's technically this week. It's earlier this week. It's still part of this week.
I count that as last week.
I know. I think a weekend's is separate too, but technically by the calendar. Anyway, point being was we played a practice run of Warhammer 40,000 Crusade battle. Pitched battle between the Black Templars and the Imperial Fists.
Yep.
And I got my ass handed to me. Not a surprise, because you put together a pretty nasty army.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that too is because it's Crusade.
Cheating?
Because no, not yet.
See, you're laughing.
You know
what I'm talking about.
When the Crusade starts to go more in your favor,
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if it is. Honestly, in retrospect, looking at the army that we kitted out for me, the Imperial Fists, and I understand the power level, it's not that great. It's not. It's a pretty basic army.
Yeah, well, the thing is, and that's part of what I was gonna say was, it's a much smaller board, which is, I think, harder for you because I am almost an entirely melee army, and because it's the small board, in one turn, I can move, and then I can charge, and I can be right in your face at the end of my first turn.
Well,
whereas your whole thing is...
The only reason... Let me stop you right there before you get too cocky and your balls get too big.
No, I'm saying, I think it's because the whole strategy with my army is trying to move up the board, and the whole kind of strategy with yours is you're a ranged army.
I don't disagree, and and therein lies the rub. And this is what I was going to say. You're like, in one turn I can... No, you couldn't have, because I advanced. Remember, I had first move. I went first, so I got to move, and I didn't realize, this is an army I shouldn't be
Yeah.
going toe to toe with. Even Tom goes, you want to stay away. He put it in all
Yeah.
caps,
Yeah.
from them. You cannot get close to them.
Well,
I'm like, well,
yeah.
I know now that I walked into like
Yeah.
Le Machine. It slices, it dices, it chops. Your
Yeah.
unit, like, effectively, you
Oh,
wiped out
just-
in
yep.
one turn 3 of your models. Effectively wiped out 75% of my squad, my unit.
Yeah.
Like 3 of your models wiped out almost all 5 of my Space Marines
Yeah.
with damage to, like, it was just ridiculous. Anyway, it
And
was a
that's
good battle.
not-
It taught
yeah.
me a lot of things,
So
Mainly
the
that,
other-
like, I think you're full of shit with your power level. I don't know how. I was telling Tom this too, in full spirit of full transparency. I love you, son, but I got to. Wow. I mean, just like I don't know how you did it, how you managed to get those characters into that.
It's a combination of knowing what is like there are upgrades that I can give these guys. They are called relics. Well, okay, that's kind of a dumb way to explain it because it's different than what relics are in 40K.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's different than that. It's a smaller set of relics that I can give to models in individual units. So it's not a full-on relic,
Right,
but it's like a
you're-
better grenade, or
Yeah.
like the one I had
They're
on that
buffs.
guy was one guy in that squad
Like
could
equipment buffs.
yeah, exactly. One guy in that squad could re-roll hit rolls and wound rolls,
Yeah.
but it was only against a target that I specified at the beginning of the
Right.
game.
And you have
Yeah.
to kind of play that by ear because
Yep.
you're like, who should it be? Should it be that
Yeah, and
Dreadnought? Should it be that
Yeah,
Psyker?
exactly.
Should it, yeah.
So I was thinking I would put it on your librarian because he had Indomitable, which means
Yep.
that wound rolls of 1 to 3 fail regardless of modifiers. So I figured, okay, because wound rolls of 1 to 3, this allows me to just re-roll wound rolls against him. So I was thinking it'd be good to put it on there, but it costs power level. So I could have given every unit in that army a relic, but it would have been like 6 extra power level, which is the cost of another squad. You
Yeah.
know? So it's
Well-
kind of like balancing, do I upgrade this guy? Do I like not upgrade this guy? What do you do? And a big part of that is I was using a lot of stratagems in the list building phase because Black Templars
Yes.
got a lot of stuff like Heir of Sigismund, which I think that's the one. It allows you to take a warlord trait on a different character that's not your warlord.
Right.
Champion of the Feast lets one sergeant in your thing take a thing.
And those are
it's like,
things you can't double. You can't have the same warlord
No.
trait, right? Yeah. Yep.
no.
Just
But
like
it-
you can't have 2 of the same relic in that army.
yeah,
in the same
exactly.
Army. Yeah.
But the thing is, those cost command points, which I think you could probably see kind of fucked me over a little bit because
Not really. Not.
I mean, okay, well, think about it like this. Because of the power level that we were playing at, we started the game with 3 CP each. In the list building phase alone, I was spending 2 of those. And I was
but
spending
you get it
3
back
of
at the beginning of the
I
turn.
know, but I was spending 3 of those, I think, in list building, which meant that I got on my very first turn when I could have used it to like reroll charges or whatever. I only had 1 command point that I was working with.
Well, I thought you said we each started with 3, but you
Yep.
spent 3, so you would start with 0.
Yeah,
So right out of the gate,
I
at the
start
beginning of
with
your
0
very first
and
turn,
I regain 1.
At the very beginning of the game, in your very first turn, you automatically
Yes.
gain. What
Well,
if you were at 3?
You don't. It's
Okay, okay.
that's just a game-wide rule
Got it.
for all armies now. So in the
Okay.
beginning of your command phase, you regain 1 command point
Yep,
up
1
to your
CP.
maximum.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, so there were several things, like in
Yeah.
retrospect, there were several things that I did that I think
I'm gonna reach.
I would have done differently. One is I would have parked my ass nice
Oh,
and
yeah.
cozy with a hot cup of "come get me, motherfucker"
Oh,
behind
yeah.
those containers, and I
Totally.
would have stayed there and started picking you off.
And
Had I
especially,
had-
I was gonna say especially
Conveniently,
because-
my loving son here did not tell me, "Oh, by the way, Dad, your army is really kind of suited for range. It's not a toe-to-toe thing. You should stay put."
well, I figured
He's like,
could-
come at me, bro."
Oh, I was assuming that you could tell that based on the fact that every single one of your guys has a gun, and like, I think only 1 or 2 of them have any sort of melee weapon, and that would be the
Again, I literally read the specs for my army the night before, and I have admittedly not been putting a whole lot of energy into this. And I know that's my fault, and I should do that because the whole intent here is like once we get this army going, we're going to do it for the stream.
And we want to do it faster.
Yeah,
because
we want to make gameplay fast. We want to keep the stream moving while we do broadcast. But so this is why we're doing these practice runs.
Yeah.
Which, now I would retool things a little bit. I might look through the stratagems because I know I got 3 CPs to use. And I would look through I'd learn more about the tactics, the tactical phase, the assault phase, and the
doctrines.
The
There's
doctrines.
the Devastator doctrine, the tactical, and then the assault.
Right.
And you remember 2-3 years ago? When was it that I got Dark Imperium for Christmas?
Yeah.
Jesus, was that
something
3
like
years
that.
ago? That was because
Well, you're 18. How old were you? Do you remember? Like, I associate a lot of things in my life with age. I was 16 when I was, fill in the blank.
But it was 3 years ago because that actually came up for me on Facebook Memories. It was the picture of the first dude that I painted.
So tell me, Deacon, when did you first realize you had a plastic crack addiction?
It was the picture that you took of the first dude that I painted from that First Strike set. So 3 years ago, I guess.
Yeah.
But when we got Dark Imperium, if you remember, I got 3 cards. And they were just 3 random cards that came in there. And we were like, huh, that's
Which
weird.
are now sitting in my box, and they have creases because I think you folded them or we're going to throw them away.
No, I think they were fucked up in the packaging. Or when I opened them.
They had like, it looked like somebody folded them.
Okay.
And
but
I think you threw them away, and I was like, are you sure you don't need these cards? So I held on to them.
But if you remember,
because I knew
went up
one day this relic, this holy relic, would present itself as something worth value.
If you remember, we went up to the Warhammer store, and we were like, Vince, wake up, you shouldn't sleep in the store. It's a business, not your home. And then after that, we were
That was the first time we were up there, right? And we hadn't realized, like, Vince was pretty much like the living... Yeah.
Well, I think he's the only guy that works there.
Yeah.
And I'll talk about that after, because I know that tonight I'm just going to get distracted.
I hope they're taking care of Vince.
Yeah. They better be. But if you remember, we went up there and we asked him, I'm like, Vince, what are these? Doctrine cards. So they're there. You lay them out on the table to help you remember what you're in. Yeah. So you should start using those, man. I used them. Well, I am now passing them on to. They are my gift to you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I feel so honored. Well, you know me. I mean, like, come on. Prop master over here, right? I use props for games whenever I can.
You got a big... You can't see it because the camera's facing this way, but we got a big neon sign on the other wall that has the doctrines listed so that he knows what he's in. Oh, it's your props. You got all your stuff.
Okay. Anyway, point being,
you got the big prop chainsaw
for Death Guard. I got us those special turn counters that have command points and all the stuffs, and I got the wound markers.
I'm sorry, that's not the Death Guard. That is the decaying resistance.
Okay then.
I mean, they're not GW, so they can't be Death Guard.
But the figures are sure as hell Death Guard.
Yeah,
that's why I said for the Death Guard, I've got the turn counters.
Yeah.
I've got the wound markers. But yes, you're right. The turn counter product itself was called like the Disease Bearers or something like that. It was hilarious. And it's got the color scheme of the actual GW Death Guard.
It's got almost the exact same symbol as well.
Yes.
It's like put on a 45-degree angle, and one of the one of the arrowheads is like broken slightly, so they can't get copyrighted.
Yeah. Right. It was the reject mock-up that somebody at GW did and threw it in their digital trash bin. But anyway, point being, yes. But here's the backstory to that, and why. Like, I will definitely use them in the future during the game. I was really debating on, do I want to spend any money on this army? And I'm being a cheap bastard. And the reason is, we talked about this on a couple streams before.
It was a gift.
Thanks to our good friend John Pickle, we inherited a whole lot of 40K miniatures. So I picked out that Imperial Fists army. So that I said, hey, this is a whole army.
Yeah.
I could pick...
Literally a whole 2,000... Not even for Crusade. It is...
That's not even, like... Yeah, that's like...
Yeah, well, I was going to say, not even just a Crusade-sized army. It is a full 2,000-point army.
And that was just one of 5 or something like that.
Complete with characters, infantry, vehicles, transports, dreadnoughts.
HQ, all of it.
Yeah, it had well, it didn't have any like fast attack. Imperial Fists don't really do that.
But, point being,
it was a good army.
And it's painted. And it's painted too.
Well, except for like the 3 tanks.
Well, yeah, the tanks. But I mean, I could table it, and we proved that you could table it, and it's battle ready.
It is. It's not only tableable. It's tableable. It's not only tabletop ready. It looks good.
Yeah.
Like for the most part, a lot of it looks good.
Yeah, I've seen worse.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm happy with the paint, which is why I said, do I want to spend money? No, they're painted and they look great, and I don't need to change them.
Everything's there. Everything's assembled. Everything's painted. Why would you?
So, continuing on that path, this is why I was asking you the other day, like, you think I'm going to need to buy a book? You think I need to buy a codex for the, Imperial Fists? And I think I should. I think I should at least spend it on that, because if we're going to run the Crusade, and if we really want to make this, like, good and entertaining for our loyal one viewer,
yeah,
then you got something in your eye.
Yeah, it's an eyelash.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah, but I think I should. I think I should get that codex and read through it and get to know all the special things, so I can turn around and kick your ass.
You've got the codex.
For the Imperial Fists.
Mm-hmm. I sent it to you online. I downloaded it from the Warhammer community page. It is a 100% legitimate and...
Iron Warriors will defeat the Corpse Emperor.
Iron War... What?
That's what Jason said.
Oh, Iron Warriors will... How do you ban someone from a Twitch chat?
How do you ban someone? That's funny. The Sons of Dorne will prevail. Well, they didn't prevail the other day. I got my ass handed to me, like I said, but that's because I got...
they prevailed against the Iron Warriors either.
Toe-to-toe with you. But
yeah, they didn't. Sorry to interrupt here. Dorne fought Perturabo, the Primarch of the Iron Warriors. Dorne brought the Imperial Fists against Perturabo's... whatever the fuck he called his fortress, like the Fortress of Eternity or something like that. They got their ass handed to them in that. Because it's like the Siege Masters versus the Defense Masters.
So why am I playing them, and why did you pick the Templars out of that army that was given to me?
Because
those out of the 7 boxes or whatever the hell it was?
We are playing those because the Black Templars are siege fortified. Yes. Yeah. I'm fortifying this position.
Oh, speaking of, I think that's one of the powers that I have is fortified.
Yeah. For the librarian, yeah.
And
it's like the apothecary one. But on your library, it's like having a second apothecary.
So here's how I see this going. Just like with the Death Guard, you remember for like the first 3 games we played, I didn't even do Disgustingly Resilient. I didn't even do like 75% of the stuff that my army could do because I didn't know I could do it, or I knew I could do it, but I forgot about it because I was so worried about doing the basic game. It is. So like if we ran through a game, basic rules only, no special powers, no just like toe to toe, not literally toe to toe, close assault, but like toe-to-toe, close like weapons against weapons.
Yeah.
Fight it on the table, no psych or powers, no nothing. If we did that, I could get used to the pace of the game.
Yeah.
Then it's like, okay, then I can start to imagine like, okay, now I can see where if I had somebody to buff this unit, that would be good. Oh, you do. Your apothecary can do this. Then it starts to cement itself into my brain and how the troops work. Because I'll tell you, Death Guard, well, it's a touchy subject for you, son. I understand. There's a box of tissue over there if you need it. So... but I got really fucking good at wielding that Death Guard army.
And I think the thing with that is Death Guard for a lot of 8th edition were overpowered. Like ridiculously overpowered. And I'm
won't
not
even credit me for being a good general.
I'll credit you for being a good general because there were a lot of games that you won on victory points. But also they did have to significantly nerf Death Guard in 9th edition.
Well, yes, and I will cop to that, and I was kind of pissed, but
yeah. Well, it is
what it is.
Yeah, the thing was, what Death Guard have now is they just take -1 damage across the board all of their units -1 damage, and that's still pretty good.
Yeah.
But what it used to be was just on a 5 up, you take no damage, not even 1 damage, because right now it's to a minimum of 1.
Right, disgustingly.
Yep. But the old disgustingly resilient was just, hey, there's a chance you can take no damage. So I could have put all of the weapons on my Imperial Knight into a squad, and it's not likely, but there was a chance that they could have shrugged off every single wound.
Yeah.
And I mean, at a certain point,
and
that
they
gets,
did many times.
yeah,
too.
and
Like,
they
you
did.
were
Yeah, you were
pissed.
rolling hot.
Yeah.
And I think I get why they had to nerf that, because at a certain point it's like, okay, that's a little weird, you know. Here's my volcano lance. It shoots a beam that could like blow up a sun. Oh, you shrug that. That's a real thing. They strap it on Titans. It's like 500 points for that gun alone.
Jesus
so
Christ.
I mean, a Titan's like 2,000 to 4,000 points.
Yeah.
So,
but
God, it's like,
how many points of an army do you have to be playing to feel that?
oh, it's apocalypse. It's
You know?
pretty. Unless you're doing like the small Titan, which is I think just 2,000 points. Like the smallest one is about 2,000 points. It's apocalypse only.
Wow.
Because I mean,
What about the 3-foot one? When do you ever
Like-
get to bring that out?
dude, like I'm saying, that's apocalypse. That's like 4,000 points.
Mm.
It's we put it into Battle Scribe, fully kitted
Are
out.
those
It's
like 8-hour games? 12-hour games?
pretty much, yeah. Well, it's kind of like what we figured out you were supposed
We'll
to
be
do.
back. We're going on dinner break. You go out to a restaurant,
Yeah.
you have a steak,
Yep.
you have a nice glass of wine, you
A
come
steak?
back.
You think you could
little
afford a steak
old-fashioned or
after buying a
something.
Titan?
Right. Yeah, if you could, you'd be rich.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. I saw your message, Jason. Speaking Titans, I'm looking into printing some 40K epic minis.
But using the
Really-
one-page rules to make it faster.
really thought that you were gonna say I'm thinking about printing a Titan, because I saw some pictures the other day that I really wanted to send to you. They were so awesome.
Did you get like
It's-
Gamer Chub over that?
I did, yeah. It was a Titan that this dude 3D printed, and it said
Yes.
it took him like
3
I can't-
months, wasn't it?
no, it wasn't that long. It was like a
Wasn't
couple.
110 pieces that had to be printed?
It was 110 pieces, but it only took him like a month or so. A lot
That's
of them.
still pretty considerable.
I mean, yeah, like a lot of them took maybe 7 hours in a
Yeah.
in a single printing thing, but you could do like 2 7-hour prints a day.
when you're not working, like, I mean, I don't know. I'm making a lot of assumptions. Like, I know for
I mean,
me,
you could have like set one up in the morning, gotten back.
the cathedral, like,
Yeah,
I had
oh, yeah.
that fucking thing running 24/7 to
No,
print that. And it
I
still
know,
took
but
me
like,
3.5 weeks.
yeah,
Of almost 24.
yeah, but a lot of the 110 parts were like, here's a tiny piston that goes on the back of your leg to, or, you know, here's a las gun, and
Yeah.
you know there are like 10 las guns on it, but a las gun is only like that
Yeah.
big, you know. So a lot of it, there are big parts that it's like this one piece took 7 hours. That's all I could print, and then there's a lot of stuff where it's like, here are 20 parts. I can fit all of them on the print bed just in one go. You know.
So Jason, aren't the epic figures, aren't they 15 mils?
No, they're
10
like
millimeters? So
they are absolutely tiny.
Well, okay, so, you know, I think we did talk about this too on another stream. So just as a review,
Yeah, Epic is an 8 mil.
8 millimeter. Okay, that's an odd size. Now here's why. In historical wargaming, on tabletop wargaming, you had 6 millimeter, which is really fucking tiny.
Yeah,
like
that's
we used to
like-
call them rice grains.
That's
'cause,
fucking invisible
like,
at that point.
you know, like it's not literally the size of a grain of rice, but so 6 millimeter. Then you went to 15 millimeter for like we do a lot of Napoleonics and a lot of Age of Chivalry stuff.
Modern Epic is 8 mil. Old Epic is 6.
Yep. So that's and that's where I was going. Is like these were the standards. You had 6 millimeter, you had 15 millimeter, and then it went to 25s. And true 25s were 1 inch, because that's roughly what 25 millimeters is. And
like
they were
20
small. Like when
Yeah.
you look at the old Ralpartha stuff and the old Rapham figures and Heartbreaker from the 70s, late 70s, mid to late 70s, early 80s, those miniatures are real small, and they look like somebody took a boat anchor and beat it with a mallet and go,
Yeah.
here's my wizard. You know, I mean, they're pretty nasty, some of
Yeah.
them.
Also,
Then they
real
went to
quick-
28s, and people went ape shit because they're like, oh, the scale's all off. And I'm like, I like them. I can see them. The casts are better.
Yeah.
The sculpts are better.
Oh, yeah.
Then they went to 32s, and people were like me, were
Whoa.
like, "What the fuck? Everything's
Yeah.
too big now." I mean, go to 54. You're talking green plastic soldier size, you know. But then all your buildings and everything have to scale up, otherwise it looks really stupid.
Yeah. Yep.
But going back to Jason's point, so those were the standards. You had 6, 15, 25, and then
Now they're up into
10
the
millimeters
32s and
snuck in there.
40s.
And it was sort of like, when did 10 millimeters sneak in there? You know, and then 8s came along. So
Yeah.
somebody's always going to do an odd size.
I'm gonna print
You
a
know what the new-
37 mil mini.
Well, okay, Weird Miniatures.
Yeah.
If you look at the brand WYRD, Weird, they're practically
Oh.
32 to 40 millimeter.
Yeah.
And I mean, now we're talking like they're getting really big, and it's like, that's a little silly. Saw the
it's-
photos you sent, Deacon, my printer would cry.
Yeah, now it's like, okay, you've got your tiny minis, and then you've got something that's like, almost
Yeah.
exactly what you put up.
Well,
Like,
okay, so look at the bulk of that though. Okay, that's supposed to be representational of somebody in like an exoskeleton type armor, right?
Yeah.
Big Terminator armor.
still
Weird
big mini.
weird minis are like,
Oh, they're
I'm a
just
carnival barker, I'm a
like,
ringmaster.
they're just like human minis
They're
that are
human
big.
minis, and they're tall,
Oh,
and they're
that's
skinny, and
weird.
they're wonderful sculpts. They make some fantastic sculpts.
Yeah, the old Inquisitor
Yes.
scale. Those
Yeah.
were the Inquisitor models were, I think, like getting near small action figure size.
Thank you, because that's the joke I usually make is like, let's just get some Kenner, Star Wars figures that are like 6-inch action figures. Standard action figure size was 12 inches when I was growing up, and it's gotten smaller since then.
Yeah.
But vinyl minis are super thin and
Weird
fragile. Weird minis. Yes, they are. That's what I was telling them. It's like the human sculpts are very gaunt, very tall and narrow.
Yeah.
And I mean ankles that are like this, like
Yeah.
toothpicks.
Here, this is, I don't know if you know it, but this is what he was talking about, by the way. This is a normal Space Marine,
Yep.
and that's an Inquisitor scale one.
Yeah.
They're like,
That's like collector model size,
Yeah.
virtually. Like a lot of
they're
lot
like
of anime stuff that you have on the top of your shelf.
yeah, if
You
you,
know, it
print
seems
it out
like-
like a bust or something. Of a
Yeah,
mini.
it seems like it fit right into
Yeah.
that scale.
These are the pictures I was showing him, by the way. that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
And I think I found the files for printing that, and I have been like this close to just sending out emails like, how much would it be to print this? How much?
Well-
Tell me.
So, like I'm sure Jason will tell you the same thing. Like, and we're not going to bug him to do that. But like,
No.
if you can find the files, that's the first part.
Yeah.
Get them. Keep them.
Yes.
Because at some point,
Oh, it's
we
gonna
may
get
wind up
taken
with
down.
a resin printer, or it's going to go away and you won't have that opportunity.
Yeah.
But it's no different than like, and I think I talked about this on another show
It's
too.
like a Hydra. When one file gets taken down, when one file gets copyright stricken or whatever,
Yeah.
two more pop up that are like,
I would call it the whack-a-mole
yeah, another one pops up
symptom.
that's like
the whack-a-mole syndrome.
Emperor large walking war person.
Yeah.
Something like that.
In the early days of cons, when vendors would set up, you'd get people who would have these, what they called garage kits. And they were vinyl kits where they would do sculpts of classic monsters like Bela Lugosi as
dead.
Dracula. Bela Lugosi is dead.
Yeah.
Undead. Or you would get Lon Chaney Jr. as the werewolf, and oh God, who played Frankenstein? It's right on the tip of my tongue.
Frankenstein. I mean, weren't there like
Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah, weren't there like multiple different actors that all made him up?
Yeah, they stitched him
Yeah.
together. Yeah. Anyway,
Alpha Legion.
so what did it say?
Said Alpha Legion.
Yeah.
I am Alfarius.
Alfarius.
Finish your thing. I
Well,
wanna
so
talk
so
about
point
Alpha
point
Legion
being was
after.
like, they would do a sculpt, right? And they might get the license to do the sculpt, and they would buy the right. They'd say, I want to do a sculpture, and I want to recast 3 of these.
Mhm.
So they'd get the permission to do that. And then they had vinyl. They were using pourable vinyl to like, it's like, same way you do resin casting. The whole, I won't get into the whole process. It's a little different, but and then they would paint them up, airbrush them, and bring them to these shows, to these conventions, and they would be fucking awesome. And nobody out there in the market had them.
Yeah.
They were unique. And then you would say, well, how much is it? $375, $475, because they were a limited run. They had to pay for the license, and they had, their time and their money, and people would snatch them up. Yep, I'll take it, no questions asked. So you got the molds, you got the materials, and maybe I'll do one for myself, maybe I'll do one for my best friend, right? Oh, that didn't come out so great. I'll do another one. And then they would sell them, and they would basically say, like out of the trunk of their car, I got a half a dozen of them back here, and they would sell them illegally. I mean, it's garage kits, and Jim and I talk about that because like he got the Nautilus, the submarine from Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. He got a vinyl kit of that. And that thing was fucking awesome. I think it broke, but it was cool. And he had like some classic stuff. In fact, I don't know where it's at. I think it's up there. That Cyclops that I have up there from, I think it's Sinbad in the seventh voyage of Sinbad. That's a vinyl kit. That's a garage kit.
So, onto the subject of the Alpha Legion, which I wanted to bring up when your story was over. I am getting a bit more into reading the Horus Heresy novels. I started reading Horus Rising a while ago. And it wasn't really interesting to me at the time. I was more interested in the current 40K. And then earlier... Was it this year we went to the cabin? Yeah. Yep. Earlier this year, I picked up, I think, book 13, No Fear. Oh, that's...
Is that the one we got at St. Vinny's?
No, that's... we picked that up. I picked that up at I'm Bored. Because we stopped at the co-op to grab some sandwiches on our way out there.
Yep,
I picked it up there. I just realized book 13, No Fear, Ultramarines 13th Legion. Never connected it before now. But I just started rereading Horus Rising, and I am enjoying it a lot more than I did the first time. And the one that I really want to pick up...
Is that Dan Abnett?
That is. Yep, that is.
Okay.
Although not all of the books in the series are written by him.
Right, that's why I asked.
I don't think I have, I've been reading a lot of reviews and watching a lot of reviews about the books, trying to figure out, which ones to get, because aside from the first 4, you can pretty much read them in any order. And, the general consensus is...
I find that odd, but okay.
Well, they don't necessarily, the series doesn't take place in chronological order. The first 4 books are, the first 4 things in the heresy. Okay. The rest of them all kind of take place around the same-ish time frame, but from different points of view, from different people across different sectors and across different planets.
Yeah, I think we covered that too on another episode.
So, the funny thing is, the general consensus is nothing that Dan Abnett has written for the Horus Heresy is below 4.5 stars. So, out of 5, not out of 10.
But that's from the fan base, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's impressive that the fan base collectively likes something, because that's rare in 40K.
Yeah.
But the one I really want to pick up is Legion.
What are you talking about? Nobody ever complains about anything that GW does.
So the one I want to pick up is Legion by Dan Abnett. And that is about the Alpha Legion, written from a human guardsman perspective. And it is apparently one of, if not the best book in the series. And I really want to buy it. I cannot find a copy that's going for less than $30. And for a paperback, for a used paperback.
I mean, you can always put a Christmas wish list together.
That's true.
Just saying.
But if I got it, I'd either want one that's used in good the $30 ones are used, pages are bent, there's stains on it, some a page might be torn. You want a used
gamer stains.
You want a used good condition, you're looking at $50 for a paperback book. And that's ridiculous. Jinx, you owe me a soda. But I really Cheeto fingers. Oh no, not the Cheeto fingers. I'm this close to picking it up on Amazon. What's their Amazon web book thing? You can get digital books on Amazon.
Oh yeah.
They have it for Kindle.
Or,
maybe yeah. the Amazon Reads, something like that.
Yeah,
They
something
have
like
it for like
Kindle's their reader.
Yeah.
But yeah.
they have it for like $9 on there, and I cannot stand. I absolutely hate reading things digitally. Like I almost always prefer to read just paper when I can, unless it's like lists or whatever. But reading books and big chunks of text, I prefer paper because I find it hard to just stare at a screen and read that much.
Yeah,
like
it's killing my eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
In fact, like all this stuff I'm reading for work.
So like I hate reading online, but I'm so tempted to pick it up on there because it's so cheap, and I just it's so expensive otherwise for a paperback, which is why I wanted to stop in the GW store today and see if they had it. But
yeah, you can call again. Like I know we were out there, and that would have been a good opportunity, but like you should call Vince before you go back out there, so we don't waste the gas.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's not a thing where I go out of my way to go out to Fitchburg just for a book, but like if we're getting Tapatios and we're like right there, I might as well stop in just to look.
Oh, Tapatios.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't had
Oh, we might have to get Tapatios soon, I think. Yeah.
Like what, tomorrow before the stream? Ooh, did I say that out loud?
Oh, hey,
Yeah, we gotta watch that. I gotta cut back on the takeout. Like, seriously, I need to get my svelte hot body back.
Svelte?
Svelte.
Isn't that like Norwegian fish thing?
No, that's smelt.
Oh, okay.
Not smell it. Not smelled. Smelt.
Yeah. No, isn't that like metalworking thing?
It actually is. That's a term in metalworking,
I know, like
which is
smelting
ironic. Like, I don't know if there's any connection there or not, but
they put the fish and the bread in the hot Viking furnaces, and then
speaking of weird Viking practices. Okay, so here's the thing. Like, I watched a lot of movies, like, and I've turned you on to a whole lot of movies. Like I can't remember. You watched 13th Warrior with me, right? Antonio Banderas, right? So he joins up with them, and he's Muslim, and they, they're very fastidious about before they pray, they have to wash, they have to bathe, right? And they have a whole ritual they go through. Or I don't know if it's actually called ritual or a routine. It's a routine because they do it regularly, but I don't know if they would call it a ritual as part of their practice. So very clean, right? And a lot of what they considered barbaric cultures were like the Eastern Europe, like the Germanic tribes and the British tribes, obviously the Picts and all that. But so to the Moors and to the Arabs, those cultures were dirty. They were unkempt, and their practices were considered barbaric. So in the movie, the whole Viking clan, they're getting ready to go out to battle, and in the morning,
stronger.
That's funny, yeah. So they start to wash in this communal bowl, and as they wash, they splash their face, and they take the water and they go, they spit it back in, and then they go like this, and they blow their snot into the bowl. And the next guy takes it, and he's like, and I wondered, okay, like, that's not the first movie I've seen this in. There were two other movies that were made kind of around the same time period that I was watching on Netflix, like when I was painting or when I was doing some computer work late at night. And I was like, hey, wait a minute. I've seen this before.
Yeah.
13th Warrior. And so I wondered, and I always meant to look this up, like if that was actually a thing. Now, check this out. You may think, that's just crazy.
Don't tell me that's a real thing.
No, but listen, but it gets weirder, okay? So I haven't looked up whether or not that's an actual thing. But here's what makes me wonder. Yeah, the snot bowl, Jason. Exactly.
The snot bowl.
This is what makes me wonder. Your mom and I have been getting yogurt, like lots of different brands of yogurt, okay?
Okay.
So we get Greek yogurt, we get Scandinavian yogurt, and we get we stopped buying shit like Dannon and Yoplait because it's just chemicals.
It's full of sugar, too.
Here's the thing. There's a brand called Siggy's, and I think it's SIGGI''S.
Yeah.
And it's Icelandic yogurt, okay? Now check this out. Here's where it gets deep.
Is there actual
Greek
preserved
yogurt,
Viking snot in the yogurt?
The Greek yogurt, the fermentation process is slightly different than the Icelandic yogurt. One is fermented normally. The Icelandic yogurt is fermented it went right on my brain, the process. But what's really cool, so the Greek yogurt has live active cultures. The Siggy's from Iceland has a culture, a bacteria, because that's, yogurt and bacteria, that's
Yeah,
what it is. And
yeah.
people go, oh, you're eating bacteria, because people don't know any better. The Siggy's from Iceland has a unique culture that is only found in Iceland and has been there forever. So, is this the cultivated Viking snot passed on down through the generations that made its way here to Iceland and wound up in our yogurt?
Good question. But this is a lot like what Paraj was telling us a while back at his birthday. And I found this...
About the spices.
Yes, and I found this really cool.
The spices life.
Yeah.
The spice flow.
We gotta watch that.
Yeah, well, we are. We're gonna.
Yeah.
Before the 21st.
Yeah. Before the...
Yeah, I agree.
Before
November
the
21st. That's when
Oh, yeah.
it streams through the
Yeah.
21st. I agree, Jason. Siggy's is awesome.
But, yeah, I'm like... Jason, if you don't know this is kind of cool. There was, I can't remember the examples he was using, but a lot of food stuff is... if you think about it, a lot of Indian food is maybe generally spicier than what was the example he was using? Norway? Denmark? One of those?
Yeah, so it's the difference
Well,
between
hold
the
on, let me
equatorial
explain-
region, the equatorial region of the
Man, I
planet.
was going to explain that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I remembered it. So... Man, you ruined the whole thing now. Damn. So...
I'm sorry.
Because it's... places that are closer to the equator, because it's hotter near the equator, they have to have different ways of preserving their food, whereas in places like Norway, where it's pretty fucking cold, they can preserve their food earlier by just like walking outside and sticking it in a glacier or whatever they do. So
Get a piece of fish stand out here.
Yeah.
Here's the fish. Pull it out. Use it to crack your bottle of beer open, or you're like, I
Yeah.
need to pound that out to flake. Yeah, pow, pow, pow.
Yep. So
Why did you use the fish? Oh, I just use it for the halibut.
Yeah.
Okay.
Such a shitty pun. So,
Bringing the comedy to the stream.
so okay. So
You
pla-
sound like my friend
Yeah.
Jim there. Okay.
So places near the equator use a lot more spices because they preserve the food. So like what was the one that he was using specifically as an example? What was the spice that he was using?
Cumin?
Cumin, I think, yeah, was really good at preserving meats and
Yes.
vegetables too, because it's kind of like salt, where it like
Yep.
preserves it.
Yep. But there was a secondary component. Do you remember what the secondary components of a lot of the spices were?
Well, flavor, I'm guessing, but
Well, yeah, that's in there too. That's
Yeah.
maybe like the primary. Well, maybe the primary. I guess we would look at it as like a spice. The primary function of a spice is to give it spice, to give it flavor.
what if
But
they
one of the secondary properties of a lot of the spices that he said they use there is medicinal. So internal
Yes,
for your bacteria,
okay.
your gut bacteria,
Yeah,
and that.
okay, I was-
Because it helps fight off things like
Mhm.
botulism, and it helps fight off things like foodborne illness and dysentery and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Some of the properties of some of the spices.
that's actually what they do. It's funny because it's kind of come around. We got like the modern equivalent of that now. That's what they do at Taco Bell. So when they season their stuff, they put the seasoning on there to basically like help get rid of all of the bacteria that's in all their food, because there's a lot of it.
Yeah, but
So,
like
when you eat the Taco Bell food, it actually starts like a bacterial reaction where you have the urge to shit violently and get the bacteria out of your system.
it's like nuclear
Yeah.
fusion.
Exactly.
But like, yeah, the bacteria doesn't
Yeah.
come from the food when they get it shipped. I guarantee. I told you this.
yeah.
I worked at
No,
Taco
the
Bell,
bacteria comes
and
from the bell of tacos.
the bacteria works from people not cleaning their freaking hands after they use the bathroom, and they go and touch your food and prepare it.
Yep.
And the assembly lines at Taco Hell were just like that. They were like hell, and the conditions were gross. The one that I worked at, like, because I looked at a couple of them with a manager there and a buddy of mine that worked at Taco Bell, and they were pretty meticulous about keeping their whole station clean. And but yeah, you hear horror stories about that, like Taco Hell. I mean, they call it that for a reason. But yeah, I think that's like absolutely fascinating. Back to the Viking Snot Bowl and the Siggy's, like this Icelandic culture that's made to activate in the yogurt. It's one of a kind. It's only found in Iceland, and I wondered about that, and I thought, I wonder if that's something that, like, if that's where the whole snot bowl thing comes from. Like, did they really do that? And is that why they're so hardy? Is that why, like, I guess they don't get really sick in the winter and stuff like that?
Well,
I mean, it makes sense.
Like,
it's gross as fuck, but
massive amount of alcohol that they were drinking and all the mushrooms that the berserkers were eating.
You go pickling your liver and you're pretty much impervious to anything, But
next
anyway.
thing you know, you start drinking like just straight up 100% alcohol. You start eating rat poison and nail sandwiches.
Yeah, like your buddy.
Yeah. Oh, like my buddy. Yeah, my good old pal, my friend, my main man, who died in like the 1920s. Yeah,
that's funny.
Real close with him. Yeah,
that's your boy. Yeah.
So
team. What was his name?
Michael Malloy. Michael Malloy.
Michael Malloy.
Or
turn that way from it. Turn that way. You have underneath your left eye, you got an eyelash that's about to go in your eye. Wipe down. All right. Oh, look straight ahead and then turn your head slightly. Yeah, it's gone. All right.
Or the mushroom liquefies your
saving
organs.
lives
The old
every
Roman
weekend
way of murder.
on Black Dragon Tavern.
Speaking of Rome and ancient foodstuffs,
Rome. Ancient civilization. What was it? Ancient civilization of wonder. It's like Rome.
I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember the show. It was like a Nat Geo thing,
Neither
right?
one of us can remember. That's nuts. NVTS nuts.
Yeah.
No, it was History of the World.
Oh,
it was the introduction to that.
Oh,
it was Orson Welles doing a narration.
Oh,
so
spider.
Funny story. Let me tell you. Where's the spider?
Over there.
Where?
Behind the crown.
Oh, yeah. Let it be in peace.
Well, hold on.
It is a dungeon after all. Anyway, okay.
It is a dungeon. Let's hang it. Let's hang it up on the wall.
You tell your story and I'll tell mine.
Okay, so speaking of ancient Rome and food and all that, I think I know what yours is, so I'm going to hijack yours as well. They had what would have effectively been like ancient Roman fast food stands. And they found those I think they found one in Pompeii, right?
Just recently. Mm-hmm. Yep, and it was
and
almost
they were
perfectly preserved with the colored murals
and they had
and tiles.
It was insane because they had it all painted up. Yep. It was like it was like a fucking fast food stand.
It was yellow and red and
ancient hamburger stands, exactly. But one of the interesting things is they didn't have, obviously, they didn't have ketchup because, here's a crazy thing, tomatoes weren't really a thing back then.
Right.
I mean, they had tomatoes, but they were like that big and they tasted like shit because it was the ancient times. So,
which is ironic because tomatoes are huge in Italy.
Yeah, exactly.
Such a staple part of tomatoes and pasta. They're like two peas in a pod.
I saw a map of
Romans made garum.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Real quick thing. I saw a map of Europe, and it was just a map of Europe, and they had a line. It's kind of like a curved line, but they had a line where you can divide it, where the upper half is potato Europe and the bottom half is tomato Europe.
Potato and tomato.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyways, so yeah, instead of ketchup, because they didn't have that, because they didn't really have tomatoes back then, they used garum.
Yeah.
Which I watched a video on these people making. Like almost, they made.
Isn't there another name for that too? For that
probably.
Fish oil? I thought we just mentioned it the other day too, but I know garum, but I thought there was another name for it as well.
There might be. There probably is. They had names for like everything. But I was watching a video of these guys making garum using an actual recovered ancient Roman recipe that these historians found and were talking about, and I gotta say, it looked fucking disgusting. It made me want to throw up watching the video. They're like, we're gonna take these fish carcasses that have already been sitting out because we used the nice bits of fish for other stuff.
Yeah.
And we're gonna stick them in a barrel in a warm room for a couple weeks.
Yeah, to
and
ferment
then,
and
yeah, and then we're gonna take these rotting, moldy fish carcasses and like scrape the mold off of them, and then crush them down, just like get the oil out of them, and then we're gonna drink it.
yeah.
And I was like, that's. I would quit. I would be like, YouTube. It was fun, YouTube. I'm going. Yeah. I'm not drinking that.
So what's interesting is, like, on the topic of recipes and the topic of ancient civilizations and recipes, there were really kind of like two camps. There were recipes, I say in air quotes, that were nothing more than a list of ingredients.
Yeah.
Throw this in a pot, add this.
Yeah. It's kind of like kind of like the cocktail sauce for shrimp cocktails, you know?
Right.
It's like ketchup, horseradish, Worcestershire, salt.
And it's mixed to your taste until you think it's good.
Exactly.
So and this is interesting because I just read about this a couple months ago. Because again, student of history and art history specifically, I've been seeing some wonderful articles on this stuff, and one of the most recent ones in the last 2 or 3 months talked about that, about how, like, when we say recipes, we mean the term loosely when you're talking about this culture or this civilization, because what they have found in the archaeological excavations are lists of things, like, and it'll be called, like, peasant stew. I'm making that up, and it'll have the list of ingredients, but not like, a half a cup, or because what's a half a cup? They didn't have that back then. It was like a pinch or a dash or a, and sometimes you're lucky if it says a pinch or a dash. It'll say one whatever, or just list it. Goat instead of one goat, or one sheep, or one shearling, or whatever the lamb or whatever. And then like in the cultures that took cooking a little more seriously and realized, like, as they refined it, you started to find those recipes that said a shake or a dram, was a common measurement.
And they still use drams.
Yes.
Actually, it's funny because I had to look that up. Today, in fact, they got a shipment of new, I think it was like syringes or something like that in, and they were listed like 6 dram, 8 dram, 40 dram, whatever, and I was like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
So.
And it's fascinating because that's, like, people are doing that now. They're finding these things. Like, one of the biggest discoveries in the last decade was, everybody was just going apeshit over it, was when they found the Egyptian beer recipe. Yeah. And they were like, we found bushels of hops and grains that were preserved. We're going to try to make it. Yeah. Now, I'm not a brewer, and I don't know a lot about that. Our good friend Brian Anderson is, though, and so he knows more about that. So I don't know, like if you found a grain that was preserved in a sealed tomb for, like, what, 5,000 years?
Yeah.
Could you use it? Could you use hops that are 5,000 years old? I mean, you'd want to be concerned about mold. I know that. Yeah. Or like rat droppings or whatever. But
I'm
speaking of, I have a gross story, like. About a warehouse.
Maybe after that, because I have a story that I want to say after the.
Well, I it's funny because I never told you the other one, and the other one I can't remember now. God damn it! See, this is why I didn't jump in there. We were talking about recipes. You were talking about the fish oil. Talking about garum. Talking about food stands.
Yeah, oxidized chemicals may make it taste different.
Yeah, it would, and that's right. That's right, Jason. And a big part of that is a lot of the foods all the foods we have today are virtually nothing like what they were 5,000 years ago. Yeah. So the taste will be different.
Yeah, I mean, not only because of, like, the recipes or the way they made it or whatever, but, like, half the shit is different. Our chickens are different than their cows.
And they're also pumped full of GMOs.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Like,
and
they just had chicken.
Cow.
We have, like,
and there wasn't
ultra Russian chicken has more. And
there weren't pesticides in the grain and the grass that they were eating, so they didn't get that shit in their system. Well, I know what it was.
They had pesticides. It was just people going in and picking the bugs off.
So you were talking about the Roman fast food stands, right? So the big one that broke was the one that they uncovered in Pompeian, and it had the beautiful murals. But what I thought was cool was, like, they had pots. And this would be like a lamb stew or whatever, like whatever their common dish was. This would be another dish. And they found remains of that stuff in there, so they could tell. And then it sort of matched up with what was painted on the front of the stand. Yeah. So you knew, like, I'll take some of that.
I didn't know that. He says eggplant was a Middle Eastern plant that was originally small, white, and egg-shaped. which makes a hell of a
Yeah.
lot more sense than calling a giant
Yeah.
purple thing an eggplant.
Before they like were crossbred and turned
Yeah.
aubergine, which is what they call them in the UK.
in France.
Aubergines. Oh, in France too. Yeah.
Well, aubergine, I'm pretty sure, is a French word.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
I mean, half the shit we say is probably French. So.
Etymology of the word, but there are a lot of things like that. Like if you ever see a picture of what he described, it's kind of freaky. Like, wow, really?
Yeah. Speaking of the Egyptian thing, though, with the Egyptian beer, do you know the Egyptian pyramid juice?
Is this like Mardi Gras gumbo? Am I gonna like throw up here?
Yes. It's. I don't think anybody ever drank it, which, on the one hand, sad. On the other hand, we probably didn't need a zombie outbreak last year. But it's this like pitch black liquid that they just found pooling in one of the pyramids.
Oh, ichor.
Yeah.
Right? ICOR, ICHOR. Ichor.
No, they didn't actually know if it was that or not. They couldn't tell what it was.
It was like D&D black ooze.
Yeah, it was just a pool of like black liquid.
And nobody ever like sampled it and did DNA
No,
analysis
they
on it?
sampled it. I can't remember what it was, but originally people were saying
Corpse juice?
probably something like that, leaking out of the mummies after like however long. Because I mean, the bandages
Excuse me,
have
your
to.
eyes leaking there a little.
Yeah. No, that's just my makeup. So there was like the internet was split. There was like two groups. There was like, like drink the tomb juice, and then this year's already bad enough as it is. We don't need like a second plague.
When was this discovered?
I can't remember, dude. Like a year ago. It was probably more.
So right around like after the
It was probably older than that, but it probably just came back.
I
Not like the juice. Not like the juice came back.
That was a big thing.
The
for
juice
me.
came back in larger quantities. It started pooling out of the walls and it
yeah.
started dripping out of the ceiling.
The mummies were bleeding in the eyes. When I was a kid, I wanted to be an Egyptologist, so that's why you'll still find.
I swear to
books.
God, I thought you were gonna
This
say
whole-
like, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a mummy. I was like, that's.
Well, I did, and I'll tell you, I still do to this day. When I die, and I'm saying this on Twitch for all the world to hear, I always wanted to donate my body to a museum, and I wanted to tell them, look, if you want a modern day mummy, you can take my body after I die, mummify it, embalm it, take my guts out, wrap me up, and stick me on display.
Yeah.
If you want a corpse that like, because not all museums can afford to get an actual mummy.
So those are expensive.
And like a lot of times you're borrowing them. So take my body, and in a sick sort of self gratification sense, I would be immortalized.
Yeah.
And I would be like a king, like a pharaoh.
You know,
because I'd be dead as fuck, but I'd be wrapped
really
up
dead.
and like put in a display in a museum.
You know,
as long as I didn't wind up like the cowboy.
Yeah, this is not the cowboy.
And if you don't know what we're talking about,
Go
watch
check
the
out,
episode from last week when we talk about the cowboy who traveled to Walt Disney World.
Yeah.
Actual body encased in wax, like a wax figure in the Pirates of the Caribbean.
No, I think it was in I can't remember what it was in. I don't know if it was the Pirates of the Caribbean one. But
the haunted house.
Yeah.
Haunted mansion.
Haunted mansion, I think, yeah. It was one of the earliest ones. Because that was like right when Walt Disney World was getting started up. Anyways,
well, Pirates of the Caribbean was a display before it was a movie for years and years and decades.
But
tomb juice, preserved, immortality,
death.
Death.
One of the states, someplace I think in the continental U.S. just made it legal, not illegal. They made it legal to They made it. I'm stumbling.
Oh wow!
Here. They made it legal to have a full-on Viking funeral. Put somebody out on a boat and light it on fire.
Yeah.
And like, that's. I mean, like that's. If I die, that's how I want to be.
It's cool. It is cool as fuck, but it's also like not that great environmentally because you're putting a lot of like. You know, carbon. CO2 into the air by burning it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it is cool.
Yeah.
So anyway,
by the time I die, we're going to have like terraforming and shit figured out. We can just suck the carbon out of the air.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
That would be super cool. So little known fact about your dad that you probably just learned today that I wanted to be
No,
mummified.
you actually told me that like many years ago, and I found it kind of scary and a bit creepy at the
Oh,
time.
okay, yeah. Again, sounds like
Yeah.
me.
So,
Scary, creepy dad.
one of the things that I did want to talk about on here, two of the things actually, and we're running a bit over here, so we'll probably switch over.
Oh, is
But,
it really?
yeah.
Wow. It's
Well,
10
we
after
also
9,
started late,
Yeah.
so two things real quick. One, with the whole Nordic snot
bowl.
bowl, I was wondering like, could you make a version of, like, could you make a yogurt culture that's like regionally locked to like the old west or something out of the spittoons? Just go digging,
we could
digging around in the spittoons like, yeah, there's yogurt in here.
we could make a whole line of Nordic health products, of Nordic health food and Nordic healthcare workout products, and we could call it Nordic Hack.
Yeah.
I'm sure Nordic Track wouldn't sue us.
No, not at all. You heard it here first, viewers. We're jumping on the Valkyrie train and starting our own skincare line.
Yeah, look out, Valheim.
Not exactly what I was going for, but yeah. I'll explain on the break. The other thing was
skincare. I mean, you can't beat the Egyptians. I mean, come on, man.
yeah.
Some of these mummies, the way that they're preserved. I mean, for crying out loud. You want a facial? That's who you go to. You go to like the ancient Egyptians.
They like,
all it'll cost you is your heart, your spleen, your liver.
Yeah.
You know, and they'll pump you full of these great chemicals that will preserve you forever. Detox.
Yeah.
You be detoxed, all right.
The other,
you don't have to worry about shit in your liver anymore.
The other thing that I wanted to talk about was cheese, because that's so important to
cheese
us
is
as
always something good to talk about.
But ancient cheese, not modern cheese. Ancient
Are you
cheese.
talking like
I'm
UK
talking,
bog cheese?
No, I'm talking like Middle Eastern and Mediterranean ancient cheese.
Okay.
But the first thing I found really cool, I was watching. I mean, this is out of line for me because you know me, I don't really inside out grilled cheese sandwich.
Nice.
That sounds okay. I'm sure it tasted delicious. That sounds horrible to eat because unless I'm just misimagining it, is the cheese on the outside and the bread is on the inside? Do you just stick your hands into melted cheese on the outside? What does that mean?
I want, when you're done, I want to go back to
right.
Jason's comment about San Francisco sourdough.
So, is this the artisanal bread sign?
So what are you gonna say about ancient cheese?
So anyways, you know me, I'm not a big fan of cheese. I like cheese on stuff like burgers and pizza, but I don't really like a whole lot of like fancy cheeses. I stick to the cheddar and the Kraft singles, you know, and I also don't like just eating cheese on its own for the most part. So it was weird for me to just be watching a video about like the 5,000-year-old history of cheese, but it was really cool. They were talking about how why cheese is different across different places. So like there's a lot more hard cheeses up in places like France and all that. I mean, there's all kinds of cheese in France, but a lot of harder cheeses come from further north areas where it's colder, and then a lot of soft cheeses come from like places closer to the equator. So like the Middle Eastern one that I can never remember the name of.
Kefir?
Yeah. I got
Kefir?
it. Yeah. That's the one where you like you do it, and then you drip all of the moisture out of it.
Same thing with paneer from India.
Yep.
Yep. And you can make queso fresco the same way.
That was that they did that there specifically because it was a way to make the cheese and to be able to preserve it and take the moisture out of it so that it lasted longer in that heat. And then the other thing that I found interesting tying back into the Romans was cheese was fucking huge in the Roman Empire. It was one of, I think, 3 staple things that were in the Roman legionnaire diet, which was like cheese, bread, and
wine.
No, it was another food item. It was like cheese, bread, and some kind of like... It was like an old salad. It was like mushrooms, maybe some herbs if they could pick like...
Not like a salted beef or salted
lamb? No,
or...
a lot of the time they couldn't get that because I mean, a lot of the higher up soldiers could, but for like the... yeah. For there's cheese on the inside of the sandwich that you're toasting it.
Nice.
Oh, okay,
Sounds good.
okay. Yeah. I was thinking like a piece or two of bread wrapped in cheese, which would just be like horribly sticky and messy to eat. But
So cheese, staple part of the Roman legionnaires' diet.
Yep, and not only that, it was one of the big important parts of society back then because it was one of those things where it's like easy to make, hard to master type of things, where like anybody could make cheese, but when you had good cheese, you know, that got you like, hey, you're a good cheese maker, you know, come join Caesar's palace to help make cheese or else, you know. But also, yeah, well, Caesar, you know, he had a little room in his palace for all the cheesemakers, and then 5,000 years later, we have Little Caesars.
Yeah,
pizza. Yeah. So, they have records that they found of shipping logs that were like, they didn't just have like cheese, 5 wheels or whatever. They had it broken down by like, this is this type of cheese from this region of Rome.
Nice.
Here's like this type, this type by region, by type of cheese. They'd have broken down, and they would ship cheese and vases, vases. The classic like, I mean, think of the classic
tomato.
Yeah, think of the classic vase. You know, red. I nearly said copper. Red.
Well,
clay,
yeah, but I think
reddish orange.
I think if you're talking, they would seal them for shipping. They're amphora.
No. The vases themselves were a huge thing. This is something I was learning about in art history.
So not amphora, amphorae.
Maybe
like the Greeks would seal oils and wines
maybe.
and amphora.
Well, it was like the red clay vases with the
the terracotta.
Yep, with the very intricate paintings on the outside of them.
Yeah,
those became a really big thing, and they would just ship empty vases. People would buy them in bulk, and they would ship them all across the Mediterranean. But vases...
I think they took that from the Greeks, but I could be wrong. Yep.
Oh, they definitely did. But vases and cheese...
Romans took a lot from a lot of different... Everybody they invaded, basically.
Yep. But yeah, vases and cheese were like their two biggest... and soldiers were their biggest exports. So they would put out like...
And religion.
Yeah.
So, vases, cheese, soldiers, and religion.
And the fourth thing.
The three main weapons of Italy are...
But it was really cool just learning about like, hey, you know, cheese is cheese, but then you look at ancient Rome and they had it broken down in such detail because they found it that important. And they would like, they had their Roman coin. I can't remember what it's called.
Denarii.
That's
lira.
That's my next project. Denarii, I'm gonna start a crypto thing called Roman coin.
Roman coin.
Yeah. Anyways, so they like.
How much can you afford to spend on electrical bill?
So sometimes instead of buying stuff with money, they would say it was like bartering. I mean, bartering obviously still existed back then, but they would buy things that you normally wouldn't barter for. Like, we're going to pay this artist to do like a large mural on the inside of a building.
Here's a wheel of cheese.
Exactly, and we'll give him like 5 wheels of cheese as payment.
Yeah.
And it was really cool because they had they actually had broken down across Rome, or across where Italy would be. They had like northern Italy made cheeses that were more like the Middle Eastern cheeses because it was closer to the Middle East. They kind of like they talked, maybe not friendly talked, but they like mingled or whatever, and they got cheese from the Middle East, and they said, we're close to here, teach us how to make this. And then southern parts had more like, they had cheeses from other parts around like where Greece was.
Around the Aegean.
Yeah, and it was really cool just to see like a cheese map of Rome and like how different cultures impacted that.
If you come across that again, send that to me. That's something I'd be really interested in. I mean, it's not a surprise because...
They didn't talk about Wisconsin, which was a bit of a disappointment.
Yeah, so... ancient Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Ope. The Ope tribe. But like, you know, so it's not a big surprise. You got ricotta, you've got Parmesan, you've got mozzarella, you got all these different types. Like, those are the ones that most people know, right?
Yep.
Reggiano, Parmesan. There's like all these different. So it's not a big surprise. But what I was gonna say is,
cheese recipe or be invaded by the power of Rome.
Yeah. So what blew my mind was they actually found a partial. I think it was a partial cheese wheel in
that was still
peat
good.
bog. Yeah,
Oh,
buried in a peat
yeah,
bog
yeah,
for
and,
like 5,000 years or whatever the hell it was, and they brought it
I
out and it
remember
was
that.
still edible. Like they
And
shaved it down.
yeah, and
It
didn't
was
they
like
eat it?
I don't
Yeah,
know, but
no,
I would not want. I mean, maybe I would watch somebody do it, but I don't know if I would do it myself.
no,
It's like I'll watch you eat it, you know, and I'll laugh when you puke or you don't, you know.
yeah.
But I mean, that's amazing to me. Like they keep finding like okay, about a month or two ago, they discovered a whole loaf of bread that had been carbonized in
Oh,
Pompeii.
whoa.
But from the remains, they think they can extract some DNA out of it possibly and see the ingredients and all that. And you know, so they're finding like every day that they're making discoveries, they're getting closer and closer to actually finding things
Yeah.
that are almost perfectly preserved and that they can replicate.
I mean,
you
that's
know?
pretty cool.
Yeah, that is
That
pretty
is
cool.
okay.
So
I know we're way over, but one last thing about
I don't
digging,
care if we keep
yeah,
going. I'm not
about
particularly
digging
like
things up that are
inter-
like perfectly preserved. Just recently, within the last year or so, these
Did you
historians.
discover the cats in the backyard?
Oh God, when we were out there weeding, these historians or archaeologists or whatever you'd call them, found a perfectly, and I mean perfectly preserved World War One bunker up in the Alps.
Oh wow!
And it had, because it was in the Alps, it was the Alps, is that the right
The
one?
Swiss Alps.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. And because it was up there, it got so cold, and it was completely frozen over, and everything in there was in
Wow.
damn near, like, aside from it being like the uniforms being a bit wet or whatever once it thawed out, everything in there was in near perfect condition. I mean, even stuff like the rations, like
Dude,
they had
let me stop you right there. Why aren't you sending me this stuff? You know I love this stuff. I'm always sending you articles. This is really cool. Check this out. When you come
I
across
think I
this stuff,
did send
just,
that to you,
I
but
don't-
that was like near the start of quarantine last year.
sorry.
So
I really don't remember that. But no, seriously. In all seriousness, like, send me this stuff. I
Yeah,
love it. I
okay.
eat it, breathe
So,
it, sleep
yeah.
it. You know, I mean, like,
I can't remember. I may be making this up, but I think there was something in the article about like there was fighting there, and when the fighting broke out there, some of the soldiers. I mean, as you do, you don't say, "Oh, hold on there, Sonny, whoever Austrian there, hold on." Let me just finish my rations here. You know, you put your food down and you go to fight because your
you
life
throw
is,
it down.
yeah, and because your life is on the line. But when it was thawed out, if I remember correctly, they found like ration tins that were open and still preserved because of how cold it was.
Wow.
And they found blood splatters across the bunker that were
Oh,
still there and
jeez.
still just like, it's like if you took,
Like walking into a preserved
yeah,
crime scene.
exactly. It's like if you took, if it's like if you cut your arm and you immediately froze it because it was just that cold.
Jesus.
It was, oh, it was so cool. So yeah, that's my last story about like perfectly preserved
See,
historical things.
So like yeah, you know, and that's fascinating because like we often overlook what would be considered modern
That's
historical,
over 100 years old.
but it's still considered like not contemporary, modern history.
Yeah.
Like in the last 100 years, like so when you find something like that, you know, people are like, "Oh, this is cool," but really, it's an archaeological
Yeah.
discovery. It's like it was buried. Granted, it was buried in ice, you know, and then you discover it 100 years later. That's still an archaeological discovery, you know, in my book anyway. And I think we tend to overlook that kind of stuff a lot. You know, they become sort of like fascinating. Like, look, they found a bunker, or they found a tank buried in a
Something cool
jungle.
that was on top of it.
Wow. You know, but that's something else to consider as well. Me personally, I'm still enamored by the ancient finds. Every
Yeah.
time I read an article about some farmer or some metal detectorist who found a Roman treasure
You're
coin
like, God
hoard,
damn it, that could have
you
been
know, or
me.
Saxon coin hoard, it's like,
Did
son
you-
of a
wait,
bitch!
wait.
I walked on that mountain. I
Wait.
walked right there.
Did you read the story recently about the guy finding the sword?
Which one, Deacon? I've
Okay,
read
so-
3 stories this
Alright,
year
fair
alone.
enough. This was
like
recent
a,
within the
a
past
young girl,
month.
like
No, no. This was I can't remember where, but this was recent within like the last month or so. This dude, he lived. I think he lived in the UK, and he found a sword in the ocean, and it was like fully covered in like rock and like
yes,
ocean
I did.
shit.
They had a picture of it
and
standing up like
yeah,
this,
and
barnacles and stuff.
yeah,
on it.
exactly, and it dated back to the Crusades.
Yeah. I did read about that, and I was crying. I was like,
That could have been
big
me.
crocodile tears.
I was on the
The little
English
girl though,
beaches.
who found the sword virtually perfectly preserved because it was in an ice cold
Oh,
lake.
she's the king now.
You know,
she's the queen
she's
now.
definitely the queen.
Oh, that's how. That's I don't make the rules.
You know, she fucking pulled a perfectly preserved sword out of a lake. She should be the fucking.
Oh wait,
ruler
I'm
of that
sorry. No,
country.
hold on. The peasant in Monty Python said that.
That's no form of government.
Yeah. No. Shoot.
Too bad.
Wow.
So sad.
Real quick, here's the from the inside of that. Here's from the inside of that bunker. Look at the massive chunk of ice.
Oh my god!
Like with just boxes floating in the ice from
That's
where it was frozen. That is.
crazy.
I mean, there's like lanterns that are just embedded in ice.
Look at that. God, that's amazing. Yeah. So you have a cousin who actually went to school to become an archaeologist, and
I mean,
mythical women distributing
yeah.
swords isn't a good basis for a system of government. Exactly. There you go. Oh, but speaking of like comments
Here,
that Jason's
this is
put
the
on there,
picture. Hold on.
San Francisco sourdough, ammo crate.
Yeah,
That's really
but
cool.
look at the wall of ice.
Yeah, I
behind
know.
that.
That's crazy.
It's just
Well, I mean, the
so
whole bunker
cool.
was probably filled with ice, right?
Yeah.
From floor to ceiling.
I mean, they got
Yeah.
like wire cutters. They got shaving things, ration tins, weapons,
Wow,
ammo.
that's something else.
It's so cool.
If you send me that link via Discord, I'll put it up on the server.
Okay.
Oh my God! Speaking of which, I'm so far behind on updating the Discord server. I think the last show that I did was 23 or 24, and we're on 29 now. So I apologize, Twitch viewers.
It became the like, I swear we'll get around to finishing making the Discord soon, and now it's like I swear I'll get around to updating the Discord soon.
We will update it next
Yeah.
year. Well, at least we moved a little bit on Instagram. We put a couple pictures up, or I put a couple pictures up on Instagram. Speaking of which,
hold on, real quick. Let me tell you, I took some pictures for the Instagram, and then I looked at them and I said, "You know what? This mini's close enough to being done. I'll wait and I'll take pictures once it's done." So they never got uploaded.
I figured, yeah. But like I was gonna say, like for anybody out there, and I think Jason, you know about this too. Like you can follow us on Instagram. Our handle there is at Black Dragon Tavern Online. We are on Twitter, and that's simply Tavern_Black. That's a weird one. We're on Facebook, and that's just Black Dragon Tavern. And then we're on YouTube, and we're on Discord. But to get those links, you'll have to go to our Twitch About page. So check us out there. Follow us. Give us a like. Whatever your social media medium happens to be, check it out. We'll appreciate it.
All right.
And definitely spread the word.
How do you feel about... Oh, you've still got a story to tell about the sour sand.
I wanted to talk about that, and I wanted Jason to give a little more feedback on that as well, because I heard the same thing. And so, like, if you're into sourdough at all, or starters, so that's a huge thing. It's a huge cultural thing, and there are sourdough starters that go back hundreds of years.
I was gonna say, isn't there one in Europe that goes back to like the medieval period?
Yeah, and like here in the States, I think the oldest one is maybe 150 years old. That's known. I could be wrong about that, but I seem to recall that number and associating it with something. And I was wondering if that might be the San Francisco sourdough. But it's so prevalent that the whole idea of creating these sourdough starters, is so prevalent because it's easy to do. It's easy to screw up too, but I mean, it's so cheap you can just do another one.
Yeah.
Somewhat
easy to maintain too.
But yeah,
you have to do is feed it every now and then.
There are breads that are being made that have grown from the same cultures for like you said in France, for example.
Oh, was that France?
And the one that I made.
The one that you made back in the medieval times, obviously.
Back in my medieval times. The one that I made, like, at the outset of quarantine, I made from scratch. And that thing, I finally killed it. I think I finally killed it. and your mom's like, "Oh, it could be resurrected." I'm like, "There is no way in hell I'm gonna do that. I could just start." And I was really sad because it was like
your baby.
it was my baby, and it
Yeah.
was like growing like mad. I had to split it 3 times.
You had to like bring it up back and say, think of the rabbits. You know?
Yeah, you just think of them. Oh my god. Okay, George. It's like, but I split it 3 times to share with people, and they were like, "This is going nuts." They would leave it. I go, "Don't leave it on your counter. Don't. Like they tell you to feed it." I go, "You leave it on the counter. You let it come." Okay. First of all, you're supposed to store it in the fridge. This is how I read.
Yeah.
This is how it worked for me. I got my tips from Josh, by the way,
Yes.
on YouTube. Joshua Weissman. Joshua. Josh Lyman. Ha! I'm thinking of West Wing.
Dude, yeah, that was.
Yeah, he was a character, Josh Lyman. Anyway, I got the names. Anyway,
I don't know how he says his last name. I feel the like crushing need to say it as Weissman every time, just because I have finished my 3rd year of German, and I will feel pain if I don't say it otherwise.
Okay.
So
anyway, point being, I got my care and feeding tips for a sourdough starter from him. I tried his sourdough starter recipe, and I tried it, and it didn't work.
No.
Then I just went online, and I read a little bit, and I literally used the fuck it method, where I'm like, fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to do this and this, because these are the basic components. But what I did is I substituted beer, an oatmeal stout, Samuel Smith's Tadcaster oatmeal stout. I substituted water with that beer, and got my dough going, got my starter going, and that motherfucker took off like crazy.
This was some like Godzilla shit.
This was
right here.
this was
like,
well.
It was growing.
So what I wound up naming it was Beelzebubble.
Yeah,
because
I
it was like
that.
fucking. You would crack the lid, it would hiss, and steam would issue forth like from the bowels of hell. The like sourdough level of hell. And as soon as you took the lid off of the ball jar, it would foam, and it was like, okay, that's a really active sourdough. So every time you read a recipe and it says like you need to feed it, and there's a phase, and I can't remember what the phase is called, but they say you want it to be in this phase when you are going to use it to make bread.
Yeah.
And it was like, watch this. It's like it's ready.
It's like you open a beer or something and all the foam.
That's exactly
off.
Right. Yep.
I wonder if it's because you used the stout in there.
Yeah, I think so, because stout has yeast in it, and that's sort of a Kickstarter.
Yeah.
So some people say, well, that's antithetical, and I can't. It's not that word. It's contrary to growing your own yeast. When you do it right from water, and I have done it from water and flour or whatever, and I have cultivated my own wild yeast, and that's what it is. It's wild yeast. I just helped it along a little bit because I thought at the time I didn't know that the yeast from the beer
you're like the
would actually
aliens coming down and helping with the pyramids. They could do it on their own, but you're just helping them along a bit.
I was just helping along a bit, but I didn't really know that at the time. I just thought, "Fuck, I'll bet this would be really good with beer," And it was like the bomb. It was sour. Like you want to talk about, it wasn't bitter, but it was sour. Like it was sour and
sourdough. Yeah.
Right, but that's also part of the recipe too. Like it depends. You can mitigate that with like other ingredients.
I was gonna say it's like the Wisconsin scientific thing. Some places they're like, I'm gonna take the yeast out of here in the fermentation. I'm gonna add it here, and then the Wisconsin version of that science is like, oh, I bet this will taste nice with a good old beer in there, eh?
Yeah, and take a little bit of Grandpa's brandy from the Grandpa's tackle box.
Yeah, exactly. It's like saying that an airbrush is cheating. It's like, depending on how you look at it, you could say that it's cheating, but on the other hand, it's just another tool that you can use.
Yeah,
to
that's exactly
push it
right.
Along.
Yeah,
Well,
like I said, at the time, I didn't know that little bit of yeast in the beer would create a demonic
hellspawn of a bread dough.
That's right. I mean, talk about Papa Nurgle. I mean, that shit was like ready to we are ready to conquer Madison.
Yeah, I was gonna say
first
Jason,
we take
you're
Madison.
Jason, you're into 40K, so you've probably seen this. The picture. I think it's from the old Death Guard Codex, but the picture of the Plague Marine, and he's standing there, he's got his bolt gun, and his guts are like frothing out of his armor. That's what it looked like when you open up this sourdough starter. It would be like...
So I'm gonna have to do that Return of Beelzebubble, But I wonder like if the San Francisco
Francisco.
sourdough is the one that they've been cultivating for 150 years now.
Yeah.
And like it's like our good neighbors Molly and Zach, owners of Madison Sourdough. I'll bet they've got like sourdough cultures there that they've been building for years as well. That could
Oh, they
could
probably keep
run
that
in their
shit
family
locked in a safe
in
in
a
the
vault.
basement.
Yeah,
Yeah.
temperature controlled
Yeah.
vault, and kind of like the way some people keep their cigars in a climate controlled humidor.
I was
So,
thinking more like the relic from
The Relic.
Cyberpunk. You remember
Yeah,
that? How they had in
I
the,
do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
kind of like that.
yeah. But
So, yeah, it's about 9. It's about 9:30 already.
Yeah.
What do you think about switching over to the workbench for a bit?
Okay, I'm all right with that. I'm okay to keep going here. I could just keep chatting about all kinds of
I
stuff.
could
mean,
too,
like
but I
we've
also
never
like,
actually done a show like that where we've just sat around
No,
and
we
bullshitted through the
haven't.
whole show.
We've done one show where we played video games the whole way through. We did a
Yeah.
show where we played board games the whole way through. We've done shows where we've split halfway to go to painting, where we've split to go to gaming, but we've never done a full fireside chat or a full paint bench stream. I think a
Yeah.
full paint bench stream would be kind of boring.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like we'd really have to have some talk more. I think, and the cameras would need to be better.
Yeah, you know what I think would make a workbench stream better overall?
What's that?
Or more entertaining? I think going and sitting down and having
Like bare combat, like bare fisted combat, like.
Oh,
who
okay. I
gets
was
to
about
use-
to ask, like, when you say bear combat, do you mean like bare hands, like hand to hand, or do you mean like tiny bears on the workbench,
or like
duking it
bare
out?
naked.
Yeah.
I mean, like that'd be a little bit weird, but
No, hot tub stream. That's what we say. that
hot
for.
tub stream, yeah.
How the Templar 3D printed bits? Good. I have a mini that I made using a lot of those. There was a sword, there was a
Yeah.
hooded one, and I wanted to take pictures of that to send to you, but at the same time, it looks kind of crappy because I
Then you
used a
got
lot
high.
of. Yeah.
Sorry.
That song.
I was gonna take some pictures and then I got high.
I wonder if that's copyrighted. Anyways, no, I used a lot of green stuff on it, so I want to wait. I'm gonna take some pictures, but I need to buy a can of spray paint and get it primed first.
By the way,
because...
that's not really a thing that you can say out loud like in a work environment. I learned
No.
almost the hard way. Like
Did you?
I told somebody that
sing
like
that
would get it
at-
and because like somebody
that?
said something like I said and I stopped and somebody laughed and then I PM me on the side and they go, I know what you're gonna say, and I
Yeah.
said, yeah,
No,
that's
no,
exactly what I was
that's
gonna
just
say,
like,
but
yeah.
like yeah.
Nope. It'd be funny, maybe
I was
not.
gonna
You know.
do that spreadsheet too, and then I got now I'm unemployed, and I know why. Oh my god! Hopefully that won't get us the DMCA.
Yeah.
But if we do, it'd be worth it. It would be like,
Yeah.
okay, well, we didn't really, we didn't mean to go there. Just sort of unfolded
Yeah.
naturally, and we stopped, and we didn't,
Yeah. Other than that,
You were
can't
having
really-
issues snapping the purity seals.
yeah.
I
I was
kept
gonna
hearing-
say,
he was building it. I kept hearing he'd move the model.
Hold on.
God
That's
damn it!
Yeah.
Fuck.
that's
I'm
the
like, what's wrong? He's like, I keep snapping the purity seals.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the one thing I've noticed with these is the purity seals are and I guess
They're
the s-
awfully tiny. I
Yeah.
mean, you can't expect.
yeah, but
like,
it's the resin is very
brittle.
yeah, I think that's just resin overall, not just like this resin specifically, but like all resin is just kind
Sure.
of brittle. Whereas like plastic, there's not a whole lot, but there's a fair degree of bendability.
There's
in that
flexibility
plastic.
because those are like
Yeah.
those are petroleum based plastics,
yeah.
whereas like the resins, the polymers, like it depends. Like they can be really brittle, or they can be like rock solid. And,
Yeah.
like, oh my god, some of those miniatures from Fenril from France, from that line. Well, I'm trying to cut them with an X-Acto.
yeah.
Chainsaw.
Yes. But the purity seals, yeah, I got the, I think I told you, I got the Black Templar's army set, that new kit, and I was putting together the Dreadnought from there, and I had a whole bunch of them, his left arm is kind of out like this, and a whole bunch of them that were hanging off his arm like that, and what I found out was every time, Z-Month, it does have some flex, Oh, early Prince Shatter. That sounds bad. What I
Ooh.
figured, or what I found out was every time I pick it up, I would snap one of those purity seals because of how brittle they were. And I
Yeah.
think a part of that is also where I had them because they were hanging off
Yeah.
the edge. So, like, there's one of them that's still on there and it's hanging on because it's like, it's right
Last
up.
man
It's
standing.
yeah, it's like flat up against a flat bit, and
Yeah.
you can't
It's
really
got some
press it.
backing. You can't.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, those are the purity seals. Although I have found another use for them, which I'm really liking. While the while the paper or while the parchment parts of them kind of break, I have really been liking the shapes that are on them. Like there are the tiny shields and the tiny crosses. So when they inevitably break, I've just been gluing those like whatever you
The
call
seals. The wax seals.
them. Well, they're not wax. These are Black Templars. Black Templars have two different types of seals. They have
Okay.
purity seals, which are what a purity seal is.
Okay.
It's parchment, and then it's stamped on with wax.
Yeah.
And then they have a thing called Crusader seals, which are
Are they bolted?
they're like
So they're bolts then,
yeah.
basically.
So the Crusader seals are done on like a red parchment. It's like a blood red parchment, and then they're
Well, I
stuck
imagine
on
if they
with
got
like
bolted into your freaking body, they'd be.
no, not into your body, onto your armor.
Okay.
So then they just stick them on there, and then there's normally something that goes over the top of it, like they'll have a little shield, like a crusade
Yeah.
icon or the
Yeah, a
Templar
little icon or something. Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's like a decorative bolt, like an artisanally decorated.
yeah, like an artisanally decorated bolt. I'm actually
Yeah.
gonna grab one because I have a mini here that has some of them on there, I believe. And I
Yeah, just don't pick it up by the base, and you'll be okay. Yeah, which is what I was gonna say.
Well,
is like
the GW
by the
plastic
time
ones.
you paint them all up and you get them all done, you won't have to touch them around
You
there
see him
anymore.
on the. It's kind of hard, but you see him on the back of his backpack. How they're like
Yeah.
bolted on there.
Yeah.
Should
Well,
be
the
there.
lighting here sucks, but
Yeah,
and
the lighting
I don't
there.
think the camera's
No,
gonna pick that
no
up.
way, camera's gonna get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you want to express your hate and rage with a sense of style.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
But yeah, they are. The designs are really cool on
Yeah.
this, and I do like those.
So I think I might. Maybe I didn't put it on here, but like places like this, I've got this guy here that I was making for the Crusade called the Oath Keeper, I believe I called him, and he's got this like. I'll try to put him up to the camera there. He's got this really nice banner,
Here, let's see.
and it's like a whole. Yeah, you're gonna need something behind there. Ooh, my knee. Oh, that works too. So he's got this really nice banner, and there's all sorts of stuff on there. Like, there's a little lantern, and there's the purity seals, and like all of that stuff that I've glued on there. So little bits. Oh, geez, I'm about to rip out a wire here.
Oh, don't do that.
All of the little bits that are in there have been really cool for adding just that extra touch of character onto things.
Yeah.
So
I love bits. Bits are so much fun.
Yeah.
I feel like when you're kit bashing and building something out.
Mhm.
This is I'm gonna pick this camera up here, by the way.
watch your soda.
This is it's empty. This is the current setup for the game table. That's the 40K. It's very small
Crusade
armies, crusade sized play area that we're practicing on. And that's the rest of the game room. There's our workbench over in the corner. Yeah, we've never actually done this. We said we were going to do this one time. Let's see if I can hold the tripod. There's the black dragon. There's the infamous black dragon.
Channel mascot
Yep. Channel logo.
next to the sword that it was decapitated with.
Yeah. That's the dungeon wall. That's the mini fridge. That's the dartboard area, and the town bulletin board.
Dude, you're going over like everything.
Of course,
There's
like everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody's seeing the backdrop here with the.
Show them that wall.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to do. Trying to get around there. There's my shiny forehead. There's the wall of minis back there. Whole lot of minis. That's not all of them. Then
the dragons.
this thing back in the back in that corner, that big dark piece, we call that the confessional because that's where I store my booze. It's also where like a lot of our board games and card games are over there. Deacon's doing a very lovely show model job, like a game show host. And then this big thing is a hutch that's got like a whole lot of board games, whole lot of Knights of the Dinner Table comics in there.
Yeah, that too. I was going to say the Game Hole Con plushies as well.
Whole lot of fun stuff on the. Oh yeah, the Game Hole plushies are up there. There's the. Oh,
hold on.
Oh,
let me
man,
see
I
this.
can't wait.
Let me see this real quick. My
Let me see if I can
amazing.
tip it that way.
Yeah.
There we go.
My amazing art over there, as you can see.
above the
Yeah.
above the minis. Yep. And then up there is Derpy the Owl Bear. There's the Mimic
Boulet.
and the Boulet and what else do we have? We don't have the Blink Dog. We didn't get the Blink Dogs.
No, I think we did actually.
There's the Beholder.
No, I think we did get it.
The blue one, maybe that's the Blink Dog.
Yeah.
Over there, it's hard to see.
Is
We showed you the Black Dragon,
already.
but that's the shelf of all the buildings, all the terrain
all of the
buildings
terrain plus the Imperial Knight that I still haven't found a home
stuff.
for.
Yeah.
It's so
And the
hard to
game
find
room is a bit of a mess
yeah.
right now. We haven't really cleaned it.
right now, yeah. It's always a mess.
Well, thanks to you a lot of the times, if we're being honest, because
all right,
when
so
you start
I think
getting the
we're
40K,
gonna cut
when you
over
start
to
getting
the
the 40K,
workbench here.
you know, like this is what I harp on you about. Like, we need room to move around here, but you know, granted, okay, I've got the mic shield over there.
We've
Like, I
got
gotta put
plenty
that
of
away.
room to move around. I have plenty of room
You
to
may
move
think
around.
that, but for me, I get itchy. I get like, I got clean this table.
should
I
take
want
a
to put
shower.
stuff down here. I should what? Yeah, I heard that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take a shot. Twitch. Here we go. Took my ring off this time. Let's see if it works.
I mean, last time you took your ring off, it didn't help. So
2 points.
we finally have the camera didn't see it, so it doesn't count.
Oh yeah. Well,
no,
okay.
no, it wasn't.
So over there in that corner, next to the mini fridge, right where Deacon's fingertips are, that's that's perfect. You're right on it. That's the garbage can. And like off camera, I can hit that thing probably like 10 out of 10 times without even thinking of it. And then like what I realized is as I'm wearing my wedding ring, it's so freaking heavy.
Well, you know what the funny thing is?
Where was that at? Like right there.
Yeah.
Perfect.
The first time I think that you mentioned that you thought it was because of the ring, you took the ring off and then you missed even more than the
can
one
flew sideways. Yeah.
And it when like if it normally bounces off the wall and just misses the can,
Yeah.
you hit the bar.
I hit the bar, yeah, because the can was like,
Yeah.
"Rear." I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna happen tonight. So,
Yeah.
But anyway, so food. I think that was a good chat. I
Yeah.
like that. I like just going like on a path about a topic like that.
About cheese.
Yeah. Here's another exciting thing that we could talk about.
Huh?
So last weekend was Game Hole Con, and we did Pie Hole Con.
Yeah.
We did a 2-day in-game room con of our own called Pie Hole Con. We had pie, we had pumpkin pie, we had apple pie, and we had pecan pie.
Shitty inferior pie.
Yeah, all right. I'll ignore that. And we played a whole lot of games, and that was super fun. We kind of got a little cringy on Friday night, but we pulled it back. So
And we pulled it back, and I kicked you. Sorry. We played some games on Saturday.
But we were keeping up. At least I was on Discord with Game Hole Con's posts.
Yeah.
Talking to people in real time, watching their Twitch feed. They did a live Twitch feed from a lot of the events that they broadcast. And the exciting thing was they had a raffle. They had several raffles of every hour just about. And you could win a 1-year subscription, a pro-level subscription to Roll20. And guess who won a 1-year subscription, pro-level subscription to Roll20? Yours truly.
Yep.
So I'm going to be trying to spin up Dante's game, my homebrew fantasy RPG. I'm working on that now. I got the account set up. I got started. It's not my first time at the rodeo with Roll20, but this time I'm putting a little more initiative in it, and I'm working because now I'm at the pro level. I can do custom character sheets.
Yeah.
So I'm super excited about that, and I can use.
You know what is probably gonna suck
What?
though, if we start playing again. eventually, while we're playing, maybe not like while we're playing, but sometime during the campaign, subscription's gonna run out.
Well, okay, so it's October, and I won this like right at the end of October, so it'll be for a full year.
Yeah,
But if I like it and if we enjoy it, then it's only $110 a year, and that breaks down pretty cheap per month.
I guess. Yeah, I mean
I mean, think about it. We're paying for Netflix. Think about all the
yeah,
shit that you
I
waste
know.
money on. You're paying $5 a month for. Weren't you paying like $5 a month for some digital service? And you're like, oh, I don't use it that often, but I have it. You told me about it. We were sitting in your room one time when you were showing me the digital
Oh yeah,
screensavers.
it's it's a it's like a blue light filter. You can set change your brightness, you can change your blue light, and you can set routines and all that.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm not even kidding, it's like 99 cents a month. It is incredibly cheap.
Well,
It's
that's really
yeah.
cheap, but like there were things like I know at one point you were like, oh, I got to renew my so and so. It's $5 a month.
Discord Nitro is the big one I use. But I mean,
Yeah.
like, see, like that, I used to be like, what, pay for Discord? That's stupid. But now it's like, I
Well,
use it every day. That's where I talk to people the most on. And, if I can pay a bit to make it a bit more enjoyable on my end, I'd say it's worth it.
yeah.
So,
So I guess for me, paying $110 a year for Roll 20 at
yeah.
the pro level as a DM, if we can parlay that into
Stream.
the stream, and if we can get monetized at some point, even if we make enough to pay for that a year, I would be happier than a pig in shit. I would be
Yeah.
like, hey, that's kind of the goal. So like everything that I do from an entrepreneurial standpoint, if it's not going to succeed, I know it. But at least if I can keep enough revenue, keep it generating enough revenue
So you're at
to
least
pay for
breaking even.
itself, and then maybe have a little pocket cash to do some upgrades here and there, then it's okay. And that's the kind of thing for me. Like, I would do that anyway. I would buy $110 worth of minis for the game,
Yeah.
right? Because
Probably have already.
probably have already,
Well,
and
most
and
definitely have already.
so I don't look at it as like it's a business and I got to make the
Yeah,
money back.
that's
I'm like,
true.
I'm doing this for my players and because I want to run the game because I enjoy it.
Yeah,
So super excited. Pro level account, Roll 20, good for 1 year, and I'm setting up a campaign.
I'm excited.
I got a module. I got one of the
Ooh.
animated modules, and I'm gonna try something different here. I don't want to talk too much about it. I guess it could. I don't. It doesn't really matter. I'm gonna run a couple first level modules.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
And like the content. I won't talk about the content specifically about the
Yeah.
plots, but they're animated because I think that's kind of
Anime?
cool. I want animated. They're not anime.
Uh,
That would be kind of fun. Like you cross over into like a parallel universe. It's all anime.
all right. So you
But
are
you have
a,
to dress up at the table and
Yeah.
you have to put the
so
wigs
you are
on with the
a
crazy anime
level
hair.
1 human fighter, with a what's that? What's on your character sheet? Oh, it's my sword. That's your sword. That's 8 feet long.
Yeah, exactly. Do you have a miniature for that? I do. Put it out on the table.
No, do you have a miniature for that? Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And you just set out like a 28 mil mini with an actual dagger next to it. That's how big the sword is compared to him.
Yeah,
It's in
exactly.
scale.
Exactly. But so like I said, for me, like I want it. It's free. Why not take advantage of it instead
Yeah.
of letting it sit
Oh,
there and
yeah, for
rotting
sure.
away? Dying on the
Yeah.
vine. So that's something that's coming. So I'll be recruiting I'll be recruiting some players who are willing to play in the campaign, but also willing to be on live
Yeah.
stream. And we could even do something where like if you don't want your face on there, we can put an avatar.
Yeah, we
I was
put an
gonna say
avatar.
animated, but I don't know if that'd be animated.
No, we put an avatar, like maybe a drawing of your character. We throw a voice distorter on you. We
I'm sitting in an undisclosed location.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, I'm sorry, what? Our role initiative. Wait, you did what? You
Yeah.
trolled who? It's like, anyway.
Well, okay. You know what is an interesting thing that I might start to use if we do Roll 20?
What's that?
I bought, because I figured I've got the money in my account. It's on sale, one-time payment. I bought voice mod, just a lifetime.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
How
I bought,
much was it?
It was like It's $40, but I think I got it for like 25 or $30 because
Was
it
it
was.
for sale on Steam or something, or was it
Oh,
just
it's not on Steam. It was just on
Okay.
their own site. It was
I don't know.
on
You're always
sale.
telling me about shit that's on sale.
Yeah, no, that's
on
true.
Steam. So
No, it was on sale on their own site, and it was like their you save blah 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 by buying the. It's like the one time
Yep.
purchase, you get the key for life. So it's like
excuse me.
I had like one thing that I wanted to use it for, one game that I wanted to use it for, and I was only gonna play it for
Deathwind?
like no, this was like just a week or two ago.
Okay.
I had like one thing that I wanted to use it for, but it was on sale, and I was like, I never know what I might need in the future, and when I do want to use it in the future, I don't want to have to be like, hold on guys, let me download this, let me install
let me start
this,
my subscription again.
yep, let me set up my mic, let me change all this, let me tune the settings,
and then remember to cancel the
Yep.
subscription later.
yeah,
so you
exactly.
get billed for it.
So I was like, fuck it, I got the money, I'll buy it. I'm never knowing I'll use it. So now I got voice mod, and I can just use that for
That's
for
cool.
gaming.
I like digital tools. I like digital tools a lot, but I also like that when you can buy. Well, okay, you're paying for access for life, basically.
Yeah.
You don't own it. You haven't. You
No,
know,
it is a thing you download.
Oh, okay, but can you use it without connecting to their servers?
I don't know.
So that's my thing. Like, okay, like in software
Yeah.
you can have on a disk or a flash drive or install, and you don't have to run out to their server to connect to
Yeah.
use it. I like that because I have stuff I'm still using. And you'll be very excited to know, at least I hope you'll be excited. Guess what I fired up yesterday and it worked like a charm. And in fact, it worked better than it has in years
What?
because of this new hardware. And I'm sure it'll work on this too
What?
because of the hardware. NeoBook. Dante's DM
Oh,
screen.
that's your thing. Nice.
Yeah, NeoBook is the
Nice.
software
Hey,
that
make me a
uses.
software for my game.
I would be happy to do that, but you'd have to do most of the heavy lifting. Like
Yeah,
you'd have to really work on it like a project.
Yeah.
And I'm not kidding. I would love to do that. In fact, like nothing would bring me more joy than to work on that kind of project with you.
Dude, if
because-
I can ever get some sort of regularly occurring schedule for that game, I will take you up on that offer. But right now, Jason, I don't know if you're still watching. You know how like in the last couple sessions we've had some scheduling issues for your game? That pales in comparison to me trying to schedule the games of Cyberpunk that I've been running.
Cyberpunk sessions.
We
yeah.
play. Our original plan was every week. Then we decided, okay, maybe we'll give it a bit of time in between. Let's do every 2 weeks.
Excuse me.
And what ended up happening was once a month, very short notice. Like, does anybody have this weekend free? No, I'm busy every weekend this month. Oh, hey,
Yeah.
my plan just got canceled. Like
Yep,
2
there's
days
a whole
before.
month
Yep.
gone. Yep.
Yeah.
See,
So almost a whole month went by in between our first and second session.
which is like, okay, this is what's crazy to me. Everything has, like, the whole world has changed.
Yeah.
The whole world has been forced into digital connections, right?
Mhm.
And everybody's sort of stuck at home, except for if you're on campus or whatever. In the early days of RPGs, you played on campus in your dorm with somebody else, and like you'd have 5 people, 8 people crammed in a small ass dorm. Or you could go to the rec room or like the cafeteria, wherever on college
Yeah.
that there was room to play. But a lot of times late night sessions, and because everybody was in the same environment, you
Yeah,
could play
exactly.
2-3 nights a week.
Yeah, but
And
the
it was
problem
like-
now is like everybody, like in what you're saying, everybody's in the same environment, assuming because you're all going to the same college. Now we've got like 2 people here in Madison, 3 people here in Madison,
One in Stevens Point,
2 in Stevens Point, and 1 in
okay,
Milwaukee.
and one in Milwaukee,
Yep.
right? And even though you're digitally connected,
Yeah.
and that crosses all boundaries and all divides, that
It's
ability to
still
connect via Zoom
really
or
fucking
Discord or
hard
whatever,
to schedule things.
it's down. Yep, it's down to
Yeah.
scheduling, and that's again where like. Honestly, like if you were being a dick about, well, not necessarily, you don't have to be a dick, but it sounds dickish when you say it. It's like,
Yeah.
it's about priorities. It's where you put your priorities.
It's like you
And your friends
agreed
right
to be
now-
in this campaign.
Well, right, but they also have
Yeah.
obligations to their debt, and what I mean by that is like some of your friends may have parents that are paying for their college.
Yeah.
Some are partially getting paid and partially
I know,
grants or scholarships,
But-
or they're paying out of pocket. So that's got to take
No, I
precedent,
know,
you know.
but it's not like oh, I'm sorry, I have class. Because if somebody was like, I'm sorry, I got a project that I need to work on, I'd be like, don't worry about it. That's probably more important. Yeah, I mean, maybe
Yeah.
shooting booster gangers in Night City is more important. It's really tight, but probably work on your project first.
Hard decision.
But then,
Basis for my future and my livelihood,
yeah,
or play a
cyberpunk,
fantasy game.
yeah.
Basis for my future,
Yeah,
play
but on the other hand, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, you're going to a haunted house. That's
people got to get out and do stuff too.
I know, but it's like,
and again, it's like,
it's the thing of like, okay, you agreed. I kind of see this like, I wouldn't go out and say you agreed to be in this campaign. Cancel your plans. We gotta play, because I think that sounds it's like a bit of a dick move. I don't want to say like go cancel your plans because you agreed to be in the game. But at the same time, it's like, okay, I told you that I was trying to schedule a game for sometime this month, but you've gone and now you say you're going to a haunted house like every weekend or whatever.
I get it. What I'm hearing is like that's a new DM thing, but before you criticize that, it goes in cycles.
Yeah.
And as a new DM, you get really irate, you get really offended, and feel slighted. Like you hit that peak where it's like, okay, I'm trying to run this, trying to get this off the ground. I want to learn. I want to run these games, and you lot made commitments, right? And now they're not living up to them. So, but then like eventually you get over it. You find a way around it. You get some sessions in. Everything's good. Everybody's happy. Everything's hunky dory. And then you hit that peak again where it's like now all of a sudden it's a month or two. Jason knows. I mean, like you could be the most level-headed person.
Yeah.
Like I'm pretty mellow, but like I still after all these years of running games, I still every once in a while. It's just whatever environmental factors, things that are going on.
I get
and
it,
nobody can make it, and you're like, God damn it! I planned all this time. I wanted the game, and can't. It happens.
I know, but it's kind of annoying when you say like, I think pretty specifically, hey, I would like to run this. What day works for everybody? And you coordinate and you figure it out and you say, okay, Sunday works. Sunday is the best day for people.
Yeah.
I would like you to have at least one Sunday a month free. And if it's something really pressing and you can't make it, no big deal. We can put it off. It's no issue. I get it. But if it's like, I'm asking you well ahead of time, one night a month, that's it. But you go and you schedule like a haunted house, like on every Sunday or whatever. And it's,
Yeah, I get it. No, I do. I got really lucky for a period of 2 to 3 years. And when I tell people this, they think I'm bullshitting them. They think I'm making it up. They're like, that's incredible. How did you... For a period of 2 to 3 years when we were in Michigan, and I don't know that you had come along yet. I think you were on your way, but I don't know if they were done manufacturing you yet.
It finished installing the drivers.
So it finished, drivers installing it like just a few more minutes. 3 minutes downloading. The regular gaming group that I had in Michigan, this is before Tom died. So there was Jim, there was Tom, and there was Dave, my old roommate Dave, the original 3D Gamers group in Michigan. And they were coming to our place in Dearborn, and I was running games. And we do this every 2 weeks on a Saturday.
Yeah. I
got them 2 weeks out of the month, almost without fail, for 2 to 3 years for about 12 hours. We would do what I call marathon sessions.
You're bullshitting me. That's false. I do not believe you.
Ask Jim. Jim is still around. He's the only one left alive now besides me.
I was about to say it.
Yeah, I probably killed them all from that. Because I would say, we're going to run marathon sessions. And I'm like, well, what's that, F? And I'm like, that's a 12-hour session, James. That's where we go from noon to midnight.
That sounds...
And like, they were like... Dave was like, yes,
Okay, I would love...
we get pizza, we get Mexican food, we get Middle Eastern food. We'd have like...
Totally, I mean, like...
Table set up in the back,
depending on how you do it, I could totally see playing that and really enjoying it. If you do it in person, it'd be awesome. If you got some food, whatever, it'd be awesome. But from the perspective of playing it online, I would hate that.
Oh, hell no.
So fucking much.
There's
That would
no
be
way
horrible.
I would do that online.
I would walk away with a massive headache.
No.
That would.
This
that
was
suck.
like a full 3D table setup with all the terrain.
The other thing is, having GM'd for like 2-3 sessions now. Holy fuck! I would hate to try and prepare for a session like that. I struggle getting shit ready for like a 2-hour session. That's also because our 2-hour sessions end up being like an hour of people talking and half an hour of, no offense, I love you all, half an hour of people being stupid and not being able to think outside of any like average or even sub-average human thought, and then half an hour of playing. I told you what happened. Jason, let me explain this to you. They had they had a train to catch. They had to get on board a train and steal some cargo and get off the train. This train happened to be parked, stationed.
Parked.
Yeah, this train happened to be parked at a loading station, standing still, not moving.
And they had 45 minutes, right?
15.
15
because it was going to take them like 30 minutes to drive out there.
Because the original plan was they were going to have to find a way on the moving train.
Yes, the original plan was they were going to have to find a way onto a moving train. But then I thought, okay, you know what? I feel bad for them because of what happened session 1, which is they were fighting some booster gangers just using the basic like street rat booster ganger template, and those booster gangers in the core rulebook are like the basic barely like a thing on the sidewalk are super ridiculously fucking powerful. Like, to the point where one of the characters nearly died, and I had to start fudging rolls so that people weren't dying because of how powerful those were.
Jesus.
But I felt bad for them, so I was like, alright, you know what? You got 15 minutes. This train, you will have 15 minutes at this parked, stationary train to get on it.
It was in a depot or something, right? A terminal?
Yep.
Yeah.
It was
in the station.
It had already left, and it was at one of its stops. It was making like 5 stops.
Yep.
The second stop was where the cargo was getting unloaded. They needed to get on and get off before then. It was at the first stop. It was parked there, stationary, and it would be for another 15 minutes. And, you know, for the first... say what you... About the timer, talk about that. I set a timer. Because
and you told them it's starting now.
I very specifically said, hey, you will have 15 minutes to decide how you are going to get on this train and to get on the train and to do all that. You have 15 minutes. I'm starting the timer now. They spent the first... I'm not even making this up. Because I had the timer running. They spent the first 8 minutes and 42 seconds talking about how to stop the train. Oh, what could we put in front of the train to stop it? What if we put, like, if we break into the front of the train, you know, could we shut it down so it's not moving? How could we...
Oh.
And I was sitting there, I was dying inside. Finally, one of the players...
Did you give them prompts?
I was trying, I was like, maybe...
No, I mean, like, you're 5 minutes in.
Yeah, no, I was, yeah.
Oh.
And they were like, okay. They were like,
geez.
you know what they did?
What?
They were like, okay, thanks for the heads up. And they kept talking about it. So eventually, one player for almost 3 minutes straight, from minute 5 to minute 8:42.
You got it down to like
I got it down to the timer.
Wow.
From like 5:01 to 8:42, this player was like, okay, but how are we gonna get on the train? No, how are we going to get on the train? And they would just talk over them. How are we going to get on... I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out, okay, no, but what... No, I think what we should be asking is, how do we get on the train? And I was like, I was calling them out by name. I was like, hey, that's a very good question you're asking. Maybe you other players, cough, cough, should listen to them. And they were like, we will listen to them after we're done figuring out how to stop the train.
God.
And eventually...
You're like, the fucking train isn't moving, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I was, and I was like... I stopped them. I was like, okay, guys, hold on. Can we pause for a second?
Could they have gotten on and then taken it to the next stop?
Yeah. Let me tell you what they could have done. They could have gotten on the stationary train, gotten the cargo, and jumped off.
Could they got on as passengers?
They could... it wasn't a passenger. It was a cargo train.
It was a freight train.
But here's the thing. This cargo train, I had this all worked out ahead of time. it wasn't staffed, and it wasn't guarded because it's all automated. Because Cyberpunk, shit's
Okay.
automated. They got
Yeah.
like cranes that automatically take the shit out, so they didn't really have people guarding it. So
You basically handed it to
I
them.
literally handed it to them on a railroad steel platter.
Railroads on an iron platter.
Yeah. So I was telling them, here is a train. It is stationary. It will be stationary for the next 15 minutes. Not 15 minutes game time, because that can go by fast. For the next 15 minutes real time. It is, again, let me say this, it is stationary. It is not moving. All you have to do, and let me tell you, I was giving them a difficulty 5 athletics check to get on the train while it was parked.
Yeah.
Do you know how tough a difficulty 5 athletics check is?
It's pretty basic, isn't it?
Yeah, the average one for like logging into a computer is
Yeah.
like difficulty 13.
13,
This is
yeah.
this is a like
I was
I'm
supposed to say
basic-
15, but yeah, okay.
it's basically like I'm not even kidding. This is the note that I had written out for it, was a difficulty 5 mind the gap check, where
Mind the gap.
the only I don't
Oh, man,
I don't
oh, I
think
love it.
without having the worst roll in history they could fail this check, because some of them, their bonus to that roll
Yeah.
was like 5 or 6 or
Yeah.
7, so they
I was
just
gonna
pass
say,
it automatically.
I was gonna say you
So it's
basically like
literally
walk
just
on.
a mind the gap.
Yeah.
Unless you roll like the worst roll you've ever rolled,
Yeah.
you're not gonna trip and fall. And even then, I was gonna give them a single point of damage. You trip and hit your head on the railing.
So if you or a loved one like to play Cyberpunk
Yeah.
Red, Deacon will be interviewing new players in the near future.
Yeah, real fast. So again,
Oh my goodness.
stationary
That's
train,
hilarious.
unmanned, unguarded, stationary, not moving,
Yeah.
parked, stationary. They could
That's
walk
pretty remarkable.
on.
Did you have a post-mortem though? Did you do a post-mortem after the game?
Post-mortem,
Like, did you...
post-mortem after I fucking killed them for being so, yeah.
Okay, there's that. But I mean, like, did you follow up with them and say, hey, look, casual observation here, friendly observation. I basically handed this to you on a silver platter. And nobody except for fill in the name of the player who kept saying, how are we going to get on the train?
Okay, so here's the thing. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I am going to give that to them once they got on the train. Because in that hour and 45-minute session, they still did not manage to get on the train.
Oh,
The
my
session-
goodness.
the
What did they
session-
wind up doing for that whole time?
The whole time they were talking, how do we stop the train? How do we
Okay.
stop the train?
Okay, well,
And
that's where, as a DM, you have to stop and go, stop.
I was trying to.
Well, you can, I don't know if you
Maybe,
can cut mics.
I guess I wasn't trying hard enough.
I don't know if you can cut mics off, but you got to be assertive and you got to say, all right, stop. Everybody, literally, stop. This is unproductive. We're wasting incredible amounts of time, and no offense, but it doesn't seem like there's anybody here that's listening except for, and then not to put them on the spot, because then they might get, like, you're, it's like, this person is the only one that asked the relevant question.
Yeah.
The train is not moving. You don't need to know how. You sometimes you have to
exactly.
You don't have to be a dick about it, but like, I have run games, like my home games. I've not had a lot of that. Like once in a while, you'll encounter like a player who overthinks it and is really bogging everything down. But like,
How are you going to advance the story?
Exactly. We have a player who
story's advancing about as much as the train right now.
Exactly. Yeah, still parked in the depot. We have a player who I will not name.
Oh God, I know the story you're talking about.
And which one? Whisper it to me. Well, no, there was that. That was like mind-boggling. That was a fascinating observation of the human psychology, and now we know why that happened.
Yeah.
So, not that player. I'm talking about another player.
Okay. I'm curious because I don't know the one you're talking about.
They've grown. Well, I can't give it because if I say anything, the individual, and this could be like a current player. This could be a past player that we played with. This is why I'm being really vague. Can you bring me one of those too? Anyway, point being, they've grown a lot, and I really do admire them for their dedication and their growth as a player. Because initially, they were overthinking it. And I literally, I finally one day, you know me, I have it's like my other three strikes you're out policy. I will try 3 times to explain a story to somebody or a concept. And not out of frustration, but out of like, I genuinely want to help somebody learn and grow. So if I see that they're struggling or they're not getting it, I have to ask myself, did I make it too convoluted? Did I make it too complex? Did I just not do a good job as a storyteller in writing how this scenario looks? You know, so I will phrase the situation, I'll frame it, and I'll put it in a certain way, and I'll rephrase it the second time. I'll rephrase it a third time until I see the light come on with the player. So, oh my God, you're licking whipped cream off of a plate over there. You know, dude, we have forks and spoons and stuff over there with the utensils on top of the microwave.
Dude, I don't want to have to wash dishes.
This is like quality stream content that like he could be doing here, and like I'm sure like, you know, watch Deacon lick this plate of whipped cream. It's kind of like the ASMR, but like with,
yeah.
you know.
I'll just put the plate right up next to the mic.
Yeah, Amaranth ain't got a thing on you.
Just wait until I bring out like the gamer like Mountain Dew and Doritos ASMR.
Oh my God!
All you hear is like
Cheeto fingers.
You know?
Exactly. So you know, this player grew, and I'm happy about that. I'm super glad that they matured as a player. But what it took for me, it finally dawned on me like, okay, this one's going to require the hammer a little bit. And I said, stop. I said, you're way overthinking this. And they realized, they go, okay, you know, I was kind of concerned about that. And they self-corrected, course corrected, and they got better. But, you know, I don't want to turn the rest of the stream into like a bad player story, bad player rant. But everybody has that, Deacon, you know, and that's part of learning.
You know, I think you're right. I got to bring the hammer down onto their brains to fix it.
Onto their fingers while they're on the table.
No, I just right to the head. Yeah. Here, this will help you think better.
God, this will take your mind off of like trying to figure out how to get off the train or get the train to stop.
You know what was suggested?
What?
Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
I don't think you're ready for this.
I'm ready.
The suggestion was made...
A duck.
Close. The suggestion was made, and I'm pretty sure it was a joke. Honestly, I couldn't be too sure.
At this point, anything goes.
But the suggestion was, Ray, you might want to put your drink down. Finish drinking.
You know me, I'm bad at that. Nose Rocket City.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't want to go like right onto the laptop. The suggestion was... The suggestion was made to raid a Biotechnica place and put a cow on the track. And I had to stop. I did have to bring out the hammer.
That sounds like somebody was straight up trolling your ass.
Okay. That's why I said I'm pretty sure it was a joke, but I had to bring out the hammer and I had to say, stop. Do you realize what we were talking about? This is effectively... Because it's cool. It's a hammerhead train.
Uh-huh.
It's a sleek train. It's almost like triangle shaped, kind of like that. Okay. And then the front of it is a hammerhead, kind of like that. And there's a net runner. There's one staff member, that's the net runner who controls the train. And I was saying, stop. I posted a picture. Here is this, like, multiple ton behemoth of a train, and it's on a rail because it's not just like, it's not on like wheels or whatever. It's speeding along. It's like a bullet train or like a rail gun the way it goes.
Ground beef for everybody.
I was gonna say, if you put a cow on there, that cow will be missed by the time the train is touching it.
Missed. That was a different computer game.
Yes. But I just had to be like, stop.
Yeah.
You know what? I love creativity. I want you to end your line of thinking right there because I can tell you it's not going to work.
So a couple things. Like the nuclear option is to mute the mics. And I think...
I don't think I can do that because it's a group chat. I made a server because it was to a point where it's like, all right, you know what? There's enough distractions. I'm making a server because this isn't a thing in group DMs, but is a thing on Discord servers. You can set priority speakers, so it like lowers everybody else's volume when a specific user talks. Oh God, yes, I've heard of this.
Yeah.
Paranoia. Oh, this might not be the right game actually. There was a game that we were talking about on a server I'm on, where basically you start off and the players don't know the rules.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. So you start off, and the players basically they get dropped in. You say, "Here is like the setting. Here's whatever. Like here's the setting of the story. What do? You don't say. You don't give them character sheets. I mean, you give them a character sheet, and that's got like name, age,
Yeah.
race, whatever. But you don't give them stats.
See, I
You
feel
don't-
generous now because,
Yeah.
like, realistically, think about that. There are no. I have the written rules for Dante's game.
Nobody else.
Nobody
does.
else does, and they're like, well, how am I gonna? I'm like, stop, just relax, don't overthink it.
Just do it.
Here's some basic mechanics that you need to know.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what you need to do. I want you to focus on playing your character and focus on
Exactly.
the
Yeah.
rich world that I provided for you to explore. And what happens?
People have fun.
That's exactly right, because they're not wrapped up in
I
like,
passed
well, what
the
page is
test.
that on? How do I? And it's
Dude,
not
what
until we get
page
to the
is
point.
that on? That would be okay. I gotta pause real quick. In your game, in Dante's game, that would be fucking horrible. What page is that on? Oh, let me see. That is in Binder 7, Chapter 32, page 50.
The second edition, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
That's in the Wilderness Guide for the, it's like, and
I'm
that's
just saying,
literally what I
looking-
mean. You saw,
Yeah.
I mean, you know the library I have in this
I'm
room.
looking,
I mean,
just so people kind of know what we're talking about. I'm looking at the rules for his system right now, Dante's game. I'm counting 5 different binders. I mean, like thick binders, like like that. 5 binders. Well,
Well-
I can only presume are each full.
well, yes, they are, but okay, and in all like,
Rules, world building,
I hate
story.
this term. In all fairness, in all honesty, that's a better applicable.
To be
There's
fair,
one
no.
that's like my encyclopedia, like the Atlas of the world.
You have a single binder dedicated to treasure guide. That's like,
2 of them actually.
yeah, I'm sorry. One of them is just a single binder for normal treasure. The other is magical treasure.
Yes, that's true. But those are those cool ass Paizo cards. Those are the treasure cards that have their own sleeves. So those aren't really rules. Those are like if you find something like a bag of holding, I can pull the card out. Here, you got a card.
Did
Hold
you,
on to this. Now hold on. One of them is the rules binder. One of them is the
world.
the atlas. It has like and it's not really done. It's
No, it's
half-assed. But I have the new maps,
Yeah.
and so that's something I could do.
we should.
2 of
sit
them are
down
treasure
someday
binders,
and just go over
and I don't know what the 4th or 5th one is.
unmarked.
Uh,
There's
yeah.
treasure
Yeah, I see.
guide. There's treasure guide normal,
Yeah.
treasure guide magical.
Oh, one
Dungeons.
of them is my dungeon manifests. For all the no.
I just have to go walk over here real quick.
Violence is a bad thing. You should never enact violence upon anyone, even if it's a loved one like your own son.
Have you seen the meme?
That's why I'm going
Yeah.
off camera for a minute.
Have you seen the meme that was like? It was something like it was a drawing, it was a cartoon of some kid, and this kid was like, God came down to Earth, and this kid was asking God a question, but you couldn't see what he was asking him. And all of the text was blurred out, and the next panel, God had a baseball bat, and the text on it just said, like the caption or whatever said, violence is never the answer. Violence is a question, and the answer is yes.
Oh, that's funny. Oh my god. So, but okay. So again, in all honesty,
He's gonna get raptured.
somebody's gonna get raptured.
No, I said little Timmy's gonna get
Little
raptured.
Timmy's gonna get raptured. I like that. Can we adopt that as a new slogan?
Remind
During
me to
the
tell
game.
you. Remind me to tell you about little Timmy afterwards.
Okay.
After your story.
Timmy!
Because this is a pretty funny thing.
All right. But what I was gonna say though is like, yeah, okay, there are 4 or 5 binders over there.
5.
But they're not all rules. Some of them are supplements to
Yeah.
the game. I have 1 binder of rules, and the only reason it's in a binder is like, if I printed it like a book, it would be about the size of a standard rule book, RPG rule book. So it's not like I've gone overboard and I've got 5 binders of rules that have to be referenced. It's more the guide, like,
Yeah.
Pirates of the Caribbean, Barbarossa, right? Besides, the rules are more like guidelines because that's my style of play. That's how I play. There are mechanics that are there if you need them. If you need to feel like you need some consistency, you've got that whole system of combat. You've got, magic is kind of fluffy because I use D&D 5th edition magic because it's easy. It's done. I don't have to think about it and reinvent the wheel. I tried magic points before. I tried mana points. I tried like all these different combos,
Spell slots are just a good way
spell
of doing it.
slots, and well, that's what I'm using now.
Yeah.
And so, and I'm still looking for a good magic system. My game though is a low magic. You know, Tom Staskell is really kind of the first person who described it that way. Maybe the second, because even I never really described it that way. But it really is kind of a low magic kind of a game. Um, it's there, but the thing is, oddly enough, in the last 2 decades or 3 decades now, um, I could count maybe on one hand the number of people who have actually wanted to play any sort of character class that had spellcasting abilities.
Well, okay, I think
One was a
that's
mecha magician, and that was Craig Armstrong.
even even Lexus was playing a Mecha Magician.
Yes, Lexus. So Lexus and Craig, they both played mecha
It's
magicians.
a badass class.
Tom Schneider played a spellcaster, and he was wicked. He was a good spellcaster. And honest to God, I cannot think of anybody else down the line that maybe somebody played a dual class that had a witch hunter. One of the players at one point played a witch hunter who had spellcasting abilities. That's 4 people, Deacon. That's one hand. I mean, that's not even a full hand. Like the thumb feels lonely because there's nobody there to assign to the thumb. Um, but and it's not by my design. It's just like for whatever reason, people say I want to play this character. I want to play that. But I do miss running it. I sincerely miss running that game, and so I'm looking forward to spinning that back up. Maybe starting off virtually, and then eventually when we get to the point where we can play in person, we could do that again. Um, but yeah, like it's also kind of cool because it helps players break out of that mentality of like, I have a rule book to lean back on, or if they want to become a rules lawyer and they want to learn, it's like, guess what? You can't because there is no rule book for it, you know, and that doesn't mean that like hobbles that ability for anybody to like really take advantage of their character and figure out how to do that. You can certainly do that, and I'm the type of DM that likes to give people chances. Like, hey, how would I? It's like, well, let's talk about it. How would you? How could you? What skills do you have now? And I think we do a pretty good job during the player
Yeah.
the character creation phase of going over the skills with everybody. And I always give people handouts in addition to their character sheet. I'll tell them, I'll make a list of your skills. I'll put them so you got them on a one sheet, or your spells, or whatever the case may be. Which, of course, is why I went to 5th edition Magic, because I've got the spell cards.
Yeah.
And I don't need to print all that shit out anymore. I can just give them the deck of cards. Or if they want to bring their own, they're more than welcome to. Bring your dice, bring something to write with, and, we'll keep the character sheets here, and everybody's golden. But, anyway. What were you going to say? What story were you going to tell?
Trying to find it.
Oh,
because
okay.
there's a really good one. There was
This was a Timmy story? Little Timmy?
Yes, this is the Little Timmy story. There's a guy on Reddit called
Okay.
Poem for Your Sprog, and
Okay.
he's awesome. He just goes around random posts on Reddit, and he'll write out actual like comments that are related to whatever the post is, but he'll do them all as poems. And
Oh,
his
shit.
most
Okay.
his most common one, or his most, I think, famous one, is about Little Timmy.
Okay.
And
Is this little Timmy that fell into the well?
no, this
Just
is
Little
Little
Timmy?
Timmy that this is Little Timmy that has a really fucking hard life. There was here, I think this is it. Here, this is one of his first ones was when little Timmy saw them near, descending from the sky, he didn't doubt or fret or fear or stop to wonder why. He simply watched them plot the night and through the darkness slip. The moon and stars reflected white and bright upon the ship. He watched the craft, and as it came, he pondered on his own that life would never be the same, that Earth was not alone. He watched the sliding door release with open hope and pride. Alas, they didn't come in peace, and Timmy fucking died. And then
That's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, he's really good at writing these, and there are a couple other ones here too, like, when little Timmy drove his car beyond the open road, he traveled swift and fast and far and never stopped or slowed. He shook his head and said, and yet the pedals down below, I do from time to time forget just which is stop or go. He thought a further moment more, then turned the key inside. I've never got it wrong before, and Timmy fucking died.
Oh my god.
There was also
And wait, so he's basing these off of stories that are posted and then like taking the comments.
yeah, or like, you know, here's a news article about a car chase.
Crash.
So
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
whatever.
yeah. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Those sound very British. They sound
Yeah.
like the what was
tram.
the book?
The
The Cautionary Tales. The book of Cautionary Tales that your mom had, and we don't know if she still has it, but like it was children's cautionary tales, and it was a really famous book.
I know the one you're talking about, actually, but let me read you a few of these.
Okay.
A few more. I've only got a few left. There was, when little Timmy went to school, he learned to read and write. He thought perhaps it might be cool to set his farts alight. Alas, it wasn't long before his teachers caught the scent. They rid the room of gas alone, allowed the class to vent. I'm banning breaking wind in here, his troubled teacher cried. So Timmy held it in a year, and Timmy fucking died.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
There was also one about pirates. It says, when little Timmy took a trip and dropped the sail to float, a pirate stopped his tiny ship and claimed his little boat. But where's your wooden leg, said Tim, your golden teeth, your hook, your rotting plank to make him swim, you're missing all the look. You call yourself a pirate, kid? The boy exclaimed inside. Alas, it seemed the pirate did, and Timmy fucking died.
Oh my god.
There's also, the final one that I have saved here is, when little Timmy won the crown in 1665,
Oh my god.
he donned his royal golden crown and said, I feel alive. There's no one quite as strong as me. There's no one half as wise. For I'm the noble king, you see, he said and closed his eyes. He wiped away a regal tear. He shook his head with pride. Alas, the plague was rife that year, and Timmy fucking died.
That's pretty funny.
There are...
That's on Reddit?
Yeah, it's a guy called Poem for Your Sprog.
Yeah.
Don't know what a sprog is.
See, I'm deathly afraid of Reddit, of like how much time I would waste there. I mean, seriously, because I did before, like in the early days of Reddit, I spent so much time there, and I had to just leave. I'm like, there's too much to look at here.
He also does a lot of poems that are not about Timmy and actually sound like real poems. It's kind of cool.
Interesting. We have a Reddit account. We set up a Black Dragon Tavern Reddit account.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, we don't use it, but
no,
like, you know,
evidently not.
in our infinite wisdom, you know, like it's like we should set one up before it gets snatched
keep
up.
the name, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but you know, that's the difficulty of setting up social media accounts. Like, look at the Twitter one as a perfect example. You know, at @tavern_black, which is kind of cool as a name itself, but it's like you would never, you know, associate that with Black Dragon Tavern. I would not in a million years. But you know, it is what it is. To quote a Robert De Niro line, "It is what it is." That got picked up. That turned into a whole meme and a whole like saying. Oh, speaking of weird things that get picked up and like perpetuated, you know what? It just made it into the Merriam-Webster dictionary.
God, what made it?
Am I right? Am I right?
Like as
Am I
one
right?
word?
Yeah. AMIRITE. Am I right?
Why not just use? Okay.
There were 3 or 4 other ones too that were pretty popular, and I can't remember what they were, but I remember "Am I right?" because I was thinking like, I'm gonna fucking troll
Slap
people with that.
someone.
No, I'm gonna troll people with that because I'm gonna say, I'm gonna create a new definition for it. I'm not gonna pronounce it "Am I right?" I'm gonna call it "Amorite."
Yeah.
And it's going to be a cheap, plasticky substance that isn't very durable and tends to break upon, under duress or stress. Because, people have a fit. Like, if you start saying, what kind of fucking word is that? Am I right? Then they're going to say, oh, you're a colonizer because, you're correcting people on their grammar. I'm like, you have no fucking clue what my background is. I was a fucking people eater. Part of my heritage were people eaters. The Aztecs.
Vlad? Oh.
No, not Vlad. Not. I don't think I have any Romanian or Transylvanian or any East. I have a little bit of Eastern Europe in me, according to my DNA, but my DNA report. But no, I'm talking like indigenous from Mexico, where they were cutting out hearts and eating them for like breakfast snacks. It's so, I know it's a little morbid, but there it is. And then there's the other side of me, 20%, whole 20% Spanish. And of course, we know who my great grandfather 10 generations back or whatever it was. Yeah. Founder of the Goa chapter of the Spanish Inquisition. So
Saint Francis Javier.
Being an inquisitor, Saint Francis Javier, that's right. Francis Xavier, otherwise known as Francis Xavier.
Oh, yeah. That's the Christian.
It's Javier de Hasso, Francis.
Saint Francis Xavier.
Yeah, but there's another name, and I'm trying to think of what.
Beatified?
Beatified, I think it
by
is.
Pope John Paul something, maybe? I can't remember who it was.
Second?
No.
Anyway, point being, yes. So I have a bloodline that descends from the Inquisitors, the Spanish Inquisition. Not something to be proud of, not bragging about it, but I just find it like really kind of crazy.
I do want to point out real quick, I'm sorry, I'm on my phone a lot. I'm trying to find more of these because the subreddit, there's a subreddit where they just post the screenshots of the poem so you don't have to go like digging for them. Yeah. But I want to find the ones about Timmy, and it's really hard to find through all of the other ones. So
I'm just craving pizza right now.
Here's another one if you're done with that story. It says, when little Timmy Whitten bought a fruit of vibrant pink, no one expects the Spanish Inquisition. That was my other idea for a Halloween costume, and you'll get to see what I ended up going with tomorrow. Actually, keep an eye out for that.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, but my graduation robe from La Follette looked like the fucking robes they wore in that skit, and we've got a cross on a chain there, and I've got fancy pillows, and I've got a bomber hat. I'm sure we have goggles around here somewhere.
Jesus Christ! Like I got 3 rosaries up there. 3 actual rosaries hanging there, and a Viking axe.
Yep, that's mine.
That's yours, yeah. But I've got a big crucifix out there we could put on a chain.
Yeah.
Like Monty Python size crucifix.
You know what they had at so I can't remember if I told you or not. A couple weeks ago, oh my god, almost a month ago now, I guess. When Griffin came over, when we ordered a whole bunch of glass nickel, you remember that?
Yeah.
We watched Johnny Mnemonic because this was before we started playing our Cyberpunk campaign. I was like, before we start playing, I need you to watch this. So we sat down and we watched Johnny Mnemonic, and afterwards,
Street Preacher.
Yeah, and afterwards, can't remember if it was the next day or like the next time he came over or whatever. We went to St. Vinny's. Remember, I picked up the pandy pajamas, and that was before Halloween. I mean, of course, it's before Halloween. It's still before Halloween now, I guess. But that was like just a bit before Halloween, and they had all their costumes out, and one of them was like a priest thing. But they had like a plastic crucifix that looked like a knife on the bottom, and I looked at it. I held it behind me, and I looked at him, and I grinned, and he was looking at me like, "The fuck are you grinning for?" And I held it up, and I said, "Do you need someone brought to Jesus?"
Yeah, that was a great line.
Yep.
Do you need someone brought to Jesus? I think it was Dolph Lundgren, wasn't it?
Yeah, Dolph Lundgren.
So you might not know him, but like he played Drago in one of the Rocky movies, Rocky the boxer. He was a Russian boxer. I wonder if I'm like having some sort of reaction. My face is itching. He was a Russian boxer, and so it was going to be U.S. versus Russia, right? Mm-hmm. That's what you know.
Yeah, classic.
And so it was kind of cool. The premise was, as he was training in all these like high tech Russian labs, and they had the VO mask, I can't remember, VO2 mask on them or whatever. It's for the velocity of oxygen intake and all that. It's what they did for me when I had the stress test. And they got him hooked up to all these heart monitors, and they got him running, right? And he's training. He's on all these machines, right? Controlled, right? And here's fucking Rocky out in a cabin in the country in the middle of winter, walking through 5 foot high snow, hauling like a buckboard, like an ox used to do, like the oxen. You see, he's got a
Yeah. Oh damn.
I can't remember.
So that's kind of like what you guys used to do when you walked to school back in your day, right?
Well, yeah, we would have the chains hooked up to the buckboard, and we'd have the harness, and he's pushing the shit. He's pulling it through the winter, through the snow, right? And he's splitting logs, right? And this is he's doing working out. This is how he's working out, right? Just all in the wild, in the wilderness, right? And then so they have this Russian, and they're getting him injections. They're doing blood tests. They're doing all the stuff that like in Russia, all is done this way. So they're training the shit out of Drago, and then they fight, right? And this guy's like pounding the fuck out of Rocky, and he's like, I can't fight him. He's like, he's too strong or whatever. And then finally Rocky's
you gotta drink a rock.
when
Go up
Rocky
the stairs again.
when Rocky kicks in and becomes like, now it's time in the movie for things to change.
Yeah.
He starts pounding the shit out of Dolph Lundgren, right? And so he says the tables turn, so Dolph Lundgren, Drago, is now saying, I can't beat him. He's a machine. And that's what Sylvester Stallone said about him the first time he fought him, was he's a machine. I can't beat him or whatever. And it was really cool because of the way that they trained. So here's all the high-tech equipment, and in the end, it was Rocky. He had more heart, and that's the whole part of the analogy. Yeah. But that was pretty good, though. And that's the first time I remember seeing Dolph Lundgren, and he's been in a whole lot of movies. I think he was in a Schwarzenegger film too, but I can't remember which one it was. But he was like that. He was like the Russian, or maybe he's not even Russian. I think he might be Scandinavian, now that I think of it. He was like that equivalent of Arnold Schwarzenegger, back around when Commando, So he played those types of characters. You're on your phone, so I'm just trying to carry this. I know. I'm just trying to carry the stream a little bit here.
Here's a quick thing. Speaking of Scandinavian, that just refers to northern world part, right?
So I've understood it, and I'll be really embarrassed if it's wrong, but I've understood it to be a general description of those countries that are sort of in the
Norway, Sweden,
yeah. Denmark.
All right, so
in the colder regions up there, like near the fjords and all that.
Yeah. So you know who is a Scandinavian person that is built pretty fucking crazily?
I know this, but who?
It's Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Iceland.
Yeah.
It's the dude.
Yeah, I neglected to put Denmark and Iceland there.
No, you said Denmark.
Did I?
Mm-hmm. You didn't say Finland or Iceland.
Yeah. Finland, how could I forget?
Yeah.
Like, that's where, Finland was fun.
Yeah.
I want to go back there.
Me too. You should
Heavy
definitely
metal
go back.
Capital of the world.
Except for that one store.
Yeah.
I'll talk about that off break because I don't want to talk about it on stream.
All
but
right.
The dude from Game of Thrones.
I know what you're talking about.
The dude from Game of Thrones.
The mountain?
Yeah, the big dude. He is fucking insane. He is like
the mountain, not the Hound. Because the Hound was his brother.
The Hound was the one with the burned face,
yeah,
right?
that was his brother in the series. They were brothers. Halthor? Halthor. Yeah, Halthor.
Sir Gregor Clegane.
Yep.
Portrayed by Halthor Julius Bjornsson.
He's
fucking insane.
Huge.
He's massive.
Yeah. I saw him competing in those competitions where throw the logs and stuff like that. Yeah.
And that's like a 5 foot whatever human person.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty short too, though. I mean, they do that. They'll find a tiny, petite woman.
I mean, let's say they're 5'6", 5'7". That's about how tall I am.
Yeah, and you're about average. I'm short. My side of the family, they were both short. They were native, and there were the Mexican side. They were all short, like that bloodline. My whole bloodline in there.
Yeah.
Your mom, on the other hand, they're Brits and Scots, and they were all taught. I know that sounds like stereotypes, but hey, you can't fight genetics, and that's the way it is. They were all super tall.
Yeah, but this
your
dude
Uncle Matt,
is
6'6" or whatever he is.
He's I mean, he's fucking crazy.
He's massive. The mountain.
People are saying he's like a real life space marine. Like, yeah, he's
pretty much.
He's 6'9".
Yeah.
So
that's not far off of
like,
7 feet tall.
No, like
fuck's
well
sakes.
over a foot over how tall I am.
Yeah.
So
that's crazy. There was an Arnold Strongman competition where they made a wheel of pain from Conan the Barbarian.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know.
Do you remember the Wheel of Pain from Conan?
Dude, I barely remember Conan.
Oh, we gotta watch that again. We should just watch all three of them.
Yeah.
Because that's the kind of thing where get a pizza. I want pizza so badly.
Here's a crazy thing. This is, I don't know who this is, but it popped up in the search also, search for.
Maybe we could get pizza for the stream tomorrow. Yeah. We don't have any plans for dinner. It did have Tapatios. Yeah. I kind of want pizza. We can eat it on the stream.
Yeah. This is another.
You get like gamer nerd bullshit and ASMR at the same time.
So this is another actor. I don't know who it is. He looks kind of familiar. I don't know who it is. Standing next to a 6 foot tall woman. He is 7'1".
Wow, that's crazy.
I mean, that's like, and if you want an even more insane size comparison, here's him with his son.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's kind of.
That's not the most fair. Yeah.
Oh, that's not. Yeah, that's kind of not fair because that's a kid. Yeah, but that's still pretty.
Have you
illustrative of like how tall he is?
I think I brought this up on a previous stream, but there was the
Jason, what was Tulsa? Was it Tulsa? Tulsa Doom? Tulsa Doom? Was that James Earl Jones's character's name? Tulsa. I think it was Tulsa Doom. So Darth Vader, like you get to see him like in his pre-Darth Vader. James Earl Jones, brilliant actor. He was the leader of the clan that kidnapped Conan and had him held hostage. Tulsa Doom, yeah. I seek a standard.
Yeah. So
that was a one-liner in our games too.
Yeah. So here are a couple more. Did I tell you the one about fruit? The poem about fruit?
No.
So when little Timmy went and bought a fruit of vibrant pink, I cannot wait to taste, he thought, to sip the juice to drink. He scooped the seed some more. He scooped and then he scooped and scooped before he scooped and scooped again. And now it's time at last, said he, to take a bite, he cried. But Timmy had an allergy, and Timmy fucking died.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will show them why they are afraid of the night. Yeah.
This is one about, this is one under Ask Reddit on what is the worst sound that you can hear. And he says, as you swiftly wake from slumber, latent feelings limp and lumber, through your mind in whirling number, round and round as well. What remote and strange vibration ceased my happy hibernation, thus compels your what the fuck is that? Thus compels your consternation, sounds begin to swell. So again as dreams are weaving, conscious contemplation leaving, then you know you heard the heaving, the hairball hurl of hell. Yep. Yep.
Oh, dude, if I had $1 for every time that happens around here with our cats.
Yep.
College, you do have your college paid for.
Yeah.
Good.
One final one, because I do want to put my phone down. One final one is about animals. He says, when little Timmy saw a goose inside a paddocked pen, he softly shook the breadcrumbs loose he'd brought to feed his friend. You're such a pretty bird, he said, of grace and wing unique, and that is why I've brought this bread to fill your pretty beak. I want you for a pet, said Tim, and gladly climbed inside. He watched it slowly turn to him, and Timmy fucking died.
A fucking goose. You wouldn't get me in a pen with a goose.
Not
no
at
way
all.
in hell. I'd have to have some pretty decent armor on for that.
Yeah.
We're talking
Those
plate
things
mail.
fucking
ping,
scare me.
ping, ping, ping. Like, it'd come at you for sure.
Oh, without a doubt.
I'd scream like Chris Tucker.
You know,
Corbin is making a stack.
you know what we saw at the farm with the corn maze a while back that we
What's
got to
that?
do? That was pretty fun. They had a little feeding area where you could feed the animals there, and they had some goats, and they had some they had a
Barbacoa.
yeah, they had some horses.
Future barbacoa.
You couldn't actually feed the horses, and then they had a tiny horse, like a mini pony or not
Miniature pony.
not
Like a Shetland pony?
I guess, yeah, like it's a full grown horse, but it's the ones that are smaller.
Shetland ponies typically
yeah.
there may be other breeds, but that's the one I know. Like,
yeah, and it was
I
tiny.
just remember for some
and
reason.
it was pretty funny. And then they had pigs, like actual
really?
pigs,
Huh.
yeah, and they were like,
Were they carnivorous?
yeah,
Here, pig.
yeah. So
Bloody
they were
stump.
rolling around like they were pushing. It was crazy. It was like they were playing soccer. They had a rotting pumpkin, and they were kind of like bopping it around.
Oh, neat.
But the goats, you could go up and feed the goats, and they actually had it was a 2-layer fence thing.
Their eyes are
yeah,
fascinating,
they are.
aren't they?
But,
They're super cool. Get some of those, man. You want to
Yeah.
freak people out and they make them believe you're a Satan worshiper, or, no, I'm just into black metal. And you
Yeah.
open your eyes and you look
So-
at them, it's enough to
Well,
make somebody shit their
here's the
pants.
crazy thing. They have a 2-fence system. So they have here's this big fenced area. This is where all the animals are going around. And then
Yeah.
this fence, there's like a little area like this fence,
Okay.
and then another fence here.
A little containment area?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they have a ladder that the goats it's like a little staircase type
Yeah.
thing, and the goats can walk up that and walk into that outer
Okay.
part so that they can stick their heads on and people can feed them.
Well, that's cool.
But this one goat, I feel kind of bad for it. I think he got his head like stuck in the fence.
Oh, they do that too. That's common
Yeah.
at those petting farms.
So he kind of stuck his head out, and he had the classic the
Yeah.
classic Satan goat shape.
Yeah.
And he was like, I'm not even kidding. It was the Satan goat. He was like a black goat with like crazy looking eyes. He had the classic
Was
shape.
this, what place was this?
Triman?
Okay.
So, it looked like the Satan goat. It was black. It had the crazy eyes. It had the,
Yeah.
it was sticking its head out. And it was like, it's like that fucking picture of the cat. It was like the scary black devil
Yeah.
goat. And it had its tongue just like,
So
its tongue was
like
just
doing the
sticking.
blurp?
Yeah, it just had its tongue
Doing
stuck
the
out like
blurp-
that.
the blurp?
And then anytime somebody would walk by, it'd be like, feed me.
Yeah. So one of the last times we went to Peck's, and that's on the way
Yeah, I
out
remember
to
Peck's,
House
yeah.
on the Rock.
Yep.
I'm surprised you remember that. The goats,
Well,
they
I mean,
can
we
go up
just
that
drove
ramp.
back.
They can
Yeah,
go up
yeah,
really
yeah,
high.
yeah.
They climb all the way up the
They
ramp.
should put a slide up
and then
there
they
for them.
go up to the top of this big thing up there, and they do their thing, right? But it's like super high up there. But one of the last times that we went there, I got a picture of a black goat, and it was total Satan goat. It was total like the one you see on the
Yeah.
pentagram, you
Yep.
know.
You know what?
And I took a picture of it, and I was like, "Wow, that's freaky scary."
Yeah. You know what I
Yeah.
really like looking at?
Not that we're not Satan worshippers or anything like that,
Uh,
but we just like trolling people
yeah.
about that kind of shit because people get so bent out of
I
shape.
mean, they have like better.
Yeah.
What do they call them? Tenants? Is that what the
Tenets.
tenants?
Yeah.
And they have better tenants than a lot of.
Well, the
stuff, so-
Church of Satan is doing a lot of work that
Oh,
like the
dude, yeah.
fucking
told you about the
Christian church
scholarship,
won't
right?
do, or like the evangelical churches.
Yeah, like
or
they what they've been doing recently is trying to make abortion a satanic ritual so that abortion is protected under the First
Yeah.
Amendment so
Yeah.
that women have access
Yeah.
to that. But then they also have stuff like I think I told you the scholarship. They have
Yes.
they have a scholarship that you can do for the Church of Satan where you write an essay on how the American school system has failed you and you can have a chance to win $666 towards your college.
Yeah.
So it's just
You
Yeah.
know, like they've been at the forefront of a lot of these things, and they come in and they say,
I think
Hey,
Sarah actually put in an essay
"You're
for that.
discriminating against us
Yeah,
because of
yeah, exactly.
freedom of religion, and our religion
Yep.
says that we believe in LGBTQIA plus rights or
Yeah,
whatever."
ex-
You
oh,
feel, and it's just ironic that like
It's all the Christians who are like, we need to,
You
our
know-
religion is being harmed, and then they go out and say,
Yeah.
hey, Satanists.
Yeah.
What's up with that, man?
yeah,
No, but yeah, I think Sarah actually put in an essay for that scholarship.
that's awesome.
I don't know if theirs got accepted as
Yeah.
I don't think it did, but
That would be cool if they did because like
dude, I would hang
I'd
that
love
shit
to
up
hear
on
that
my
story
wall.
next time they come over. You know,
Yeah.
and I don't know when that might be, but
I'd love if I got that scholarship, I would hang that up
Yeah.
on my wall. I got Look at me, motherfuckers. I got $666 from the Church of Satan. That's
Jeez.
pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. But yeah, so goats, Church of Satan. It's kind of funny
what I
how
was
we
gonna
wound
say
up going
was,
down that.
yeah,
Like that was a weird.
what I was
rabbit
gonna
hole.
say was, you know what I really like looking at?
What?
The black metal sheep, like the sheep that
Yeah.
have like all the metal patterns, you know, on their
Yeah,
fur.
yeah. Yeah.
Those are awesome.
Which brings us all the way back around to Finland being the heavy metal capital of the world.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, I know the one story you're talking about.
Yep.
We won't talk about that. That's
Not a good
fucked up.
store.
No, not at all. But there were a lot of good places out there where you could get, you know, we got some Finnish metal
We did.
from.
Yes.
I think you got 2 CDs, didn't you? 2 bands.
Golgoth, the Hexen, and one other.
Yeah.
I can't remember who.
Yeah.
I also got.
I haven't heard that in a long time. I gotta get. I tell you what, I gotta get. Is I gotta get. I gotta get a lot of your. A lot of the music that you have. I don't know if you put them on the network, because like you should upload them to the NAS, because the NAS. We have NAS in our house.
Yeah.
We have a little NAS in our house.
What I want to do that I never did was I don't
Keep
have
them in the basement.
I need to actually re-download all of my music because I don't have the files for those anymore. I deleted them because they were taking up. It's so easy to get them back.
Yeah.
But they were taking up so much space on my computer, and I was like, "This is great." I just pull it up on YouTube.
Why haven't you put an SSD in that machine?
In that machine, I do have an SSD in that machine. I have an SSD and a hard.
But is it 1 terabyte? Are
it's
you maxed now?
I'm almost maxed. I got a. It's a weird limit. It's like 111 gig SSD.
Okay.
It's basically Windows. I know it's a weird size.
Yeah.
But it's basically an SSD. Windows comes installed on it, and Windows takes up pretty much all of the space on the SSD.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
I actually don't mind it because it makes my computer run really fast.
Well, yeah, there's that.
Yeah,
yep.
My computer, it boots fast, it runs fast. I haven't really had any issues with it. I don't have any issues with installing anything to that drive and then having to worry about like deleting files and all that.
Yeah.
And then I've got a terabyte hard disk drive, and I think actually this paycheck or next one, I'm going to get a new hard drive a new hard drive, I guess, not to replace but just to add on.
Yeah.
Because the one thing that was holding me back from that, to be entirely honest, was being incredibly lazy, because it used to be a huge pain in the ass to set, like, if you wanted to set Steam up to download to multiple discs, you had to go in and edit the file paths in the Steam code manually. And you had to do all that because they just had it set to set your installation folder, it all installs to there.
Yeah,
now
because it makes maintenance easy, and if there are backups
so
that
easy,
need to...
yeah. But now what they've done in one of their new updates is they completely redid the download screen, made it a lot easier. They made it look a lot better. You can see your like download speed per second or whatever.
Yep.
But they added an easy option panel where you can set up multiple drive installation.
Oh, that's good.
And I've been looking at them, and well, they've gone up now.
Because
supply chain.
I'll tell you. For easily 15, 20 years now, that was my thing. It was like when. Now this is funny. Like my friend Jim back in Michigan and I were talking about. Spinnable media. Do you remember the whole spinnable media debate? Like, we're still using spinnable media, you know, like this has been going on for like 150 years now. Obviously the first spinnable media was the phonograph, and I don't know that Thomas Edison invented it, but he put it on the map. I should know this because I was almost a docent at the Henry Ford.
Oh my God!
The Henry Ford Museum in Greenfield Village, Dearborn, Michigan.
Real quick, sorry to interrupt. I feel so fucking stupid. One of the things that I was kind of like looking at was like, I don't want to get a hard drive. You know, it's probably going to be expensive. You know, if I want to get a good one, I'm looking at this Western Digital one, which is
it's a good brand.
It's a good brand. Yeah, I've got some of their stuff already, and I like it. 1 terabyte, 7,200 RPM.
Oh, that's spinnable.
Yeah, well, yeah, 1 terabyte. 7,200 RPM, SATA 6 gigs a second, 64 megabyte cache. It's like $30.
Wow.
I could have ordered this.
And how much for the SSD equivalent of that?
That's a good question.
So anyway, what I was saying was like the debate was he was bitching about spinnable media. We're still using even compact discs that is spinnable media. I'm like, okay. I said, you know what they need to do? I says they need to go back to like solid state. And he laughed at me. He's like, what F, like vacuum tubes? And I said, no, transistor circuits. I go, dude, think about it. If you came up with a solid state now before, that's not bad. That's a really good price for an SSD. Okay, so this was important, okay? Because this is I've told people this for 10 years now or more. I am saying this to Twitch. I am the Forrest Gump of technology, and
He is the internet.
I am not bullshitting you. Like, and I told him this is before there were any articles, any talk of this. I go, they need to go back to solid state. He goes, oh Jesus, what are you talking about? I have vacuum tubes and like the old radios. We're gonna have dial knobs on there too. And I go, no, listen. I go, even if it was just a chip, a solid state chip that your operating system came on. I go, the boot time would be about 5 seconds, 10 seconds. And what are we at now? On a really good machine, 10-second boot time from cold power up to desktop.
Fresh installation for mine was about 6 or 7 seconds, but I would tack on another 10 seconds or so because from to desktop I have to put in my password and then
right. But okay, really that's what I mean to log in screen.
To log in, like 6-7 seconds.
But then you add in drivers, right? Because you can have delayed startup mode. You can have custom startup mode where you launch the OS and the critical drivers, and then like everything else, like now my printer monitor, and now my Steam, and now my and you can delay that, right? So I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like cold start up to the point where like you'd have to hit the space bar or whatever to log in. Yeah, that's we can do that fast. Now in like under 30 seconds, like under 30 seconds.
Easily under 30 seconds.
And of course he was laughing. Well, maybe, I don't know. And it was like, and we have this love-hate relationship like that where like we'll bitch at each other about that. And I go, no, seriously, dude, like think about it. I go on a solid state chip. I go,
it's like on and off.
Put it on the chip, on off. It's binary. It's fast as fuck. And where are we at? Now it's standard. This rig that we're using for the streaming, 1 terabyte SSD with the OS loaded on it. I can boot this fucker up in about 7 seconds.
Yeah.
The rig I just got your mom, same thing. It's a Dell G7 gaming deck that it's basically built on an Alienware hardware frame and architecture.
Dude, can't you just buy me a computer? Like,
dude. I mean, like
my shit's getting old.
Like your mom's, we can write off for business because she uses it for business. So that's an actual business expense.
I will help you redo the Geek Foundry site. That shit's business.
It is, but I don't have the funds in the account. Like if we could make that much money in sales, no, you can't.
Hey.
We're not talking about like tax evasion stuff and all that. We're not going down that road.
No. This is we are talking about the future of our business here. This isn't tax evasion. It would never.
Well, okay, not tax evasion in the sense of like
tax fraud. Nah.
If you're using it for personal use, that's what I was trying to think of. Personal use violation of the business.
I know. I wouldn't be using it for personal use though. I need a new computer to write the Geek Foundry blogs on.
But that's all you could do with it. Is the thing. Yeah. It has to be 100% business use. So anyway, point being, like. Dell right now is back in one of those cycles where they're putting out some phenomenal machines, some quality machines, and they suffered for a number of years. Back when 2009, when I was going to MATC, when I went back to college to refresh some of my skills and put the icing on the cake, as the college counselor told me, that's a whole other story. I bought a Dell Studio 17-inch laptop. It had JBL speakers, man. Fucking JBL. They were pumping. They were booming speakers.
And that motherfucker's still kicking, isn't it?
It's still kicking. I haven't powered it up in months, but the battery doesn't hold the charge.
Yeah.
But like it doesn't matter. After a few years, like if you can't get a replacement battery, you got to get refurbished. And once you can't get refurbished, then you got to keep it plugged in.
Yep.
Which, that could be fine. Hook up a couple monitors to it, Bob's your uncle. But that motherfucker is still, like, kicking. It takes a little longer, and I lose patience because, I'm used to this shit happening so fast.
Yeah.
But as far as it's a workhorse, it's got the touchscreen. It was one of the first ones to come out touchscreen.
Totally.
You know, and it's just amazing. And then they didn't make shit for years there. And Spearon and their XPS, they were
like
crap.
it got like sheet.
Your mom had two of them. Unfortunately, I bought two of them, and I was like, oh, Dell, I love the Dell. You know, let's try this. Nope. Those two were just boat anchors. They were junk. But this one I got her now, like it's the baby brother or baby sister of this one, and this is the 7770, and the G777. No, maybe this is the G7 7700.
Hear me out. What if you bought me one and you didn't write it off as a work expense?
And we just bought it for you?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hey, I could.
How about this? How about you fix up that kick-ass that tower you have in your room? Could you move away from a tower? Could you see yourself moving away from a tower?
God, no.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
no, I'm spoiled at this point. Like, I got a tower. There is so much shit you can do with that. And like with a laptop, once it gets old, it's old. You can't like crack open a laptop and replace the parts in it.
Well, you can, but like you're limited. The motherboard is the big problem.
Yeah.
You know, because it's got to drive the LCD on
but like once you
LED,
replace all the parts of your laptop, it's even the same laptop.
Memory upgrades, hard drives, but
like I could probably get a new computer for the cost of what it would take to bring mine up to like current spec, because
this is
true. I don't need another hard drive. I could scrape by with the hard drive and the SSD that I have now.
Oh my god, it's 11 o'clock. We were. Just
I could scrape by with the drives that I have now, and I would be fine. Because, sure, every now and then I run into a problem where it's like, oh, I want to play this game. Let me see what I can uninstall to make room for it. You know.
Yeah.
Which is annoying.
That's where I'm at now. With my own one. Yeah.
So, yeah, exactly. That's what I was going for.
Ship a thesis laptop. Yeah, exactly.
It's annoying. It's not the end of the world. I can put up with it now. You know. Hold on. But the thing is, my graphics card, I'm running a 1060 right now, and
they're up to the 30s already.
Oh, they're in the 3080s.
Yeah,
and
no, I know that.
Mine is. I can run some good shit. I could run
$6,000.
Yeah, I could run like Battlefield 1 nearly max graphics at 30 FPS. It's a step up from the old laptop I had where I was running Minecraft at like 10 frames. You know.
Yeah.
But I can run shit at decent graphics, but there's some shit where it's like, you know, I can live with playing it at medium to low graphics. That's fine. I'm playing it, for the most part, you know, I'm playing it for the game, not the graphics.
Yeah.
But every now and then it's like, I really want to play Cyberpunk on like a 3080 with the graphics turned up as far as they can go. Just
and the streets are
shit.
wet.
Yeah.
And you get that shiny, Yep.
So it's shit like that. And then I think the big thing is that I'm going to need to replace soon is my processor as well. Because I can't remember which I have. It's either an i5 or an i7.
I think you went for the i5 because you saved you some money. That's my recollection. But what you can do is you can run what?
Oh, it's a motorcycle.
Oh yeah, somebody's drag racing.
Somebody fucking vacuuming up there?
Yeah.
I was like,
no, my stomach rumbled at first. I thought you heard that. You know, did you hear that?
Oh, that's what that was.
Yeah, and then when you got quiet, then the motorcycle.
Yeah, I thought those were the same thing.
No.
Okay. So.
Anyway, I'm hungry. I didn't eat a lot for dinner because I'm trying to cut my portions back. You know, part of that whole.
Dude,
thing.
I ate. Okay, I guess it's not that big of a deal because
you left the whole plate out on the counter, and Mom got rid of it because she didn't think you were gonna. Yep.
Okay.
She told me to tell you that. Yeah.
But I had a lot.
I was going in. Getting at it because of the chicken bones.
I forgot about that. I meant to pack that up, but we came down here and then we started all this. So, dude, I was going in for like thirds and fourths on the vegetables.
Yeah,
there.
You might be going through another growth spurt. Just make sure it's like that way, and not that way. You know.
No.
But
it
anyway,
was like, it wasn't because I was like hungry or whatever. I mean, I was hungry. I hadn't eaten anything today, but also. I just roast carrots with some salt and some.
I know you were like doubling up on the veg. I'm like, damn. But although you did make that comment, like that may be like way too much veg, or something like that.
But I mean, like it's good, you know. You throw some onions, some garlic, some carrots, some all that in the oven, and you pull it out. You throw some
potatoes.
no potatoes in there.
No, I know. I'm just.
I know it was insane. But you pull it out, throw some salt in there. That's good.
Yeah.
With the chicken and
that chicken was okay.
I liked it.
I liked it.
I don't
but, like
like.
I
I
got
don't
like big
like,
chunks of the spice. Like it seems.
Yeah,
like,
it was. It should have been like more evenly.
Yeah.
Distributed.
Yeah.
Boil them, mash them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That would be something nice to post to Instagram. Those pictures of the dinner that we did, the Hobbit dinner.
I think the skin could have been crispier.
On the chicken, yes, I agree.
I
don't know if that was cooked separately
the other
on
thing,
the sheet.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is bone in. I do not like.
Okay, here's the story.
I hate bone in chicken. That's also because I'm lazy. It's a lot of like some bone in things I can accept, like a turkey leg, those big ass ones at the Ren Fair. You gotta have the bone for that. That's the meat handle. You gotta have something to hold it with.
That's a whole other thing. But let's talk about that on a smaller scale. On a drumstick, like I can throw it out on some drumsticks.
I could too.
And I love. So the deal with bone in is it's juicier. It also takes a little longer to cook because of the bone, because of the heat gets diverted. But like a bone-in steak, like a ribeye, or a T-bone steak.
Steaks, I don't mind because generally when you have a bone-in steak, it's because of the way it's cut. It's easy to tell where the bone is. Yeah. With chicken, you're like cutting and you're like digging at it and you're like picking the meat away from the bone, and it's annoying.
Chickens are. They're like that though. They're fiddly. Like it's a good way to. They're fiddly. You got to fiddle around with it and dig around and dig. Like if you get a wing, you get wings are a whole other thing. But like the stuff we had tonight, there was a quarter. They were like quarters, and so there are a lot of bones under there. But you can find the big chunks of meat.
Yeah.
Let's see with the chicken breast, for example. If you get boneless, skinless chicken breasts, they're drier.
Yeah.
So you have to cook them. You have to back off and not overcook them. I'm paranoid about cooking chicken, so I stick to my Weber grilling guide when I'm doing it on the grill. In the house, your mom and I always use the meat thermometer, and even on the grill when I'm doing using the Weber grilling guide, I still use the meat thermometer because I don't want anybody to get sick from me cooking chicken. And I'd rather have mine personally done a little over than under because if it's pink, I'm like nope, I'll nuke it. I'll put it back on the grill, whatever, right? But so we use, and you may or may not know this or may realize this, but you've never asked about it. So we have switched to using chicken thighs in a lot of our recipes.
I noticed
because it's juicier. It's like the meat's a little different. It's a little more fiddly, but
actually, I like the meat. It's better meat.
Yeah.
I do not like having to eat around the bone.
Right, and I get it. I know that you're saying that because we do use boneless.
I want to pick up that piece of chicken. I want to throw down on that thing. I want to like just one bite down.
Yeah.
But with the bones, then it's like I'm coughing the bones. I'm like Terrare. It gets tough. I can tell you the one bone-in chicken thing that I have liked and that I have thought I like having the bone on this chicken was a month or two ago now. It was before Dante went off to college. We went over to his house and we stopped. I can't remember the name of the restaurant, but we stopped by a chicken restaurant here in Madison.
Okay.
And it wasn't like a KFC or whatever. It was like an actual like small, like very small, like sport bar.
Was it a barbecue place?
No, they only did chicken.
Huh.
Like the only thing they had was chicken.
Find out that if you can from him.
Sure thing.
Or Lindsay.
Yeah. And we went there and we got wings and drumsticks. And they got the meat on there, at least on the batch that we got. I don't know if that's how they always get it, but it was so tender that I could hold the drumstick and go and just suck it off. And I was like,
so
I did that. I went like this. I went pulled it off the bone. I pulled the bone out. This shit was clean. And I looked at that and I said, I want to do that again.
Yeah. Yeah, I want more.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, I think that was a line from the Vampire Lestat, from Claudia.
I also found out...
when they turned Claudia into a vampire, I want more.
Dude, they taught us the secret...
The problem with that, too, is though you get the gristle and everything comes in there, and then you're like, whoa.
Oh, but it's worth it because it's fun.
Yeah.
They taught us, like, the secret bone... The bone cracking technique? That sounds really... deadly. They taught us the secret bone cracking technique for wings.
It's like
where
not dim sum, dim mak. Dim sum is like the the food. Dim mak is like the death touch, the ninja death touch.
So they taught us
the bone cracking technique.
We were talking with the person behind the bar there when we were waiting for the order, and they taught us like the fucking like technique for cracking wings, passed down. Yeah,
the flats versus drummies,
yeah. They taught us like the secret fucking like wing cracking technique passed down from the ancients of how to eat your wings. And I've never seen somebody eat a wing like this before, because I've seen like people like, do like that and then flip it over like corn, you know. But you know how they did it?
How?
They took the wing flat like this, held it 3 fingers each hand. Okay, very important. They said 3 fingers because you do that. Take it, twist it, you crack the bone that's like here. I suppose it'd be like here. Oh fuck.
Dude,
I gotta.
The only person I know who injured themselves telling a story.
I cut my cuticle earlier today, and it just hurts like a motherfucker. So you take it, you go like
twist it,
and then you snap it apart, and then you can just go whoosh, and pull the meat off.
Okay, that's not a secret. I've been doing that for years with the flats.
I don't eat wings.
Oh well, so I know what I'm asking for my birthday. I'm gonna ask your mom to make me some wings. She makes some wicked hot wings,
dude. I fucking hate bones.
And put some Macalanes on there, Tabasco. Oh hell yeah, it's on like Donkey Kong.
You know how you can like bite into the bone to get the bone marrow?
Yeah.
Have we told you the story about Whitehorse?
No.
So it's disgusting. So we were all having
high
lunch.
School cafeteria story.
Middle school.
Whitehorse.
Whitehorse.
Oh God, all the way back.
Yeah. So
not La Follette. Yeah, okay.
No, so we were at Whitehorse and we were sitting in the cafeteria eating lunch.
Yeah.
And I think it was Dante who did it, because he was like, he was saying like, dude, I just learned that you can like eat the bone marrow and wings or whatever, and we were like, dude, no way, that's insane. So he took this like fucking he took this rubberized chicken drumstick from the school cafeteria. I mean, you bite into this and it feels like you're chewing a tire. He took it. He snapped the bone of a middle school cafeteria drumstick in half and sucked the bone marrow out.
Oh.
And then we were all like, dude, that's insane. I didn't know you could do that. And then like the next year, that was like the last year there. The next year we went to La Follette and we were talking with one of the, I can't remember who, but we were talking with somebody there. And then we mentioned that and they were like, you did that with what? I think it was one of the people who worked at the cafeteria there, and they were like, you probably shouldn't have done that. I'm surprised you were eating that, like that food, like the chicken, in the first place. But holy shit, I've worked here for like however long they said. I've never heard of somebody doing that.
Yeah, that's crazy. High school annex or middle school, I would never. So bone marrow at your Uncle Matt's wedding, one of the
I remember that
out of the 14 courses,
Jesus
and I'm not kidding, it was like 14-course dinner.
Dude, I got my bone marrow PBJ.
They had oxtail bone marrow, and oh my God, was it so good. But so growing up, this is one thing, and it just occurred to me, like as we're talking about this, we talked about that story before on the stream, so I'll skip that. But like, what I realize now, it's all coming back to me. My dad used to do that, and what they would do, Deacon, is like, a pork chop. He'd take the bones, he'd crack the bone open, and he'd scoop the marrow, and he would put it on a tortilla, on a corn tortilla. You know, and I never thought of it, but like I'll bet that's pretty good. You know, I haven't had.
I guess it depends.
I haven't had bone marrow in a long time probably since the wedding. Your uncle's
I guess it depends on like how you. I guess you couldn't really say you can cook the bone marrow. Like how
I mean, you pan fry a pork chop, you cook it up, you know.
You know
or
what?
Unless you're baking them or whatever. Like I don't remember my dad baking much. Like he did a lot of his stuff on the stovetop.
What's this episode called, by the way?
What the fuck do we call this? It was literally like WTF do we call this? What the fuck do we call this?
Dude, rename that shit. Like episode 29. Episode 29. Talking about food and shit.
Talking about food and shit. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty much all we've done this episode, you know.
Yeah,
we had some bits about like frozen World War I bunkers and Satanism
food.
And then food.
There was food in there. There were rats. There were rats.
Yeah, rats.
Probably frozen rats too.
Oh, dude, you know, so I don't know what you said that made me think of this, but earlier, not related to you saying rats right now, I was thinking, this is kind of fucked up, but I was thinking of one of those green text stories of a dude, he was at McDonald's and it was like a Ratatouille moment, but the rat fucked up the rat fucked up the cooking, and because the rat didn't add the right spices, he put the rat in the deep fryer. And
that sounds like a Beavis and Butthead episode.
Yeah.
There was an episode where they stuck a rat in a deep fryer.
So I was thinking of that, and then I was thinking of fast food places. I was thinking of deep fryers at fast food places, and there was one picture that I saw that I don't know why I found it so funny, but we were in a voice call and somebody posted it and we were laughing about it for so long. It was a screenshot of like a Snapchat thing or whatever, and the text on it said like, "Fuck these motherfuckers." He's like, "These motherfuckers, whatever, blah blah blah. I'm quitting this bitch." And he said, it was something like, "Good luck dealing with this without me." And it was a picture of just trays of ice sitting above the deep fryer, like he was about to dump.
Oh shit! I told him no salt on the glass. And they put salt on the glass, and I could just burn this whole place down.
Fuck these motherfuckers! I'm quitting this bitch. See how they do this? And it was just like,
that's like some like time delayed fucking like fucking anarchist cookbook shit right there. Like, not that I know anything about the anarchist cookbook, but
so oh my god, we were laughing about that for so fucking long. And
I
don't know what you
first
said.
I was like, what? And I was like, oh shit.
So I don't know what you said, but I was just thinking about that earlier, and I was trying not to laugh.
Well, we were talking about fast food and Taco Hell and that. Now, you want good stories about oil, okay? You're talking about oil and deep fryers and fast food. So, Jim, you budge. If you catch this episode on YouTube, get your lame ass on Twitch so you can chat with us because it'd be hilarious. I think it'd be even better if we could get you on the stream as a guest. But I know how you're. Fuck that. He'd laugh if he sees this. It would be awesome if you told some of your KFC recycled oil stories. This dude, Jim, my bestie back in Michigan, he's got some fucking stories about that shit, about like the oil that they use at KFC. At least when he worked there, and I don't know. But the general story with oil and fast food is
they just don't really throw it out.
They recycle it as much as they can. Then they have a special service that will come and get it.
Hold on. I was gonna say, don't they like strain it out to like take all the junk and like all the shit out of there? And then just reuse the oil
until they can't anymore. Yeah. And that's the thing, is like they'll save jugs of it. That's why I said they recycle it. That's repurpose it, recycle, whatever you want to call it.
Reuse,
but when they have to get rid of it, they have, at least with Wendy's had special vats that we'd have to take out. Oh,
that shit
you know what? Rendered fat, right? Mm-hmm. Oil. And even if this is just corn oil or canola oil or whatever, rendered fat that has had beef in it and all that, it smells like a rotted corpse. Okay, and it smells worse than shit, worse than feces. It's a smell unlike any other thing. It'll make you vomit. And we used to have to take this out and empty them into that thing once a month. We had to do this, right? Nobody wanted to do it, so my friend Ellis and I would do this. A truck will come, special truck, special equipment to lift it up and tip it into the thing, kind of like the way they do with dumpsters, right? But people would ask us, do you sell your oil? It's like, well, we have a service that picks it up. Because what they would do is they would guess what they would do?
I don't want to guess.
They would basically filter it and they would purify it and clean it and then they would get it back.
I thought
a lot of people don't know that about fast food. Yeah. But people would come and ask if you wanted if you would sell it to them, because they would use it for their biofuel cars and stuff and their biofuel engines. Ooh. And hey, we just got a new follower.
Hey, hi, how's it going?
Sweetheart Media, thanks for the follow there.
It's Maddie.
Sweetheart Maddie. Even with the damn glasses, I'm going freaking blind.
How's it going?
Thanks for the follow there.
Yeah.
So if you just tuned in, I'm Dante.
I'm Deacon.
And we do this every Friday and Saturday.
As
normally,
you can see by the name things above us.
Normally we do this every Friday and Saturday from 8 to 10, but we just went on a roll. We were supposed to be doing paint bench. We were supposed to be doing kit bashing and
that
painting
didn't
from
really
the workbench
happen,
tonight.
though, so.
And we just said, screw it. We're talking about food. We're talking about all kinds of
Yeah.
crazy shit. But fast
So-
food, they take the oil, right? So restaurants will repurpose it, and they have a special service that'll come pick it up and take it away. But internally in the restaurant, they will do what they can to filter it and get the debris out and all that and reuse it until they can't do it anymore.
Yeah. And you know, I know about that shit where they use it for the fuel.
Yeah.
Because
For biofuel engines.
I can't remember, but do you remember the field trip that we went on? Maybe middle school. I can't remember, where we went to. Oh, cool. So,
Fantastic.
I've lost my train of thought. We went to I think it was one of the UW science buildings, and it's that weird,
Yeah,
it's that weird triangle
I
building.
was just gonna say we are LGBTQIA plus friendly,
Very.
and I don't know if you saw that on our Twitch page or about. And I don't know if we put that on there or not, but that would be a nice thing to put on there.
No, I don't
I've got
think
it
we did.
on our business, on Geek Foundry, but that's definitely something, and I use that as a tag for every video we put up here, that so people know that, and I think I might have put that in the description, but
Yeah.
for sure.
So we went
field
there,
trip.
and yeah, it was a weird. Thinking about it now, it was a weird field trip to take middle schoolers on because I don't think any of us knew.
Was it to an
What?
abattoir?
I don't.
Never mind.
No, I don't know. Like back then, I don't think a single person in my class knew what the fuck was going on because they were talking about like. I mean, keep in mind, this is like a group of 7th graders, and they're talking about like, okay, so we reduce the ethanol and then we filter it out, and by taking this ethanol fumes that we get, and we actually have farms set up in Wisconsin where they harvest the wheat and then we reduce that down into ethanol, which we can then boil off and steam and turn it into fuel. And it was thinking about it now, it's really cool because it's like what they did in Cyberpunk. You know, they're taking the big wheat fields and they're turning I think it was corn and wheat were the two big ones that they were doing, and turning it into fuel. But at the time, nobody knew what they were talking about. Huh, okay.
Silicon skin suit. All right.
So, yeah, they
Keep
had
an eye on that.
they had like a little remote control car, like an RC car, and they filled it up with that fuel that they made out of ethanol, and it was awesome because they actually drove it around and it was working. So I don't know.
You don't remember what field trip it was to where?
No, it was I'm trying to think of. You know the building. You remember where we went to see one of the Studio Ghibli movies on that campus building down there. It's like Campus South, something like that.
Yeah.
For the UW Madison, it's that big building. You know how there's that like really big kind of intersection where, you know.
My brain is on overload, and I
no,
can't think of the
I can't
right now.
either.
I just keep thinking of the not the arts center, but where you went for the drama classes. Do you remember participating in that?
No, I don't think it was that. So
It wasn't that one.
no, it was
Oh,
yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Yep, it just hit me, and it's
where
Union, not in the Union South.
no,
Maybe Union South, but there was.
You know, it was near the hospital that you were in.
Yeah.
You know that area that I'm talking about. There's like it's near the street that we drive down to go to the Italian restaurant that I'm blanking on. The nice
Lombardino's.
Lombardino's.
Yeah.
And you know how it's got like you drive down it. There's like a bridge that goes over it or something like that. There's farm stuff on one side. You know what I'm talking about now?
I do, but I don't know the name. The name's not coming to me.
No,
So.
it's not coming to me either. So yeah, it's right. You know that big intersection that's just down around there?
Yeah.
It's right in the middle of that. It's that big triangle-shaped building that kind of juts out into the middle of that, and it's a. You ask about it at work because I bet you.
Or mom, your mom would know.
Oh yeah, or mom, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like a biotechnical research thing for the UW.
I'll bet Jason knows if he's still around. I'm not sure if he's still on here or not, but So, anyway, yeah, that I found that was really interesting. We were just talking about that at work too, about fast food oil and how people, will ask the restaurant, "Do you want to buy this oil?" Because like Seja's husband Ken, who owned the other New Orleans takeout, they had that
Yeah.
all the time. People would ask them, "Do you want to sell us? Can you sell us oil?" So that's kind of cool, and like, you got to get it from somewhere, but that was a weird like sort of way to branch off of
Yeah.
food and get into the gross part of it.
So you wanna
But anyway,
talk
yeah,
about,
Jim, if you're out there,
yeah.
we could really use those KFC stories that she had because they were pretty
Yeah.
hilarious.
Speaking of food and cooking, and if you remember, I mentioned ratatouille earlier.
Yeah.
Um, rat deep fryer thing, not important. There was a video I watched the other day that was pretty funny. It was these two dudes doing ratatouille. Um, so they were in this guy's like kitchen. I don't know if it was in a house or an apartment or whatever, but it was basically like this one dude was going around cooking, and he was blindfolded, and his friend was sitting up on his shoulders wearing like a silken rat
He was
head.
like controlling
Yeah,
him, like
and
by
he was
pulling
like,
his hair.
Yeah,
Oh my
it was
goodness.
it was crazy, and it was going well for like the first like 10 seconds of the video. Um,
Oh, gross.
Weird. That's disgusting.
So, if you've been with us for a while, if you've watched any of our past broadcasts, you'll know that a couple episodes back, like 5 or 6 now, I talked about the infamous Fatberg in London.
Yeah.
And the Fatberg was
Oh,
like this
God.
mile or mile and a half
Mhm.
long, basically congealed tube of
Nope.
all the gross fat and oils and shit that like Londoners have been putting down the sewage system for decades. And it was like several tons slowing down the drain, and it was just gross. And they had video. I was bored one night. Oh, that was the video it was on. That was the episode it was on. So if you look on our Twitch page and look for the episode called "I Was
found the
Bored,"
video.
I talk about that, and I don't know, I can't remember if I posted that on the Discord server or not. But it was gross. They had these hooks, these fire hooks, and they were poking into this fat blob, and it was so disgusting.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I don't want to think about that, actually. It's just disgusting.
I can't believe there's a whole documentary about that, though. Links, Jason, or it didn't happen.
Yes, yeah, put them in the Discord.
Put them in,
Jason.
yeah, because you can't post links to the chat here, but put them in the Discord server and we'll check it out.
Yeah.
And on that note, I really do need to update that
you
Discord
do.
server with the show notes
but
and stuff
real
we've talked about.
Watch Ratatouille with me.
See, I feel like we're robbing our viewers because,
We'll put this in the Discord.
oh, Jesus Christ, that's hilarious. Oh, that poor bastard. He can't even, he's going to burn his hand on the stove.
He's got the pan. No, look, it ended up in the pan for the most part.
Oh, my God. I'd hate to clean that stove afterward.
Yeah.
I hate to clean our stove now, but I have to do it. So, oh, my God.
So
That's
it's,
hilarious.
Yeah, I'll throw that up in the Discord, or I'll send it to you so you can put it in the Discord. Which probably won't happen.
No,
So,
I will.
Yeah.
I'll do it this Sunday. I'll play catch up. I'll finally get off my ass and do it, and I know it needs to be done. So, and I will do that without even putting the pressure on you, dear son, to go to the gram and post some pictures on the gram, which are desperately in need of being uploaded. So, see, seriously though, tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow we're gonna broadcast. We got our Halloween treat for tomorrow. We're gonna be broadcasting in costume.
Yes.
But I seriously I'm thinking pizza. I'm so
too,
craving
man.
pizza. Maybe we can talk, who upstairs into going for that. I'm gonna get so much shit for that about what about your diet? What about let's cut back on that. And it's yeah, I can forego that for one night.
Yeah. It's like Halloween.
Let's just avoid conflict. Let's just get pizza. That'll make everybody happy.
Pizza is the. I'm trying to think of that quote.
It's the peacemaker of all. I don't know what you were trying to quote, but
No, there was I can't remember. I'll think of it at 3 a.m, and I'll come down and you'll be asleep, and I'll be like saying it out loud like for 5 minutes straight so that I can remember, and then I'll fall asleep to tell you in the morning, and I'll forget it by then. So
But we should do look, we talked about this before.
Cooking
we're talking
stream.
we're talking about coming up with content for the stream, and I think that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
If we did we'd have to really the logistics around that would be interesting.
Stream?
But if we did a cooking stream, look, that's what I'm saying. The logistics would be interesting, trying to figure out where to put the cameras.
You know what I was gonna. You know what I was gonna say earlier that I really want that we could do for the cooking stream.
What's that? Well, just tell me what you want. What you really, really want.
Here's what I want, and now that I'm gonna say it, you're gonna want it too because it's just good. I would like to get a cast iron pan, which we have, and then put some oil in it and get it really hot. Okay, and then I would like to take a small or like a medium filet mignon and throw it in there and start basting it with like garlic or butter and just like keep spooning that on top and get the sides seared and then put it into an oven until it comes up to temperature and then just eat
This is pretty specific. You got filet mignon on the brain?
I do.
Okay.
I
can't fault you for that. I know. I like a good steak too, and I haven't had a good steak in a long time.
The way you cook it, where you like, you know the way I'm talking about, where you like.
I do.
Braise.
Yeah, it's braised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like whoosh, 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 and you put the butter, the melted
it's not really
butter
poached,
on it,
it's braised.
and then you stick it, and then it's sitting in the melted butter.
Yeah.
And then you put it in the oven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would be up for trying that, but I'd want to watch some videos
Not
first
on a
just
cooking stream,
to watch
that's, as delicious and amazing and beautiful as that is, that's not cooking stream material. You know what we should make for a cook streaming?
What?
Pizza time. We got that. I don't know. That could be kind of cool. We could cause and there
our pizza.
I got it. You know what we do?
What?
2 pizzas. 1, we make the dough. We make it the sauce. We shred the.
Is this a 2-night series here?
No, this is
we did the dough one night and then the.
Oh, maybe. No, just
because there's like rise time and there's all that.
We just make that off camera and then we say here's the dough we made.
Okay.
But we make the dough, we make the sauce, we do all that. We throw it in the oven, and you know what else we do?
What's that?
We throw a DiGiorno in the other oven, and then at the end of it, we pull them out and we say, here's our artisanally crafted. It is artisanal because it's on
hand-selected cheese from Wisconsin's finest co-op grocery store.
And we do a taste test. There's our YouTube content. Taste test. Which is better?
Taste test. We were going to do a candy taste test, too.
We never did that.
Yeah.
No. Tier list. Candy tier list. Tier lists are popular right now. We can clickbait the shit out of that. It's Halloween, man.
We can clickbait, yeah.
Dude, it's Halloween. It's the candy season. It's tier lists are popular.
I know where the candy is.
You bastard! And you didn't tell me?
Nope. I've kept tight-lipped about it, and
because we're gonna be doing a Halloween.
Because we're gonna do a Halloween stream tomorrow.
Let me tell you, I'm pretty sure I know where it is too. All right, because Mom let it slip the other. I didn't even know there was candy until the other day because she was saying, "Hey, what do we need from Woodman's?" I was like, "Oh, you should get candy for trick or treaters," and she was like, "Oh, we have candy. I've just been hiding it from you." And I was like, "You what?" So I went hunting. I was going around the house. I was looking. I was like, "Sir, I was tearing the house apart." So I think I know where it is. But
where?
Garage, up in the shelf.
You're good. I can't confirm or deny. But
I think that you're good.
But
you know,
I will say this. What I was thinking is, we have a case to make. We can say, "Hey, look, we're doing this Halloween stream tomorrow. We'd like to take a little bit for the stream so we can eat it on stream." And
we need more.
We need more what?
We need more candy
for ourselves.
For the stream.
Well, I mean,
I'm not saying we eat.
We could go out tomorrow. We could get some.
I'm down.
So there's that too. But I don't want to go overboard because again, that goes against everything I'm trying to do.
Everything in the candy aisle.
I'm trying to get my hot,
everything in the candy
svelte
aisle.
body back.
Your hot svelte.
My svelte body.
Your hot smelt body.
My smelt. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's SVELT. Svelte. But we could, that's something we could do.
Yeah.
We could do that
So
to
what
have some on stream.
'cause
Anyway,
what I
the
was-
point
oh,
is,
okay.
like, I know where
Alright.
it's at, and we could make a case of, like, you should let us dig into this a little bit for the stream.
I could
and then-
come out, not to spoil the Halloween costumes or anything. so
Hey,
I'm
what's the
gonna
one you
whisper
like?
it.
Is it Twix? Is that one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
I
got a bag of
I'm
those,
gonna
too.
whisper it.
And your mom said,
Yeah.
"Here, this is for Deacon." I go, "He likes Twix better." I think she got you, like, she was gonna get you Snickers or
Oh,
something.
fuck Snickers. I hate
And
Snickers.
I
Snickers
love
are
Snickers,
stupid, dude.
but
Twix are
I
better.
remembered, and I was like, I think
Yeah.
I remember, and it's Twix, so I threw a bag of Twix in there.
Awesome. Let me whisper
All right.
because I don't want to spoil the costumes for the stream, but I could be like, I died for your sins. You should give me the candy.
Oh my god!
You know?
Oh,
I
literally! Oh my god!
Yeah,
like-
yeah.
Oh Lord!
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
What are you
give me
doing?
candy.
I'm averting my eyes. Oh Lord!
Well, stop
that! Yeah.
So,
Every time it's oh Lord this, oh my Lord that.
so what I was gonna say though was, from what I'm guessing, a lot of the candies like the classic stuff. Kit Kats, Twix, Snickers,
Milky Way.
Reese's, Milky Way, maybe
Reese's,
some
there's in there.
Butterfinger.
I did get a bag of Butterfingers.
Yeah, exactly. You see,
And your mom was like, "I can't believe they still make those." And I go, "Well, fuck, I'll
my
take them if
brain
nobody wants them."
expanding.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, like, we need some more stuff on there because we were talking about, like, Starburst. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say there's not, like, Starburst in there.
I have 4 pink Starburst here. I'd
That's
be willing
just
to.
pink. They're
They're good.
I know, but, like,
There's nothing wrong with the pink ones.
I know, but I want to go in depth. I want to say which is better, the orange or the pink. Because that's going to cause some issues.
Oh, now that's an episode we have to stream. Like,
Yeah.
if we're gonna do that.
Okay, so how about this? We make a large tier list. I got it. We do a little yoink and twist where there's a channel. They're popular enough, so I don't want to call them out by name. But we'll call them Bad Ordinary Evening. Yeah, just to throw the scent off.
Oh my god. Okay.
And they are doing actually exactly that idea now, currently, because it's popular and because it's that season. So we're already kind of stealing from them. So the way they break it down is like chocolatey peanut butter things. So that's your like Reese's, peanut butter cups, all that kind of stuff. Then you've got, or like just chocolate things overall.
Okay.
Or
Yeah.
maybe you do break it down a bit more. So you got like chocolate. Here's your like fruity candy, like your Sour Patch Kids.
You got
Starburst.
nougat in there. You got some nougaty stuff.
Yep,
you got stuff with
nougaty
nuts.
Stuff. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And you break it down into like different stuff like that. So instead of just we're ranking every single candy, you just break it down to like, hey, here's a couple of chocolatey ones, here's a couple like fruity ones, nougat.
I just had a thought, like, Halloween's got to be fucking dangerous for some kids who have peanut allergies. Like, how do you get around that? Like, do you just not take your kid out trick or treating? Like,
I mean, I guess it depends on like how self-aware is not the right word. How knowledgeable the kid is about it, because like if it's a younger kid but not like super young, they'll probably be old enough to be able to say like, or at least they'll be old enough where their parents can talk to them and they'll be able to understand like, hey, I know this is Halloween, I know you got a lot of candy, you can't eat this stuff because it's going to whatever,
Yeah, this is probably my ignorance and understanding of like, the severity of those types of allergies, but I was just thinking like, could you, as a kid, like, if you had an allergy, a peanut allergy or nut allergy, could you even put it in a bag? Could you let somebody put it in a bag? Could you, even though it's sealed? Like,
I guess it depends on like,
because all those candy bars, I think all of them are made in factories that handle or process nuts.
Yeah.
That's, and it just, I don't know why it just, all this time I just realized that. Anyway, enough of my brain farts. So.
Yeah. That's a good question actually, because like I would go with it's probably safe to handle because it's all packaged and
Is it though? I mean, oils leak through the wrapper
true.
sometimes. I don't know. Again,
it depends
don't
on
know.
how serious the allergy is. So
This is true, but I don't think it's like you know, there are 99 M&Ms that are okay to eat.
Yeah.
One of them is cyanide poison.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
it's like,
oh, dude,
help
you
yourself.
you know some fucked up
It's only
shit.
a 1% chance.
You know some fucked up shit.
What?
I watched a person put. They were making a bowl of candy for their thing.
Yeah.
And
Their thing. What's their thing?
the Halloween party, whatever
Okay.
their thing was. I don't know. It was just some video of them
Okay.
like setting up for a Halloween party. And you know what they did?
What?
You know what this sick psychopathic motherfucker did?
What?
They put M&Ms, peanut M&Ms, and Skittles, and Reese's Pieces in the same bowl.
The M&Ms,
No, that's fucked up.
Well, okay,
No,
like,
that's fucked
it's
up.
inconsiderate if people have nut allergies, first
Yeah.
of all. But the M&Ms and the peanut M&Ms, I'm okay with.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Those are and like the Reese's Pieces.
That's pushing it, but I can see that.
I love them.
Oh no,
So I could totally see.
I like pretty much all of those, but you.
It would be a
put them in
pleasant
the same
surprise.
bowl.
But when you put, I don't care. So M&Ms, plain M&Ms, peanut M&Ms, and Reese's Pieces, I wouldn't complain if they were in
No,
the same
okay,
bowl
I
because I
wouldn't.
like the
But,
I would like
like,
the pleasant
yeah, but,
surprise.
like,
Let me finish.
I know,
I would like
no.
the pleasant surprise of the peanut butter, right? And the
Yeah,
Reese's.
yeah.
But you put some fucking Skittles in there,
I'm sending
gonna
a
be like
motherfucker up
spitting
to
like a
God.
machine gun. You know, like you're gonna send him to God.
Yeah, I will send them there, and then I will talk to them myself. You know,
You're the
like,
lucky winner. You'll get to meet your savior
yeah, like
real
if,
soon.
like yeah, okay. I'm not a big fan of Reese's Pieces. I prefer peanut butter cups over them, but if somebody offered me Reese's Pieces, I would not. Hey, good night, Jason.
Thanks for stopping in.
Thanks
We'll see ya.
thanks for tuning in
Keep
for
us
the like
keep us
3
posted on when
hours
the
that we've been here.
when the next session of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay is going to be, because that's something
Oh,
we would
yeah.
look forward to. We'll see you.
See ya. So, Reese's
Peanut
Pieces.
butter cups.
I prefer the peanut butter cups,
Yeah.
but if somebody said, "Hey, do you want some Reese's Pieces?" I got a bag, and I'd be like, "Hell yeah!"
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, they're
I'm
like
not gonna
crack
turn
to
it down.
me. I can't.
Skittles,
turn them
I don't
down.
like Skittles.
No, I don't either,
Fuck
and they're
Skittles.
kind of hard too, aren't they? Like
They're
not like
they
not like
are
a
hard.
Werther's hard candy
no,
or a
they're
Brock's
hard
hard
because
candy.
M&Ms, you know, you think of an M&M, you bite into
You
it,
can
and
bite
it's
into it,
chocolate.
crush, yep.
Yeah, but it's chocolate, and because of the chocolate, it melts
Yep.
when you bite into it because of the heat in your mouth.
Yep.
But Skittles are just actual candy all the way through. There's no
Yeah.
chocolate in them.
They're compacted powder, right?
Yeah. And that makes them hard. So,
It'd be like a jawbreaker, but not as hard. It's sugar.
dude, it's like when you
compacted
bite into
sugar.
a chicken and you get the bone in the chicken.
Yeah.
Because you're like, you're eating the M&Ms and you know,
Yeah, that ain't right.
that's peanut butter. That's a nice little surprise. We're getting fancy. I see. You know,
Yeah.
and then you bite into one and you're like, oh, what the fuck is that? My tooth hurts and it tastes like shit.
Yeah.
You know, so who does that?
Yeah, that's wrong. That part of it's wrong.
Dude, I would that bowl into their head.
Oh.
Like,
Okay, we don't really condone
No,
violence here. Only in absolutely necessary
Sometimes.
cases. Well, yeah, that was
Yeah.
my disclaimer.
Yeah.
That was my attempt at like.
violence
Yeah.
is not condoned on this show unless it is required.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But candy tier list, yeah. And you know what we do?
What?
We steal content from someone else as well.
No.
No, yes, we do.
No, we would
no,
never
yes,
do
we
that. We would yoink and
No,
twist.
oh. Yes, my bad. I'm so sorry. So,
We would never outright
there's a
plagiarize somebody else's.
there's a certain YouTuber, and I don't know if you watch his YouTube videos or not, but he's got a kind of like flat voice. He normally wears like a white shirt, baseball shorts. He looks kind of like the guy who I'm dressing up as
Like,
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he does tier
He's
lists.
kind of wet and important.
Yeah. So he's wet and important. There was. Yeah, so he does tier lists, and the way he does it is he has the video of him eating the thing, and then he'll do a voiceover. It'll cut to a voiceover of him putting it on the tier list. So what I'm thinking is we do the tier list part of it, or we do the eating and the testing of the candy part live on stream for the stream content, right?
Okay.
You following me?
Yeah.
Then we come in later, afterwards. Stop streaming, not live. We're just sitting in front of the camera talking, recording, doing a voiceover. We got the camera going. we're explaining
and watching
as
the
we,
stream.
Yep,
Yeah.
and we explain where we put it on the tier list.
Hmm.
Then VOD goes up to YouTube. Then edited, an actual legitimate edited YouTube video goes up on the channel. First one.
That's kind of cool.
Because it pulls from the stream content, so we can do it on stream, still get content there. We can also have other parts of it, like the voiceover, without doing too much extra work, you know?
So, I mean, basically, we're doing a food review. And on the stream, while we're eating the candy, we can talk about, like, this is good.
Yeah.
I like this aspect of it. I like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
fact
exactly,
that they've got,
yeah.
Okay.
And then afterwards, we come in and say, like,
How-
you know, I really, you know, then afterwards it cuts to us, the recording of us, and we don't play the stream, but we've got us in the corner, you know, kind of like how YouTubers do it. Then we've got a tier list pulled up online, and we say, I like this candy. I'll put this at a whatever tier, you know?
So
Uh-huh.
yeah, no, I like it. I'm thinking ahead here. I'm thinking of, like, the best way to do this. This
Then we
sounds like
clickbait
candy
the
bars.
fuck out of it, post it on every social media platform, blow up $1 million overnight.
Okay, there we go. Excellent. I like that. And then we're retired.
Yep.
And we just do this full time. Sounds like a plan. What could go wrong?
Yeah.
So, like, I wouldn't get bags of candy for that, though. That would be too much. Because
I would, but I would get like the bags of candy that are like that
right,
big.
but they're still going to be like way too much. Because I would get candy bars, and we should make a list or do a shopping trip. That might even be more expensive, though. Like,
yeah,
in the
but
long
then
run.
like
See, the thing is, like, there's a certain individual in this household who's going to have like
Yeah.
an absolute shit fit. Like, if we come back with like another bag full of bags of candies.
yeah.
Because
But what I'm thinking is like they make bags where it's like you get a thing of M&Ms. It's like that big.
they make mixed bags too, like the
Oh, they do,
party
yeah.
ones where you can get
Yeah.
multiples. So that would actually.
But the mixed
work.
bags come in like here's 10 bags of M&Ms. We don't need that much. We could get like a single packet of M&Ms, you know, and it's...
No, so
What?
you're kind of like now we are going in circles. So originally, what I was saying is, I don't know if we need bags of candy. Well, you know, you go to the
like a
you go to
big
Woodman's
bag.
and you get a bag of candy, and it's like all Snickers. Like there's 10
Oh.
Snickers or 20 Snickers in the bag.
Yeah.
Because we would have to, like, if we want to do 5 candy bars, dude, that's 5 bags of, like,
Yeah,
you know, now we
no.
wind up with like 50 candy bars.
Yeah,
or
no,
whatever.
I'm saying like
I'm talking about going to like the Quick Trip or the Quickie Mart or whatever, running in and you know, grab a
Getting-
Snickers bar, grab a Twix, grab a, you know.
yeah, no, grab 2 of each or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
that's,
that works for
yeah,
me.
no, that's what I'm saying as well. What I was saying was like you can get M&Ms in like a pound of M&Ms. We don't need that. So what I'm saying is, I know we're saying the same thing, but
Right,
like
but
that's
then
kinda what it-
what I
yeah.
came in with on the tail end is, although they do have a bag of mini candy bars,
Yeah.
fun size they call them, where it's mixed, so it's like Snickers, Snickers, Milky Way. You get a pack of M&Ms in there. You get like,
and you know what we
you
could
know.
do actually?
you know who has those? Walgreens. They got the big party
Yeah.
ones. They have like a
They do,
boatload of stuff.
but you know what we could do? We could grab that, take like 2 of each, one for me, one for you.
Yeah.
The rest of it just goes trick or treaters. You know?
Yeah, it's true. Although honestly, I would rather artisanally handpick some
Yeah.
candy bars. And I'm being totally
No,
serious
I
because
know.
I'd like to put a whatchamacallit in there.
Yep.
Which leads me to the question I was going to ask you just a moment ago.
Where do we
How
stop?
open? Well, not. I mean, like.
No, like once
I
we start
I
picking
could put
candy,
a stop because I
Yeah.
can't like. I can't pork out again. I can't.
No,
I
you're
can't gain weight like that. Anyway, my question to you is: how open are you to trying new candy?
I'm
Because
open fully.
I was gonna get
I'm down.
Almond Joys. Like
No, I'm
we usually
down.
get Almond
I
Joys.
fucking
love
hate almond joys.
Well,
I've had them before.
This is why
but
I'm
I don't
saying.
like them.
Okay,
I will-
but
I-
could you review them?
I hate them with a burning passion. I think they are disgusting. I will eat one if
Okay.
the content requires it.
So I mean, like, you know, because that's a common candy that's in
Yeah.
trick or treater bags.
So yeah, like,
and Mounds. Almond
yeah.
Joys have nuts. Mounds don't. See, and that's
yeah.
one of those fucking commercial things stuck in my brain that like I could probably reserve that space for, you know, mastering cold
Tootsie
fusion,
Pops. How many
saving
licks does it
hunger,
take to get to the
solving
center of a
hunger.
Tootsie Pop?
Yeah, 1, 2,
356, I think.
3. Oh, 3.
156.
The owl says 3.
156.
He goes 1. He goes One?
No, I'm
Two?
saying
Three.
there was Harvard built a licking machine,
I
which
know.
can probably
Yes.
be used for all sorts of horrible things. But
Yeah.
Harvard built a licking
It
machine
would save
to actually.
Amaranth a whole lot.
Yeah. They actually built a licking machine to test how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop.
She must have like the world's strongest tongue by now. You know?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go anywhere else with that. I'm gonna leave it right there.
Horrible.
But like,
that's shame.
I mean,
shame
you could lift
on
the
you.
fucking engine block. You hook a chain to it. You know. God damn.
Anyway, so moving on. So like I'm down. We should run out tomorrow. Grab some candy bars. Grab a couple
Yeah.
stream content, YouTube content. Push that shit. Get views. Get money.
And I think we're gonna have to. We'll set it up on the table here, and we'll set the camera up.
That means I'm gonna have to clean the table.
Well, you're gonna have to clean that table up anyway. That should have been put away like last week.
Your Imperial Fist you can put away.
Fine, but like you got them out, so you gotta tell me where they came from. What just out of the box, right? Oh yeah, the meat box.
The meat box.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that sounds like a winner.
Yeah.
So if for anybody who happens to catch the VOD of this stream overnight or in the morning tomorrow, tune in tomorrow night, Saturday, October 30th,
Yep.
the day before Halloween. We're going to be streaming
We're
a
gonna be
contest. It's
in
going to be our Halloween special.
It's going to be
Don't
our
know what it's
Halloween.
called. We're going to do a taste test of
fuck
all
you,
sorts
it's
of candies.
Halloween season is going to be the name of it.
And there will be pizza too. So we hope.
Possibly.
Yeah, we got to work
Because
on that.
I think if we come back with a lot of candy and then suggest pizza, it's probably not going to go over well.
Well, let me think about that.
What if we
have to have dinner, right?
What if we come back with candy, but we hide it?
Well, this is being recorded, obviously, and
I mean,
certain person in the house watches it.
Presumably,
obviously.
hypothetically, if
Yeah.
we were to perchance hide the sugary
Which
content.
brings me full circle all the way back to my original
Hey,
suggestion of we could say, look, we want to do
she
in the
hid
spirit
candy
of
for me,
Halloween.
In
the spirit of Halloween, she hid candy from all of us. Really, I hid candy from all of us. I was the one that put it where I put it. And she goes, "Oh, that's really smart." And I said, "Thank you."
That's
I thought
really
so too.
evil.
It is evil, but
You
it's
know what?
also like we don't need diabetes,
Yeah.
Seriously. But here, which brings me all the way back around to my
know what we
original
could do?
question
Ah,
of maybe we just go to the mama unit, to your
is
mom,
the
and we
best
say,
policy.
"Look, in the spirit of Halloween, we know we're gonna get some candy. We're gonna reserve some for ourselves, and we promise not to go overboard. But we want to take some out early because we want to do this on stream. We want to do this content. Come with this thing we want to do."
But what if we want to get more?
Well, that's between you and she who must be obeyed.
Well, that's between me and you. That's between both
This
of us.
is
That's
why I
stream
said
content.
let's go get some candy bars and do this.
Yeah.
That's got nothing to do with pizza. That's a whole separate thing.
Yeah.
That's going to be enough of a selling point anyway, right there.
Yeah.
But it's funny. Look at us airing our whole family dynamics on the stream. Maybe that'll be the one thing that makes us take off. I like them because they're honest about how their family is dysfunctional.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, they tried that with the Osbournes. Sharon! To the kitchen and all,
Dude,
to the
God.
bloody bit,
Holy
that's
shit.
head off. Like,
He reminds me. That's gonna be a weird comparison. I was gonna say he reminds me of your laptop, but like
He's still going.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's another thing. I am genuinely impressed that he's still alive.
Hey, hail to the Prince of Darkness.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like been through so much shit,
Yeah.
like drug abuse and in and out of rehabs and
bats and
alcoholism and substance abuse and bit the head off a fucking bat and surprised he didn't get rabies. I mean, for crying out loud, Bob Dylan got sick from bat guano, because I don't know if he's a guano farmer or but allegedly he got sick and was hospitalized, which you can get with really It's like toxoplasmosis or something like that.
Yeah, you know
Um,
what else you can get?
what?
Botulism from 7-Eleven nachos.
Oh, I heard
That
about
was,
that.
yeah,
That poor
dude.
fucker. That was it. Australia?
No, here,
Oh,
U.S.
the guy had
That
7 months in the hospital or
He
something
was
like
the
that.
first case of botulism in the U.S. in like a good number of years, and he got it
Jeez.
from
I
7-Eleven.
find that hard to believe, but
No,
okay.
well, the first reported case of botulism
Hmm.
in the U.S. in like a couple years.
Or the first severe, like reported severe case.
Yeah,
I wonder.
but he got it from 7-Eleven nachos,
Yeah.
and he passed. I can't remember. It's botulism. You know, botulism. I don't
Yeah.
really know what botulism does. Then he was in a coma, like a full-on fucking coma for 6 months, and when he came out of it, he is just paralyzed from the waist down
Yeah.
permanently now.
Damn.
Dude, I hope he sued the ever-living fuck out of them.
Yeah. This is why I won't do fast food
Oh,
at our
fuck
gas
no.
station.
God,
You know,
no,
like-
not at all.
They've got those roast chickens up there, those rotisserie
no.
chickens, and we've gotten a couple from there. But then
I
in
will
retrospect,
not
it's
eat
like,
it.
what the fuck were we thinking?
Yeah.
Wasn't there a stream like that at one point called "What the fuck were we thinking?" or "What
I
the
have
fuck
no
were they
clue what you're
thinking?"
talking-
I thought there was a YouTube channel where somebody that was their whole thing. What the fuck were they thinking?
Maybe.
That would be a good one, you know. But yeah, that's crazy.
That's our
Like-
side channel. That's our politics show.
You know,
what
and
the fuck
here's
were
the
they thinking?
Yeah, and here's the thing. It's like we used to, think about it. Like you're at that age. I used to do that shit all the time when I was young and single. Like on the road, on the go, going to a game with friends, stopping. Oh, they got nachos, and I mean that's the nuclear yellow cheese nachos.
It's like plain
But
ass
the
chips with
jalapenos
cheese.
and jalapenos are usually probably where you get the botulism from.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, because they were using that canned shit,
Yeah.
and who knows how old
But,
that
like,
shit is.
I have never in my life, not once, have I felt even the slightest of urges to eat any of the hot gas station food. Like I'll eat food that I get at a gas station if it's like a ho-ho or like a candy
Oh
bar.
yeah,
like
packaged
shit
goods.
like that. But
Yeah,
that's packaged. And
Yeah.
those are big brands, so you
but
know
not
they
the
have
hot
that.
dogs or the
No,
brats that they got
uh-uh.
sitting out there for fuck knows how long on those.
No warmers.
Auto rotating.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
on
that
the
shit-
bacteria
that is-
breeders. Back to
like,
breeders.
back to breeders, yeah. I was gonna say that shit's like liable to give you a disease as a joke, but I mean,
Well,
Yeah,
liable to give you
no,
a disease
like-
is a serious thing, like in reality. Yeah, no, I get it. I get
no,
it.
no, I didn't even mean like as a it's a serious
the
topic.
baked
I shouldn't
goods,
joke about it.
Donuts, we get baked goods, we get
Yeah.
donuts from there, and
It's hard to fuck up and get like botulism from a baked goods thing,
I don't know the veracity of that statement, but
Disclaimer:
mean-
I am not a scientist. I actually nearly failed my science classes.
What?
I'm just joking.
Um,
No, I'm just making sure they know that I'm
You're
not a
not?
scientist. Oh, I thought you were like, what about the science
no,
classes?
No. Yeah, no. But yeah, I mean, like the donuts, the occasional
Yeah.
apple fritter. I've never heard of anybody getting sick from a
No,
donut
yeah.
shop, like a Dunkin' Donuts or a local donut shop or
See,
whatever,
like,
local bakery.
even Dunkin' Donuts,
But,
I would trust a hot dog from Dunkin' Donuts more than I would trust a hot dog from a 7-Eleven.
Right, or a gas station.
Exactly, because if you think about it, Dunkin' Donuts, while they don't specialize in hot dogs, they do specialize in food. They are a food
Yes.
place. They are technically a restaurant, if you could call them that.
And they
fast
cycle
food
through.
restaurant.
They cycle through
Yeah,
their stuff
yep.
enough that like
Because they get held to the same
Yeah.
degree as restaurants. Whereas a 7-Eleven or a Quick Trip, they got
Convenience
gas.
store,
They
yeah.
got oil.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really oil. It's like
Yeah.
petrol, whatever the fuck you call it. But
well,
dude,
yeah.
I don't want a diesel
Petrol's
dog.
the name for fuel. I mean, petrol station, fueling station. Yeah.
So yeah,
Dude,
no,
we
that
broke
shit's
it. We broke a
nasty.
record tonight, man.
Midnight.
It's almost midnight, and
No, I think it is.
it's
midnight.
11:59 according to my
Oh, are we gonna?
So,
yeah, sweet.
phone. I was gonna say,
We
if
should-
you're all right, why don't we wrap this up
Yes,
at midnight?
I was actually gonna say please because I'm getting kind of tired.
Yeah, I was yawning there for a little
Yep.
bit, but wow, this is a record, the longest stream we've done ever.
And it's all fireside chat.
And it's all fireside chat.
And we've had topics, and we've kept it
Yeah.
going the whole time.
And it hasn't gotten cringy.
And it hasn't gotten cringy, and it hasn't gotten
contentious.
And it,
so
I don't. Yeah.
that means like we
okay,
haven't
Google,
like
define
fought with each other or
contentious, yeah.
argued. So
except for
you
the
know.
first bit in the beginning where you said it was bullshit that I brought the comedy, which.
Well,
we're gonna-
you weren't
we'll
being
talk
entirely
after.
honest about that because
We'll
I
talk
slipped
after
a really
stream.
good one in there and it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
You laughed pretty hard. But yeah,
I
so this
thought,
is
man.
cool. So
Midnight.
yeah, midnight. This is the longest stream we could do.
Yeah.
We could do like if we really wanted to, we could do like a
no,
long
we couldn't
one.
because I'm tired as fuck.
No, if we started
Oh,
earlier.
if we started earlier, I
you know.
would still probably be tired as fuck.
Yeah. But we can do it. We've shown that we can do it. No show notes, and we
All
kept
right.
the threads going.
You heard it here first. Once we get affiliated, 10 subs, 12-hour stream.
10 subs, 12-hour stream. I'm down for that.
I'm not. Fuck 10 subs? Fuck no, dude. I'll do that 25.
Well, why did you say 10 subs,
As a
12-hour
joke.
stream then? Oh.
I like okay.
Oh,
I am
well,
down
see,
to
you
do
know,
a
that's a challenge.
Yeah,
I mean-
I'm down to do a 12-hour stream, but for not for 10 subs.
Yeah, okay, I can see that.
'Cause, yeah.
But we could play a game. We could stretch it
Yeah.
out for that long, you know? Yeah,
40K.
I know. Yeah, speaking of, that's something we got to work on tomorrow, too.
Yeah.
Cleaning up that
Yep.
space. Because what I want to do is I want to do this, like, Last Supper style.
Last Supper. All right.
So you see what I did
yeah.
there?
Yeah. I see.
And they will, too.
Yeah. Oh, they'll see. Yep.
Yeah, so...
That's pretty funny.
So eat up, Jesus.
Yeah.
You better like that Snickers. Anyway, hey, somebody popped in.
Hey,
How's it going?
I do not know who that is.
I can't remember. I remember they joined
AR
early on,
Verpine.
and
Hey,
I never had a
Jassos.
chance.
I mean-
Chance to thank you for following us.
Yeah.
You know, we appreciate that.
They know we're the Jassos.
Yeah.
I
So,
don't.
so like,
Hello, person. Hey, hello, AR Verpine.
maybe drop a hint in chat because honestly, I can't remember whose handle that is
No,
either, and I feel bad. But it's funny that
Carl.
Carl Khrushchev.
Oh.
For real? Oh man, I didn't even know you were following. Excellent, appreciate it. We just this is
sick.
funny. We were just talking. We were gonna wrap it up because it just hit midnight. We
Yeah.
hadn't planned to go to midnight. In fact, like our normal stream's
We're
8 to
going
10.
Yeah.
And you know, when we're joking, we do this is Spinal Tap. Ours goes to 11 because sometimes we do go to 11.
Past.
We had no show notes tonight. We had no
Yeah.
real topics that I wanted to talk about because usually in fireside chat, that's what we do.
Yep.
Is I'll have a sheet of
Shit,
show
dude,
notes.
maybe we need to just ditch the show notes. They've been
Yeah.
holding us back.
Maybe so because this was pretty cool
Yeah.
and we covered like a whole lot of
Dude,
stuff.
you missed it,
And,
man. We were talking about everything.
It was mostly about food.
Cheese.
It was
The
like
Roman
it was
cheese.
about Roman legionnaires and how cheese was a staple part of their diet. But we got on that because we started talking about archaeological discoveries,
then
you mentioned the bunker in the Swiss Alps that was discovered. That was
the frozen World
War One bunker.
That was awesome.
Yep. And then
we were
it's
talking
just
about like food history.
Yep.
We
were talking about sourdough
the Egyptian
cultures.
the Egyptian tomb juice.
Egyptian tomb juice. We
Yep.
talked about Egyptian recipes for beer.
Beelzebubble.
We talked about Beelzebubble, which was like the
sourdough
starter
from
that I
hell.
made, which was made out of like flour and Samuel Smith's Tadcaster oatmeal stout
Yep.
in place of the water. And that fucking thing went crazy.
Oh, that went off the charts.
bubbling out of the jar.
Yeah.
I got to do that again.
I really
we're gonna call
like-
it like Son of Beelzebubble.
I really like all of the little like the little notes you guys did for the shit you put in the outside fridge, like
Yeah.
French dressing, don't peek.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
that was a fun one. I
Yeah.
forgot about that. Your mom didn't get it. It took her like I go like, you know, I did the
Yeah.
you know the
Yeah,
meme of the
yeah.
dog. And it's like, you know, and I said, "Don't peek," and she
Yeah.
said, "What?" I said, "It's dressing." She goes, "Oh, ha, ha, ha." Yeah,
Yeah.
that was me. That was all me. See, bringing the comedy.
Yeah. Uh-huh. So.
Well, you were talking all that smack earlier, so I had to
Anyway,
like,
so
you
we
know.
talked about a lot. We talked about a lot. We talked about
Yeah,
garum.
Garum.
We
Oh
talked
yeah, the
about-
fermented fish oil that the Romans
Yeah,
used.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
We talked about
bet it's good, though, in
tomato
food.
Europe versus potato Europe. We talked
Yeah,
about
northern versus
Yup.
southern. Yeah,
we talked
potato
about
versus
southern
tomato.
versus northern, I guess, depending on the way you
Boil
say
them, roast them, mash
it.
them.
Cheese
You already said
across
cheese.
the world.
Yeah.
We
We
talked
talked about
the
God, I can't remember that we've been streaming for so long tonight.
Satan
Oh yeah, the Church of Satan and all the wonderful things they're doing to
And
protect
feeding-
the First Amendment.
Yep, and feeding goats.
Feeding goats, yeah. Peck's Farm and the name of whatever the farm was.
Feeding goats.
Oh,
I think
we
was
talked
what
about
led
computer
into
building.
Computer building,
Yeah.
yeah, because I'm looking at replacement parts for
Yeah.
my PC.
Because Jason called it
yeah.
Theseus's.
Theseus's
Yeah,
laptop.
yeah,
Well, you
laptop.
completely missed me talking about that because I was saying like,
But you didn't bring up the farm though, because Theseus' ship was on
no,
the map
I
of the
didn't.
pumpkin farm he
should've,
just went to,
yeah.
the corn maze or whatever.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
feeding goats didn't lead into goat yoga. No, feeding goats led into the Church of Satan.
Goat yoga.
You don't know goat
But-
yoga?
No, I don't. But we talked about yogurt, and I wonder if there's a tie-in between
Yogurt.
goat yogurt because goats make milk.
Goat
Okay,
yogurt.
milk can be cultured to
Yeah.
make yogurt, so you could have goat yogurt while you're.
That's another thing we talked about. The Viking Snot Bowl.
Oh yeah, the
um,
Viking Snot Bowl. That was a
the
good
Viking Snot Bowl. Possible relations to Siggy's yogurt.
one. Yeah, to the
And then-
Icelandic,
and
to
then
the
my
unique
sug-
Icelandic
yup,
culture that's
yup,
only found
yup.
in Iceland
And then my
and only grows in
suggestion
Iceland.
of the regional Wild West one, where instead of the Viking Snot Bowl culture yogurt,
You have the
dig it
spittoon.
out of the spittoon.
Yeah, the
And
old
that's your
saloon
culture
spittoon.
for the
Yeah.
yogurt.
Yeah, that's a TB stew waiting to happen right
Yeah,
there.
you don't want to be anyone but first with the Viking Snot Bowl.
Exactly, right?
Yeah.
But the whole point was like what I wondered, and I really thought, and this started as a lark, first of all. So I was talking about how like I watched 13th Warrior, and they had the scene where oh god damn, his name's right on the tip of my tongue. Because they were calling him by the wrong name, and he's like, no, it's, and they were like, nope, this name's stuck, and I can't remember what it was. Eben Al something or other, and they were saying Eben. He was like, no, Eben, blah, 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 and they're like Eben, and basically Eben stuck, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, so they're showing the scene where the Vikings are washing up and they're splashing the water and they're gargling and they're spitting and then they're they're launching the nose rockets in the bowl, and then they pass it to him and he's like, no, thank you,
Yeah.
And I was telling Deacon how like in the Muslim religion, before they pray, they have to bathe. They have a certain ritual that they do where they bathe their feet, they bathe their hands, so on and so forth. And so as I was watching 13th Warrior, and they did this where they're blowing the into the snot bowl, I was like, ooh, wow, that's really gross. Then I watched another movie with a whole other cast that did this. 13th Warrior from Michael Crichton novel, fun movie, bad historical.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yep.
Yep.
Well, aren't they all? I mean, I haven't seen one yet that's been like, even the series Vikings, loved it. Didn't go there for the historical accuracy,
Yeah.
I wanted some just downright shit I could watch. I needed a fantasy series. Anyway, I'm digressing. 13th Warrior, Snot Bowl.
Yep.
I watched another movie, and I can't. It's on Netflix, and I can't remember. I don't think it was Dolph Lundgren that was in it, but it was another big actor like that who plays Vikings a lot. And they had the same thing where they had the bowl, they're passing around, they're all blowing the nose rockets in it. Then I saw yet a third movie where they're doing the nose rocket. And then, like, it wasn't until my wife, Jennifer, and I started buying Siggy's yogurt. And we get Chobani. We stopped buying Yoplait and Dannon because we talked about how they're
It's
pumped full
just
of
like
chemicals and
chemicals
it's just
and
bad
sugar.
American shit, right? So we buy the Greek yogurt, we buy the Siggy's, love the Siggy's.
Oh, yeah.
And we read about the difference between the fermentation techniques between the two. So there's warm fermentation, and then there's this other method of fermentation. I think it's just room temperature or whatever. But like, there was a significant difference between the way they did it with the Greek yogurt versus how they did it with the Icelandic yogurt. And this was the fascinating part. Mostly all yogurts that are like made from live cultures, they use the same sort of like I can't say it. It's a type of bacteria.
Bacillocanium grit?
not basilicanum. That's the whole
Yeah.
GW thing. Siggy's uses this unique culture that's only found in Iceland. It's a very unique Icelandic culture. You can
Yeah.
only find, it doesn't grow anywhere else in the world. And I thought, the
Yeah.
snot bowl
The
culture.
snot
I wonder if
bowl,
it's the
yeah.
snot bowl culture.
You know, I'm pretty sure like the snot bowl culture is something at Blood Bowl tournaments.
Snot, yes.
That's what
The
happens
blood
with the
bowl,
grots.
snot bowl. Yeah, snotling bowl.
Yeah.
So anyway, that led to like this whole rabbit hole we went
Yeah.
down of like
Oh, dude.
all kinds of fun stuff.
I gotta derail us here for a second. You know what they have?
What haven't we used to
Yeah.
derail ourselves all
You know
night?
what?
Like
You know what they have in Blood Bowl?
what?
They have football squigs. And
Yes,
it's
they're
a-
shaped like foot.
yeah,
And I just saw some of those online the other day.
Yeah.
I don't have it anymore.
Oh, dude, I was watching a video. These dudes were ranking.
So Guild Ball was like
Guild
the
Ball.
the
Kickoff.
Yeah, that's the non GW version of Blood Bowl, and that's supposed to be pretty fun. That's a whole starter set. I think that's got 2 teams.
That's interesting.
And then there's the
Put a
Mongolian
bear's milk in a
fermentation
sheep's
of
bladder, then the sheep's bladder between the saddle and the horse for a few days.
wow.
Interesting.
Yeah, that sounds nice and gross, but wow. I mean, you know, you did what you did.
Yeah.
We were talking about what were we talking about similar to that?
Garum.
A fermentation method.
Garum.
Maybe
Fish?
it was garum. Oh yeah, where you
Yeah,
the
oh,
fish
yeah,
rot
garum,
and you scrape the bacteria off
Yeah,
the mold or whatever.
it's garum. It's the old ancient
Yeah.
Roman sauce.
Fish oil. Yeah, fish sauce basically.
It's
Yeah.
the old Roman condiment. They
It was
didn't have ketchup.
well,
but,
not only that, they used it as a base for cooking
dude,
stews
they
and
used
a
it-
lot of stuff like
it's
that.
it's like vinegar.
It's like the
kinda.
universal. Yeah.
Actually, it is pretty much fish vinegar.
Yeah.
And I guess it kind of carried
Which
over
is
because
big in Asian dishes, fish sauce they call
yeah,
it.
yeah. But I guess that carried over because you still use vinegar as a base of a lot of cooking things, depending on what you're cooking, I guess. Or you put it in things, and people still dip their fries in vinegar.
Yeah.
They
I
didn't.
do.
I don't think they had fries.
I love
in,
malt vinegar and chips. Oh man, I love that. I'll put malt vinegar on just about anything.
basically, yeah, Roman Worcestershire.
Roman Worcestershire sauce. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not just anchovies either. It's just
No, yeah.
fish, irregardless of type.
Regardless of.
Yeah, regardless,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
So, they put it in like a vase. They let it sit and get nasty, and
Yeah.
then they take it out, and they got fish oil, fermented, rotting fish oil
Yeah.
that they then strain out, get the chunks of rotting fish
I'm
out.
grinning and I'm saying yeah, because the more you talk about it, the more you villainize it and say how gross it was. I want to try it. I would seriously try it.
Worcestershire specifically, Worcestershire's anchovies.
Yeah. Yep. Big secret that a lot of people don't know.
My life is a fucking lie. I feel like I've lived a lie. I hate anchovies.
Pull it
I
up.
like-
You can look at it. You know, you're always pulling stuff up on the phone while we're on stream.
Right.
But
speaking of pulling
I
stuff
love
up
Worcester.
on
You know what I like
yeah.
Worcestershire on? I like making a burger patty
Oh yeah.
and then putting it on there. Oh, that's
yeah,
awesome.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
good.
You
You don't
what's-
need A1.
You know what's
You don't need, like-
what's really good?
What's that?
Worcestershire onion rings.
Yes.
Yeah. You know what they used
See,
to
the sodium is what I have to be careful with though, because of my heart.
that's a big
Yeah.
issue. Yeah, especially anchovies.
Yeah.
Salty motherfuckers. You know what
I'll
they
eat
used to-
anchovies. Like, look, when we go,
Oh,
you
no,
talk about
I'll fucking eat
Lombardinos
those,
earlier.
yeah, no.
Here we're back on food again.
Yeah.
When we went to Lombardinos, or when we go to Lombardinos and we get the Caesar salad there,
Dude,
which
you
is
get
not
the
Italian, by the
anchovies.
way.
Mexican
We get the
food.
tapenade. It comes with the olive tapenade that they drizzle around the edge of the plate. It's fan-fucking-tastic. But I'll get anchovies in it.
Yeah.
I'll eat them. I don't care. Like I
You
like
know,
them.
sorry, this is going
Do you,
back.
Carl?
a step.
Do you eat sardines?
You know what they used to do at McDonald's?
What's that?
Onion nuggets. Did you know those?
No, I didn't even know they had that.
Let me tell you about.
Yeah.
Yep. Let me tell you about the fucking wonder of humanity that
Okay.
was McDonald's. No.
Well, let me
that
remind me about the wall of vinegar. I want
The
to
wall
tell
of
Carl
vinegar,
about the
okay.
wall of vinegar.
Let me tell you about the masterpiece of humanity that was McDonald's onion nuggets. It's
Okay.
diced. It's the McDonald's onions. You know, it's classic McDonald's onions.
Fidalias,
Yeah.
I think they use.
Yep, but also they it's disgusting and unhealthy because they fried them in beef tallow, which made them it made them taste really
Yeah.
good, but it made them extremely unhealthy, even
Yeah.
more so than today. They had to stop doing that because I think they actually went to court over it being too unhealthy. But
Because of the loaded calories. We use
oh my
beef tallow
God, yeah,
in the
no.
mincemeat that we made
Yeah,
too, by the
I
way.
know, but it's good. So fucking unhealthy. They used to do everything in there. Their fries would be deep fried in beef tallow. Their everything was deep fried in beef
Yeah.
tallow, and they had to stop doing that.
I heard they
because
also put honey in the oil
They
too
did,
to
yeah.
make the fries more addictive.
I think I don't know if they still do that or not, but they had to stop the beef tallow because they were still they started. There's like a overlap of time where they started doing supersize before they stopped doing beef tallow,
Yeah.
and that had like a heart attack spike. Like you could see the rise. Anyways, onion nuggets. Oh my god.
Pickled herring for the win. Absolutely.
I've never had them. I know what they are. I've never had them. They stopped doing them in like the 80s or 90s.
Yeah, I haven't had lutefisk either. Yeah, I think that's how you say it.
Look at this.
Yeah, I'm listening to you. I just want to not neglect.
You take the diced McDonald's onions, fry them up in the beef tallow just a little bit to saute them, stick them in, like ball them, clump them up, bread them.
But what do you clump them up with though? Like, do you have a binder like egg or something to keep them?
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Something like that, and then you bread them in like effectively onion ring batter, and then you deep fry them. So it's like onion ring nuggets. And because
man, those
they
sound good.
because they were in nugget form, you don't get the problem of biting the onion ring and then pulling the onion string out.
Yeah, and then you're left like with just batter.
Exactly. You're left
which
with,
I don't mind terribly.
No, it's not bad. But with this, you are guaranteed to not pull the onion out.
That sounds okay. I'm gonna
Marvel
suggest
of engineering.
I'm gonna suggest something to you, and I really hope that you're open minded enough to try it. The next time we get food from Swad or Maharana, I would recommend getting the onion pakora if you can find it. Some places, some restaurants, Indian restaurants will do just straight up onion. Most of them nowadays are doing mixed vegetable pakora, and it's basically vegetables that are battered and deep fried.
Yeah,
and they
it's
are
like
so fantastic. But the onion ones are really good. So I was asking Carl if he eats sardines because
anchovies.
You know, we're talking about like maybe doing a fish sauce, like an actual like making it. But I started thinking of like
where I thought you were going.
we started talking about anchovies, and I was trying to remember when the last time was that I had sardines, and it's honestly probably when I was a kid, 12 or 13.
You know,
and Jennifer, your mom just asked me the other day, you know, what do you want for like? She's trying to find me snacks that I'll eat that aren't like junk.
Yeah.
You know, and like fish is really good for you, and
but it can
I don't know
also
about
be
the sodium
really
content.
salty.
I don't know about the sodium content in sardines, which again,
but
she said, "Do you like sardines?" And I go, I had this instant flashback as we're standing there in the grocery store looking at the tins, all the pots and tins of food, right? The potted food, and that's a UK thing, by the way, potted food. Anyway, you don't hear that too much here in the States. So I'm looking at the tins of food, and I saw the sardines, and I had this instant flashback to like, you know, my being a young teen, and eating those with my dad, and I haven't had them in a long time. But because I know Carl likes interesting things like that, like different types of food, you know, I figured. But pickled herring, quick story. Several years back when I was at a Gen Con, this is before I took Deacon, I went to this place called the Oceaneer. And the Oceaneer is that 5-star seafood restaurant where I paid like way more than anybody needs to pay for dinner, but I had saved up for 2 or 3 years, and I said I'm going to take myself out to a fancy ass dinner.
Yeah.
And it was a fancy ass dinner, and I was dressed like total gamer slob, like, you know, there's stereotype for you. So I go to the Oceaneer, and as the hors d'oeuvres they had set out on the table, they had a bread basket, they had like not baby carrots, but actual sliced carrots. They had what are the green celery sticks. They had a dressing. They had all these things that like were just part of your like table snacks, right? Like, and I'm by myself, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. And the waiter came by and said, "What's this other stuff in the jar?" He's like, "Oh, that, sir, is our pickled herring. It's flown in from Finland every like 2 weeks or whatever." I'm like,
damn.
Good God Almighty. And I said, "Yeah, I'll try it." You know, he goes, "Oh, I highly suggest you try it." Instant addiction. I got hooked. I have never had anything that was more amazing. So last Christmas, I think it was last Christmas, you know, I asked your mom, like, when, you know, we do gift baskets and stuff like that, and you're really good at making one for her.
I am really good.
I said, you know,
Thank
if you could find this for me for Christmas, that'd be awesome. And she's like, that's a really weird request, but okay. So she found some, but she found fresh, and it's not in a can. It was
Yeah.
actually, I think, from the co-op, and it was in a plastic tub. It was good, but I couldn't eat it all. I couldn't you know, because have a little bit of time, and you can't keep it forever.
No,
so
yeah. I'd
for
assume
a
that
certain
goes
amount of
like,
time, but I like mussels, and you've never had those, but
I hadn't.
mussels in the shell.
What's the one where you like
Oysters.
You know? Oysters. I've had
You
an oyster.
did try oysters. I was so proud of you for that. Like,
I'd
I was
be
impressed.
willing to try it again, but I remember at the time having a very visceral reaction to it, and I believe I called it repugnant. Or
Yes,
repulsive.
because it's like swallowing snot.
Yes.
You don't really chew it. You're not supposed to
No,
really chew it. You
it's
just
like
swallow
drinking a raw egg. You just gotta
Yeah,
like gulp
yep.
it down.
But
And
like,
I think
so
the texture of it is what threw me off,
yeah.
and not enjoyable. 2 out of 10.
Well, okay, so it's an acquired taste. I like them, and I have good memories of them because one of my best memories of having fresh oysters was this was pre. What was the big oil spill? What was the one that fucked up New Orleans?
That's not the right. That's
Was it the
Shell?
Exxon Valdez? It was like when
yeah,
it was
yeah.
the Exxon
Yep.
Valdez. Yep, yeah,
The big one.
Yep. So that fucked up all the seafood and like everything, a lot of the business around the Gulf area because big giant fucking oil spill and fish
Yep.
were dying in the tens of thousands. Prior to that,
Dude, Dawn
I went
still
down-
uses those ducks on their fucking soap bottles
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
advertising.
well, that's how good and how gentle Dawn is. Not to do a product plug for them, but that's why I keep it here. Anyway, pre-spill.
Mm-hmm.
We went to this oyster bar, and it wasn't Rick's because Rick's is the titty bar next to the oyster bar, and that's how I associate. I can never remember the name of the oyster bar, but I went there with a judge. He was a juvenile court judge and an attorney, a criminal attorney, and these were my friends, and they were all from America Online. And this is when America Online, 33 out of 50 of us got together and flew down to New Orleans to go
Crazy.
meet and party for 4 days. By then, I had already had friends all around the French Quarter because I'd been going there on my own 2 weeks
Yeah.
out of the year for you know that story.
Oh yeah.
So we go to this oyster
Meeting
bar,
clowns, meeting authors,
and they're like, "We have to introduce." They're smoking cigars, drinking bourbon. They've got to introduce you to. I was already ahead of them on the bourbon, which was weird because there's a judge and a lawyer, and that's a big stereotype. But you would expect that they would know Scotch and bourbon, right? So they said we got to introduce you to oysters if you never had them. So never had them. So they ordered this huge spread of oysters, and we're talking like $150 to $200 worth of oysters.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say 150 or 200 oysters. I was gonna say that's horrible.
No, but there was probably like 60 oysters,
Ugh.
20 per platter. So they're different oysters. Rockefeller. They're all called oysters on the half shell because you don't have to crack them. It's
No,
half
they-
shell and they're already in there.
Pre-crack them.
And they had them different ways, and they go, these you eat with hot sauce, these you don't, these you have put a little lemon, these you, and they show me the different ways to do it. I don't profess to be an oyster expert by any means, but I will
Oyster
tell you,
man.
it was one of the most memorable experiences I had. I found that I really enjoyed them, and oh my god, we ate so many oysters, you know. And then we didn't really need like lunch because that was lunch,
Yeah.
you know, and smoked cigars and drank some bourbon.
You shuck an oyster, you crack a crab.
Yep. Yep. You that's exact. Yeah, and they have a knife that you
Yeah.
use to. So,
Crab. on
little
that
known
crab.
story. You may not have heard this. My uncle, my beloved uncle, God rest his soul, Kelly, Melvin Kelly Hayes, Vietnam vet. He had a place in New Jersey, in Manahawkin, New Jersey. So he's right on the Atlantic. And his place, he had a backyard, he had a fence, and beyond the fence was a dock, and beyond the dock was a lagoon. It was an inlet, a slip. And then the inlet led out to the channel in the bigger lagoon, which led out to the Atlantic Ocean. So between 9 and 14, we had made several trips out to the East Coast to visit aunt and uncle, right?
Yeah.
He would take us out on the boat, put the Mae Wests on, the big orange life vests,
Yep.
take us out on the boat on the Atlantic to go clamming. And they would tie a rope to a bucket, tie the rope to their ankle, and then tie, I don't know how they did it. They had it moored to the boat, tie the rope to your ankle, and you take a bucket with you, and basically you dive in with a pair of goggles, no tube. I can't remember what that thing is called. But before you did that, you take the boat out, navigate the boat out to the shoals, and then you would not beach the boat on the shoals, but you would take a long paddle and they would put it in there to see how deep the water was. And when they could hit the bottom, they're like, okay, they'd anchor the boat. They'd do the thing with the rope on the ankle, take the bucket, dive off the boat, and you wouldn't see them. And they'd be in the Atlantic fucking Ocean off the coast of New Jersey.
Jesus, I could never.
And then they'd come back and they have a bucket full of clams and oysters if they were lucky. So then on the boat, they right out of the salt water, man, right out of the Atlantic motherfucking ocean, this very stuff of which we humans are made 75 to 86% salt water. Did you know that? That's what we are, right? And here you're eating like the food of life right here. And they'd shuck them like that knife, shoot, skilled as fuck. You know, I tried it and I cut my pinky, and they're like, nope, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be doing that.
If oysters are the food of life, life is gonna.
Well, what I mean is like just like this is like, you know, the primordial stew was this gumbo of single cell. You know, I don't even know if we were at that stage. Like this like saltwater brine kind of a thing. Like theoretically, that's where life began. I get what
you're
right?
saying. I feel like you're reaching a bit here.
On what? The food of life? Because you think it's bacon?
No, I'm just saying. I think that you can. How do I say this? I think you can just say, yeah, we went out with our uncle and caught oysters and they tasted good and it was a fun time, without having to go into the whole like creation of life itself and the primordial soup.
You know, that was part of the experience though. Even as a kid, I felt like this is a special thing. Like you're getting this food right out of the place where we came from.
This could have been a human life, but it evolved into an oyster. It's weaker than I am, and therefore I shall consume it.
Okay, now you're getting weird. That is admittedly very weird when you look at it through that filter.
I'm consuming the failed evolution.
Point being, here we got clams and they got oysters.
Yep.
And interestingly enough, Carl mentions crabs. Now the story with the crabs is even cooler. Because he said, when you slurp a shucked oyster in your mouth, you're also supposed to drink the briny liquid in the shell. That's exactly right. Liquor. Yep. So he knows more of the terms. I know them when I read them or if I'm reminded of them, and I'm like, that's exactly right. And I do remember that. But like if you sat me down and said, tell me about how to, I couldn't do it. Just because I was more into
the doing
of it. Yeah, and it wasn't important to remember that, but I do know in context and when it's brought up. So this is the cool thing. We got back from there and we brought that in, and my Aunt Bonnie said, okay, you boys are going to take this chicken. You got some drumsticks, got some different pieces, and you're going to tie a rope around it. Tie it real tight, tie this yarn. It wasn't really rope. And then you take it out and you take these buckets, okay? You take the chicken on this plate, take the buckets. And then you're going to go to the edge of the dock. And on the railing, you're just going to lean on the railing. You're going to toss the little chicken drumstick into the water. And in a minute or two, you're going to feel a tug on that chicken, on the line.
Now, that's a great white shark.
And then, that's a great white. And now, mind you, this would have been the late 1970s after Jaws came out. So we're on the East Coast, you know. And people still had that fresh in the mind. I got another great story about that, too. And then you'll feel a tug. Tomorrow. When you do, pull it up real gently. Don't jerk it up. Pull it up. And we did. And we screamed like little fucking, ah! We were just kids, right? First time, 9 years old, 10 years old. Crab on the fucking chicken thing. Like, right? Hanging off of there. What do? She says, you put it in the bucket, So we dropped it in the bucket. She had a little spatula or tool or something, screwdriver, I can't remember. Knocked the crab off into the bucket.
Stabbing it with a screwdriver, huh?
So, stabbed it with their steely knives, but they just can't kill the beast.
Chicken necks are the best crab bait.
Yeah, maybe so, but these are the parts she had, and the fact that we could just do it right over the dock, right over the rail, and then so we wound up getting buckets full of crabs, and we go, okay, now what, Aunt Bonnie? We were fascinated, we were hooked by now, literally and metaphorically. Yeah. So we bring the crabs in. She had a big pot of water steaming on the stove, and she goes, okay, dumped it right in there. Fresh motherfucking crab right from the Jersey shore. and like, oh my God, taught us how to crack the legs, how to,
How to eat
just
good.
awesome. And then that's where my love of seafood came from, is I had a really positive experience with it because I firsthand got to see where it came from and how the process worked of cooking it and eating it
Yeah.
and all that. Um, and then it wasn't until I started going to New Orleans that I had soft shell crab. Now molting. You know what molting is. You know how like snakes will shed their skin,
Yeah.
right? And they leave the shell behind. So crabs do the kind of the same thing. They shed their shells, they molt, and they change over, right? Molting is also, I think, used in
For
aviary
shedding
terms
feathers.
for birds. Um,
It
but
is.
basically, they shed the shell,
Yeah.
and then right in that period where they shed the shell, the blue crabs
Mm-hmm.
are really awesome, and you can get them, and you basically deep fry them. You bread them,
Nice.
you deep fry them, and you
Ooh.
eat the whole thing.
Oh.
So it seems like you're, like it's not like like eating glass or eating nacho chips.
The
It's actually
organs
soft.
and everything too.
What?
The organs and all that. Too?
No, they
Oh,
no,
like
they
just the
don't.
legs.
Yeah,
Okay.
and it's some of the best stuff that I've ever had.
Oh, that's cool.
And then I told you, this part.
All right.
I thought I had had the best of the best when it came to seafood,
Yeah.
and then I had shark.
And then you had shark, and you know when we should talk about shark?
What?
Tomorrow, because because it is 12:30, and our plan to end it at 12 didn't really happen.
Yeah, soft shelled crabs, and they that's a big thing in New Orleans, especially in the French Quarter. Like, because a lot of people don't know about it. They're like, "Ooh, I'll try that." And some people get freaked out, but it's awesome. It's really good. I'd highly recommend it. You know.
All right, cool.
Yeah, you want to wrap it here?
I kind of taking the edible guts of crabs and lobsters called salsa. I'm pretty sure you make that with tomatoes, roasted, and peppers, and
I have very fond memories of the food in New Orleans. Some of the best stuff I've ever had. Cajun and Creole, actual French food. I've had actual French food there at one of the restaurants down there, and
beignets.
well, beignets are sort of like
The
fried
American
donuts,
French food,
basically.
Yeah.
But you have to experience it if you're gonna go there. Do the touristy things.
That's Spanish salsa. Yeah, I know. I don't want to. I don't want to think about the crab salsa.
And you don't want to think about Mardi Gras gumbo either. Oh, do you know what Mardi Gras gumbo is, Carl?
Here we
I just want to see. Some people do, some people don't. Like, it depends on how much time you spent down there. Enlighten me. Okay, so
go. Oh God.
it's become a term that's used like not just on Mardi Gras or technically after Mardi Gras, but like New Year's, Christmas, anytime they have when they used to have big crowds there. Um, I so basically you have days and days of partying. Mardi Gras comes around, right? Everybody's out there, and open carry in the French Quarter, as long as it's not glass, you can
Open carry drinks, not
open
carry
carry
guns.
drinks. Yes, I should say that. Like
Yeah.
open carry alcohol.
Not guns.
And they have plastic cups and all that, and but you can imagine, and like every imaginable type of debauchery happens down there. There's like sex happening in between stores and in courtyards of buildings. There's like everything you can imagine, drugs, all of it, right? People go down there to get really shit faced plastered. Naturally, what happens to people when they drink too much? They throw up. And when you're drunk and you can't find a bathroom, you piss on the street, right? And this is what I don't do this because I had friends that worked in bars, and that's a whole other story. But people piss, shit, throw up, ejaculate, everything you can think of, like every bodily fluid virtually, will wind up in the streets of the French Quarter on Bourbon Street during Mardi Gras. After Mardi Gras, when everybody's hungover and in their hotels, and the city services and all the restaurateurs come out and their staff come out, and they clean up the French Quarter, they get the fire hoses out, and they start up like Governor's Way, like way at the top of it, and work their way down towards Canal Street. They get these fire hoses out, and they start spraying the sidewalks in the streets, and that's where you get Mardi Gras gumbo. All that sludge that washes down the French Quarter streets is called Mardi Gras gumbo. You don't eat it, obviously, but Oh, and a local, a native that lived there for like, his whole life. He told me about that. And then, sounds like pig heaven. That's exactly right. Yeah. It's funny because like I never really made it outside of New Orleans. I went to, was it Decatur? No. Mer- the hell was it? When you go across the bridge to Mississippi, went over there to a blues bar, real quick, couple hours, came back. So I guess yeah, that was the only time. But I hung out in the French Quarter because I had friends that lived there, so I could stay at their house. And then when I could afford it, I'd get a room, get my own room with a hot tub, and hang out. So, but yeah, okay. I
Yeah.
know you're getting tired, and we've
I
been
am,
like,
yeah.
we're
It
look. This
is.
is an
It's
amazing.
12:30.
Yeah, it's an amazingly long
So-
broadcast. We started this at 8, so we're gonna wrap it here. But Carl,
Oh,
really appreciate you stopping
yeah.
in. Thanks for chatting. That's super awesome.
Extending
Um,
the stream time a bit.
We will be. You've been.
Baton
Is it
Rouge.
where?
Baton Rouge.
Yeah. Okay. Didn't know they called it that.
I mean, Baton
Yeah.
Rouge is just French for red stick.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Duh.
Yeah.
I'm tired. My brain's not firing on all cylinders. But yeah, we're gonna wrap it here. We're gonna
Yep.
call it a night. Thanks for stopping in. And for anybody who picks up the VOD later on, check us out on our socials. We're on Twitter, and the handle there
Hey,
is
said it right this time.
Tavern underscore black. We're on Instagram, and the handle
Black
there is
Dragon
Black Dragon Tavern
Tavern
Online.
Online.
We're on Facebook, and that's simply Black Dragon Tavern.
Yep.
And then to get
YouTube
to get
and
the YouTube,
Discord.
yeah, to get the YouTube and the Discord URLs,
Gotta
just go
see
to
our
our
Twitch
about
about
page on
page.
Twitch.
So,
And thanks for tuning in.
Thank you
and
so
we'll be back
much.
tomorrow night at 8 to 10.
Yep.
Maybe later. Maybe who knows. Tomorrow we're going to be doing the Last Supper candy taste test
and hopefully pizza.
and hopefully pizza.
Hopefully
but
pizza and definitely candy taste test.
it is Halloween Eve.
It is indeed
The eve before
Halloween,
Halloween, and that was a
night
little bit of a
the
hint of like
before
what to expect
Halloween.
on the stream tomorrow night.
Costumes.
Yeah, and again the
Yep.
tier list of the
All
candies.
hollow. Yeah.
So
So
have a good night. We'll talk to everybody soon. Thanks
See
for
you
tuning
then.
in. You can hit the button.